Attention in the barn, it is 5 minutes till 8 o'clock, and I see very few cattle at the other end of the ring. Belted Galloway exhibitors, thank you for bringing your stock. Simmental breeders, I have one heifer calf that's shown up. We will start this thing at 8 o'clock. Let's get those pairs up here and the rest of the spring heifer calves, please. Well, good morning, folks, and welcome to the North American. As tradition here in Freedom Hall, before we start every day, if you would please stand, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem by our organist, Mr. Bernie Swigert. Thank you, Bernie. As we begin our show today in our Simmental ring, we begin with our Class 1 cow-calf pairs. We have 2 entries. And in our belted Galloway, we will begin our show today with our club calf steers. We have 5 entries. Let's bring those calves in, please. It's my pleasure to introduce our judges today. In our belted Galloway show today is Mr. Bill Conley from Clarksdale, Missouri. Bill has judged numerous shows across the United States, all breeds, and is considered one of the truly great cattlemen of this country. Bill, along with his wife Donna and son Trey, operate Conley Angus in Clarksdale, Missouri. Bill is a 1978 graduate of Kansas State University, where he majored in animal science and was on the judging team at Kansas State while there. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Bill Conley, Clarksdale, Missouri, to judge our belted Galloways. Welcome, Bill. And in our Simmental ring, our head judge is Dr. Ryan Rathman of Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Rathman is the associate professor and the John and Doris Jones professorship holder in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University. He teaches courses in animal breeding and genetics, cow-calf production, AI, and research in ruminant nutrition. He's coached now 9 national championship livestock judging teams. Congratulations, Doc. Texas Tech, if you didn't know, was our national livestock judging team again this year. He had 3 national teams at A&M and now has 6 at Tech. He and his wife Kayla and daughters Kinley and Carly also raise Red Angus cattle. Along with Dr. Rathman is his former student, Nick Fitzsimmons from Perry, Oklahoma. Nick grew up on a seed stock operation in western Iowa that raises predominantly Simmentals. He and his wife Ashley now reside in Perry, Oklahoma, where he is a show feed specialist for Sunglow Feeds in Texas and Oklahoma. He attended Blackhawk University, or Blackhawk Junior College, before attending Texas Tech. Would you put your hands together again for Mr. Dr. Ryan Rathman and Mr. Nick Simmons judging our Simmental show today? Thank you, gentlemen. In our belted Galloway class, we have 5 entries. The weights on these steers range from 596 to 700 pounds. Attention in the barn, we need all feeder steers for the belted Galloway to the makeup ring. Class 1 is in the ring. Class 2 will be going in shortly. Let's bring all entries, feeder steers, and all spring heifer calves. Let's get those appendix spring heifer calves down to the makeup ring, please.
Well, good morning. We're going to go ahead and kick off our Purebred Simmental show. We had just a marvelous day yesterday. A lot of fun to sort cattle down here in the green chips that were that exceptional, and I'm sure we'll find the same today. Here in our cow-calf pair division, we've just got a pair of entries, and that's all it takes to have champion and reserve, and we don't really need any more because these 2 entries are absolutely exceptional. I like the heck out of both of them, and kind of feel bad having to leave one in the reserve slot, to be totally truthful with you, because these are 2 exceptional females. I'll describe them and then we'll tell you how we like them. The female in the front here, the solid black pair, a 4-year-old I believe, and a really exceptional heifer calf on her side. Female's tall fronted and long bodied and it's strong in her top line, still stout in the feature and functional to her hip and hind leg. Female, it's just got a great look about her. She's pretty late matured. I'm sure she'll only get better with time in terms of how she continues to body down. Maybe could lay her back in her shoulder just a nickel if I had to pick on anywhere, but that's an awfully nice female. The cow, love her udder. She's really balanced in her udder design. I mean, I think she gives you that look of what a purebred Simmental female ought to look like in terms of one that's powerful in her kind, but yet maternal in regards to her udder and just her overall conformation and look. If I had to improve this really stout, broody, long-bodied, strong top female, maybe I'd square her up just a nickel in terms of how she uses her hind leg, but that's an awfully good one. The Baldy pair back here, a 3-year-old, this female as well, just really exceptional in terms of the quality of her udder design and how balanced it is and the job that she's doing raising her calf on her side. I really like this female in regards to just her soundness of basic build. She's extremely flexible out of her hip and hind leg, just really comfortable on her joints and feet. Female, it's really a little more moderate in her cow size, but yet still has a tremendous amount of performance. The calf on her side, I think we saw yesterday, a really sound individual off of his hip and hind leg. You can see where he inherited from, but an exceptional pair as well. So tough decision. The Baldy pair is one that's a little stronger from a genetic value standpoint across the board in terms of calving ease and marbling for the most part, at least on the calf there, but an awfully tight decision. Both of them genetically are good. This female probably suits us a little better in terms of how she moves out of her hind leg in tandem with a few extras in regards to genetic values. We're going to use the Baldy for a champion and the solid black pair here for reserve. Let's give these exhibitors here a nice round of applause.
Selected as our grand champion purebred Simmental cow-calf pair is entry 369 SVJ Stylish 1-2 A14, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. And your reserve champion purebred Simmental cow-calf pair is entry 371 LAH Miss Adele 206Z, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Congratulations.
Good morning, folks. Pleasure to be here with you this morning with the Belted Galloways. Really good class, kind of a challenging class. We've got 5 kind of different type of calves out here to look at. My balanced middle of the road steer would be the one that's leading this class off. I tell you, he's really nicely balanced. He's really sound and correct. He's wide sprung enough. He's really level and straight in his lines. A calf I certainly like. He's not an extreme in either direction. I tell you, he's just right where he needs needs to be. Then we move into two calves that are just maybe just a notch smaller and a notch younger, but certainly they have some shape, and I appreciate that, and they got some depth of body and some soundness, and this young man here in second did a really nice job of presenting that calf that he's got. Just a world of body and a world of balance. I do like that calf really well. Our calf in third, maybe just a little lighter conditioned than the two above him here today, but certainly he's one that balances up really nice. He's square, he's really wide-topped and wide-hipped. He shows you a lot of good things. Then we get into two calves here on the other side of the class that maybe are, when I say probably not as conditioned, I mean they're nicely conditioned, but they're just probably not as wide-sprung and as stout as the calves that led above them today.
In our Belted Galloway Class 1 steer class, first went to entry 3, KGM Mr. Busco 20D, shown by Kyle and Gail Marshall. Second entry went to entry 4, Sunnybrook Blocker, shown by Terry and Julie Willis. By Sunnybrook Farm and Marshall Finke. Third went to entry 2, CMCC X-Doc 605D, shown by Cody Mays. Fourth entry 5, Magnolia Trace Dark Terrian, shown by Claire Posey. And fifth went to entry 1, CMCC X-Crown, shown by Cody Mays. Placings in that class were 5, 3, 1, 2, and 4. Entering the ring now is our feeder steer class. Feeder steer class. These steers weigh 680 and 820.
Just do a small circle, and we'll just head the tail right over here, okay?
In our Belted Galloway second class, we've got two individuals out here that, you have to study them just a little bit. I'm going to leave them as they stand. Young lady's calf that wins this class is just a better blend, I guess, of balance and correctness. A little greener, probably not the shape as our second place calf, but certainly a good one. Lots of future there. I do appreciate the shape and the length of this calf in second. I tell you, lots of hip, lots of top, probably soundness-wise, probably just not as put together as our class winner, but a good pair of calves.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 2 in our Belted Galloway feeder steer class. First goes to entry 6, Ray Family Farms Chuck, exhibited by Heidi Latta. And second goes to entry 8, Oak Valley Captain Chaos, exhibited by Oak Valley Farm. We now will be bringing in our Class 3 finished steers. We have 2 entries. These steers weighed 888 and 1010. in our first class of Simmental purebred Simmental heifer calves. These are heifer calves born in May. We have an added entry. Entry 9 has been scratched, but we have added entry 6. For those of you keeping along with me, if you'd like to write this in, her name is K-I-M-R Bella. She's a May 3rd, 2016 female, and she is exhibited by Kenneth Poole, Union Bridge, Maryland. Once again, entry 6, K-I-M-R Bella, May 3rd, 2016, exhibited by Kenneth Poole, Union Bridge, Maryland. Simmental exhibitors, class 4 is in the ring. We need classes 5, 6, and 7 to the makeup ring, please. Purebred Simmental heifer calves, classes 5, 6, and 7. Let's be bringing those heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
Well, a pair of really nice young May heifer calves that are still pretty juvenile in their behavior and their look, but they'll get better. And both of these cattle are really nice. I certainly believe that they're going to have a great future out in front of them. And they're both a little different, just depends on what your taste is. The female with the white up in her head here, to me and Nick, is the sounder female in regards just, taking flexibility to the next level. Not that the female in second's not sound, she definitely is. But this female for us just handles her rear joints a little looser. Female that's more refined to the front 1/3 of her body and square and leveler in terms of her pin set from the side. She's a beautiful female here from the side. She's also much stronger across the board in regards to her breeding values. The heifer that we've got there in second, no doubt is stouter footed. She counters that female that starts in that regard, and that's where I'd upgrade the class winner. This female here is really stout in regards just a feature to her skull, her forearm, her center body, and back into her pin bone. And she's just really heavy duty. She's really thick-ended and muscular. A female that, because of that, maybe not quite as refined up to her chest, neck, and head. Female maybe could just loosen her up just a nickel from behind, but an awfully stout, powerful one that's still plenty sound. Just some minor differences there for us.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in class 4 in our Simmental heifer calf class 4. First was entry 3, Miss Darla, shown by Morgan Love, Baltimore, Ohio. Second, entry 6, K-I-M-R Bella, shown by Kenneth Poole, Union Bridge, Maryland. Entering the ring now is class 5, April, purebred Simmental heifer calves.
Really nice pair of Galloway calves to look at over here. An easy class winner in my eyes. I tell you, we've got one that's really wide sprung, super sound, just thick from top to bottom, end to end. I tell you, I really like this calf a whole lot. Calf that follows in second, obviously a long-bodied calf, has the thickness, probably just not the soundest to match up with our class winner here today.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in class 3 of our finished steer class. First went to entry 9, County Line Eeyore, shown by Lillian Ford. And second goes to entry 7, Eckelman's Mickey, shown by Eckelman Farm. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, belted Galloway steer. Let's bring our first and second place winners from each class, please. Belted Galloway exhibitors, we will be taking pictures of these steers and then move right into our appendix females. Let's bring our spring and junior and winter heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
walk these first three, okay? We'll just leave these 6. Just halfway.
In our Galloway show, we've got 3 really nice calves to look at, very correct, very nicely balanced. Obviously, we got some age difference and some poundage difference in these calves, but certainly 3 I appreciate for their soundness and their look. You know, as we talked earlier in classes, the young calf here, you know, he's one that's probably not extreme in his shape, but he's certainly balanced. I tell you, he's very correct, very sweet to look at from the side. Our brown-colored calf here, that was a class winner, is certainly a good one too. You know, again, not extreme in his shape, but certainly very nicely balanced, very sound. What's going to be our champion steer would be this 3rd one here in line. I tell you, certainly wide sprung, super nice balance, very, very sound out on the move. I do appreciate him very much. Pull him in.
Selected as your grand champion belted Galloway steer is entry 9, County Line Eeyore, shown by Lillian Ford. The steer weighed 1010. Congratulations, Lillian.
As we talked earlier, our first class winner here is going to be our reserve champion. It's certainly a calf you appreciate. Not extreme again in shape, but certainly nice balance, super sound, nice calf.
And selected as your reserve grand champion belted Galloway steer is our winner from our first class, entry 3, KGM Mr. Busco 20D, shown by Kyle and Gail Marshall. Congratulations. That steer weighed 732. Congratulations. Let's get some pictures of these champions, and then we'll bring in our first class of appendix females.
Broadband takes too much time.
Still coming. North Twin City, close to Are you the worker? I'm Bill Conlon. Nice to meet you.
Well, the reason the hair comes up is
That's my wife too. I mean,
of course, if you look at his hair, then you'll want to have to worry about this is the time
you're doing well.
Well, a really exceptional group of April calves here. The margin of difference from the very top female to the females down here in the bottom is very, very tight. Just a few calves down there, maybe the one in the end is very correct, but maybe not quite as high performing to date. But as she has time to catch up, things will change probably. As a whole, we've got a pretty good set of cattle just in terms of form and function in this group. The female that we've decided to land on here is one that I don't know if most of y'all noticed or not, but it's favoring her back right hind leg, and you know, that was something that to me is temporary. You know, you got to make a call as a judge in the middle of the ring sometimes on situations like this, on whether or not you're going to give it a pass or what you're going to do about it. And through my eyes, as I sit here and I read this female standing still, I've got no complaints about her in regards to just the natural angles that are built into her skeleton off both ends. I'm very confident that this female is built in a manner that will have longevity and soundness. In fact, she's almost to the point on that back left where she gets a little weaker in her pasture. But I'm going to give her a pass. This female's the one that just I think is the most dominating in regards to her conformation. When you get her behind the cattle, she's got the most natural width and dimension, the muscularity. It's the same story right to the center of her body cavity. I understand there's cattle in behind her that are a little more refined in terms of how their shoulder lays in, maybe the feature to the throat and their head, but that female, when she puts her parts together from the side, is really proportional in terms of how she totals out balance-wise. And so I like the cow character in that female, and she's going to start the class. I would like to see her be a little stronger in terms of her calving ease, and a few of these heifers right in behind her correct her in that respect. Young man, your heifer here that was brought in at the end of the class, or the end of the lineup there in the group, this one is super fancy from the side. I love how high her neck connects up out of the top of her blade. I love how naturally level she is from hooks to pins. Her tail head to pin set relationship is really beautiful. Her hind legs beautiful. Female, it's just really long-sided to still forecast out to be very moderate in her kind. We put her in motion, and she maybe just gets a little bit less organized in terms of how she hooks in behind her shoulder and handles the center of her spine. Maybe not quite as just bold in terms of how aggressive she turns through her forerib and her lower heart, but an awfully nice one. I think from a structural standpoint, even though she's a little off on her top line, she's maybe put together just a little better in terms of just looseness of joints versus this female we have in third, the streak-faced heifer. Another just beautiful female here from the side. I love her strength and consistency of lines and just how uniform and fresh she reads from the side. She's smooth in her shoulder. We get her in motion, she maybe draws up just a bit in terms of her midrib and flank. Maybe doesn't look quite as balanced in regards to her chest. Gets a little heavier there at her throat latch, and maybe could just go a little sounder in terms of the angle to her blade and back at her knee a little bit more and truer at the surface. The next female was kind of the problem female for me. I thought this heifer was the big, high-performing, stout-boned one. She's long-sided. She looks really powerful from the side. You get in behind this big-frame female, and I don't know that she maintains the same consistency of width relative to that read from the side, and then she maybe just paddles a little bit more out of her front end and just doesn't read quite as attractive up through her front one-third versus those cattle in front of them. The one that follows next, the entry 21's a flush mate to our class winner, and she was telling me the less behaved one of the pair. And this female, though, I think you can see a lot of resemblances in terms of just her pliability in terms of structure and looseness of body cavity and a soft, easy-keeping look. She's just not nearly as balanced in the way that she draws up from the side in her lines. Really nice female that comes next. It's thick and expressive. Got a big spread down her top and a nice turn to her midrib. A little bit finer in terms of her bone work and rounder in the base of her shoulder. Maybe just takes away from her balance from the side side. Solid black heifer, second from the end, maybe just a little flatter, more immature in her rib cage right now, maybe just a little bit tighter in terms of how she handles her front end, and maybe a little less coordinated from behind. That's a beautiful female. It's got a lot of room to get a lot better, and I think she will. As I said on the last place heifer, nice correctly made female. It's just a little shorter coupled and a little lower performing in this group, but I think awfully nice.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 5, April's Purebred Simmental Heifer Calves is entry 24. TNGL Hope's Blessing D104, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Second, entry 33, B&K Knockout 95D, shown by Trinopole Farms, Jinx, and Martin Livestock, Middletown, Indiana. Third, entry 13, shown by WXC Cattle, Delton, Michigan. Fourth, entry 18, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Fifth, entry 21, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 28, shown by Matilda Graham, Rosebush, Michigan. Seventh, entry 31, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. And eighth, entry 14, shown by Justin Frazier, Winnemac, Indiana. I have a correction. Our second place female, B&K Knockout 95D, was shown by B&K Farm, Lafayette, Fayetteville, Tennessee. I apologize. Second in that class was entry 33, B&K Farm, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Placings in that class were 3, 8, 4, 5, 1, 6, 7, 2, and entry 34 was a scratch. Entering the ring now is Class 6. Class 6, April Simmental Heifer Calves. We have two scratches, scratch 35 and 44. In our Belted Galloway show on our West Ring, first class, Class 4 Spring Appendix Belted Galloway Heifer Calves. The appendix breed of belted Galloways, as has been explained to me, are females or cattle that have additional genetic enhancement or not breed character with the belt.
Half circle.
For those of you keeping along with us here in our Belted Galloway show, entry 10 weighed 634, entry 121 weighed 676.
In our Galloway ring, we've got a really good pair of heifers to look at. There's a few minute differences that I see in these two. I'm going to leave them just as they stand. The heifer that wins this class, probably just in terms of middle body and stoutness and top and hip, she squares up really nice. She's really sound out on the move. Has a nice front end, just a nice look, a nice balanced female. The heifer in second is certainly one that you have to look at, and she's sharper fronted probably than our class winner, and just a little more neck and extension up there. Maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of hip when you get behind her, but she's fresh and she's green and she's correct. Really good pair of heifers.
Selected as our class winner in Class 4 Appendix Belted Galloway Spring Heifer Calves is entry 10 KGM Miss Busco Blossom 807D, shown by Kyle and Gail Marshall. Second, entry 121 KGM Miss Busco Butterfly 50D, also shown by Kyle and Gail Marshall. Entering the ring now is Class 5 Appendix Belted Galloway Junior Heifer Calves. We have two entries. Entry 11 weighed 554. Entry 12 weighed 632.
small circle and we'll head tail over here.
Again, in our Galloway side, certainly a nice pair of heifers. I tell you, you appreciate the freshness that they show you. They're big-bodied kind of females. They're really super sound as they move out. The heifer that's going to lead this class off is going to win the class. She's certainly just a capacious kind of female. Big top, good hip, super sound out on the move. I just really like that cow look in her. Heifer that follows in second certainly is a heifer you appreciate the design when you get behind her. Maybe she's just not quite as stout in terms of her hip and her top, but certainly she's a little greener. A lot of future in these two calves. A really nice pair of females.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 5 junior heifer calves in our Appendix Galloway Female Show is entry 11, Driftwood D3 DaBomb, shown by CJ Cattle Company. Second is entry 12, Magnolia Trace Deja, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. Entering the ring now is Class 6 winter heifer calves. Class 6 winter heifer calves in our Appendix Belted Galloway Show. Class 6, the weights on these two heifers, entry 13 weighed 596, entry 14 weighed 648.
Go ahead and just do a half circle. We'll head to tail against the fence over there.
Awesome Class A Aprils here, and the blaze face that we start with, just built like we think they need to be as calves. One that's fresh in terms of her composition, hasn't been pushed too hard yet. I think when you study this one's basic pieces and how it all starts at the ground, awesome in terms of her lower joints and her foot, one that's really sound when she gets out and goes. I think only looks better when she's on the lead. Everything kind of loosens up, neck comes high to the top side of her shoulder, really neat at the point of her shoulder. I think got the right sweep right there through her center body and dead level down her top line. One that I think's got a great future for that showman there, and one that I think is going to also be a great cow just because of the function she has built into her lower skeleton. The heifer that comes next, the next option that I think puts look and structure together, and one that from the side is really neat, maybe even comes just a touch higher in terms of where her neck and head sits on her body. One that's maybe just a touch bolder right there through her center body, and stoutness of pin set I'd say would also be in her favor. Got a big set of running gear underneath of her. I think the biggest thing on this one is, and it certainly doesn't hinder her functionality, but from an attractiveness standpoint, we'd like to see this one built just a little bit differently off her rear too. She comes with just a bit more set right there at her hock and wants to bring it in as she goes, as you step around in behind her. But one that I think still gets out and goes very adequately. Got a neat look when you study that one from the side. Still plenty of power when you step right in behind her. One that I think gives you a really cowy look from the side sits here in third, and she certainly has the advantage in terms of just weight per day of age and added center body. One that is very highly presented, and I think gives you a neat look from the side. When set in motion is where she drops down into third for us today, one that's just a bit straighter in how she's built off of either end, specifically right there in her hock. Just like to see her get out and go a touch more comfortably in the way she uses it and just move with a touch more confidence off of both ends, and I think then that one can move up. But got a great look from the side, really cowy right there through her center body. The heifer that comes next, just a bit greener in terms of her composition, but really cool pieces on this one. Dead level down her top line, neat about her head and neck and jaw line, one that gives you an awesome look up front, really attractive in the way she sets down in a hip and hind leg on the stand. When set in motion, just like to relax that one in terms of her angles off of both ends. This heifer and the one that was just ahead of her, just a bit concerning in terms of their calving ease on paper. Like to make them just a touch more progressive there and allow them to get out and go just a touch better, and then I think those heifers become just a touch more competitive. The heifer that comes next, we thought just built just a touch better than the heifers ahead of her. Just needs to have a more look from this side. If we could clean that one up at the top side of her neck, make her neater in terms of the extra skin she carries on the bottom side of it, I think then we can move her additional structure advantages up in this class. She does want to drop in her pins just a touch more, just like to see her have a bit more look from the side. The heifer that comes next, really cowy in terms of her type and kind, no questions here from a function standpoint. Just like to see that one neater when you study her from the profile up through her head and neck, allow her to set down just a touch more confidently and attractively off her rear too. And the heifer that closes a bit more moderate in her type and kind, there's certainly no question there. Got plenty of depth of body, and she actually is pretty stout relative to her size when you get right in behind her. Just like to see that one get out and go more confidently off her rear too. Great class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause this morning.
In our Galloway side, a really youthful, fresh pair of heifers to look at. The young lady's heifer that's going to win this class. If you can think in terms of cow design, she probably meets that criteria for me today. She's super sound. She's stout enough. She's fresh in her conditioning. She's got a big top and hip. I certainly like the way she presents herself to us here today. Heifer that follows in second, you know, a taller top, bigger made kind of female. Heifer that probably just doesn't have the undercarriage that their class winner does today. Certainly a nice female, just in terms of soundness and design.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in our winner heifer calf class in our Galloway show. Entry 13, HCS Caprice 9C, shown by H.C. Sims. And second, entry 14, Hawks Scarlet, shown by Hawks and Larson. Entering the ring now is Class 7 late spring yearling females, single entry. She weighs 828. Placings in Class 6 of our Simmental Class 6 April heifer calves. First goes to entry 37, GREEWF Keepsake D194, shown by Greenhorn Cattle Company, Waynesville, Ohio. Second, entry 40, HS Dragonfly D303, shown by Hillbrand Simmentals, Holloway, Minnesota. Third, entry 53, shown by Southern Jewel Cattle Company, Victoria, Texas. Fourth, entry 51, shown by Rebecca Riggs, Rushville, Indiana. Fifth, entry 38, shown by CLO Simmentals and Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Sixth, entry 36, shown by Morgan Cook, Reed City, Michigan. And seventh, entry 42, shown by Wayward Hill Farm, Versailles, Kentucky. Now comments in our Galloway ring from our judge, Mr. Bill Conley.
Single entry, Galloway side. Certainly, you talk about performance in a female, here's one that's got lots of it. You know, you can argue her style of performance, but certainly she's really wide sprung, she's wide hip, just a ton of cow look to her. I do appreciate the way she's made. Maybe just a tick heavy on the conditioning side here today, but certainly she's fresh and just kind of one of those females that kind of draws some attention. Here we go.
Okay, that's fine. Not good battle.
In our Galloway side, single entry again, I tell you, certainly a nice female. This young lady's got a good cow prospect. We look at this heifer, I tell you, she's just very nicely presented. She's very sound. We maybe want to stretch her just a little bit in the way she moves, maybe kind of stretch her out in her stride, but certainly a freshly appearing, deep-bodied, long-bodied female.
Thank you, Bill. Again, our single entry in Class 7 late spring yearling heifers is entry 15, Double MM Cayenne, shown by Masters, Dawson, and Debbie. Excuse me, I guess it's Debbie and Dawson Masters, excuse me. Entering the ring now is Class 8 early spring yearling heifers. Single entry, entry 16, she weighs 1,060 pounds. Simmental exhibitors. Class 7 is in the ring. We need Class 8 and 9 to the makeup ring. Class 8 and 9, Simmental heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. First claw, Class 12. Class 12, Simmental heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
In our Galloway ring, single entry again, but certainly a nice female, a real powerhouse, and just in terms of structure and shape. Here's a heifer, you watch her walk, she's able to just motor as she, when she in her stride, and you certainly appreciate just her look and her capacity and volume, just a super nice female.
Again, our single entry in Class 8 early spring yearling females is entry 16, LLC Lady Shields 520C, shown by Riley Mays. And our final class in our appendix belted Galloway.
Bring champion.
Okay, and our winner from Class 9 was Magnolia Trace Sassy, exhibited by Zane Rushing. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, belted Galloway appendix female.
Well, pretty interesting little class of marches. I don't have one in here I don't like, and I might like some of them more for a show heifer standpoint, and some others might be my picks in terms of just what kind of cows they're going to make. But I think blending both those worlds together, Nick and I both land on this streak face female. If you look at the data, this female, and in this class, y'all have done a nice job putting these cattle together from a genetic engineering standpoint, if you will, because all these cattle are pretty well balanced in their production values and are going to have a lot of mating flexibility when it comes time to match them up. The female that does start, though, she's got tremendous terminal genetics, still a good maternal genetics, but her exceptional pieces are direct growth and her combination of leading marbling and yield grade genetics. On foot, I wish maybe hold her head just a little bit higher when she leads, because this female, when she cocks off and looks natural from the side, can throw her head up and then just from shoulder back. Man, is she wide open in terms of just her skeletal dimension, her center body, her muscularity, her width of base, plenty sound. I won't say she's just the sharpest fronted or the most dead level from hooks to pins, but collectively that's a cow and still a great show heifer, and she's the best genetically. Then we go from there and we got to make some decisions, and I think Nick said it well, so I don't know that I'm a fan of just saying we got to match perfectly in terms of type and kind as you start stepping down, just trying to get the best one up top and the next best one and the next best one and so on and so forth. This female right here is obviously very contrasting to our class winner. She's a little taller fronted, a little longer bodied, longer and leveler from hooks to pins than the class winner, probably a little more refinement about her neck and head. She gets just a nickel flatter in terms of her center and lower forerib and heart for us, maybe just a little bit finer featured in terms of her rear feet, maybe doesn't go quite as genuinely wide base going away as that class winner, but an awfully pretty female from the side. It's an outstanding show heifer. The next heifer, like I said, is kind of that one that's a little bit of an oddball in here. She's obviously a little lower fronted. She's maybe not quite as good in how she connects in her top line and her lower forerib relative to her shoulder. But this female, in terms of just pieces, she's sound at the ground. She's big in her pin bone. She's really bold in her center body. She's got a cool look up through her front end. Just going to take a little while before I think her pieces can all come together and match up strong enough and look big enough in this class to give her the win. But she's going to make an exceptional female with a lot of future. The next heifer right here on the standstill is probably the class winner, truthfully, young lady. I just wish that female would get out and travel a little looser out of her shoulder and from behind, but she's awesome looking. Solid black heifer there. Has got a nice look when she stands. When we move her, she tends to get a little more upright there in her shoulder. The heifer that closes the class, one of my absolute favorite cows in this group. If I had to pick one out and say I want a lot like this one, she's so moderate and thick-ended, probably the most muscular female in the group. She's still sound. She looks awfully small-framed and low-fronted and a little shorter cannon and gets up in her top line in this particular class and just doesn't balance out to the same degree, but a great, great cow. So, nice group of cattle.
Thank you, Ryan. Now comments in our Galloway ring on our champion appendix female.
In our Galloway side, we've really got a lot of bright spots to look at here, certainly from the youngest to the oldest. I see two heifers in here in particular that just transmit to me just some strength of structure, some top, some capacity, and some soundness. I do appreciate all of these heifers very much. We'll pick our two and go on.
Selected as your champion, Belted Galloway appendix female is entry 17, Magnolia Trace Sassy, shown by Zane Rushing. Congratulations, Zane. And your reserve champion, Belted Galloway appendix female, is entry 15, Double MM Cayenne, shown by Debbie and Dawson Masters. Congratulations. Placings in our Simmental Class 7. First went to entry 72, HPF PCCC Butterfly 316D, shown by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second, entry 62, IVS JJ B&K 2 Love 305D, shown by BK, Ivy & Sons, and Double J Simmentals, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Third, entry 65, shown by Sunset View Farms, Auburn, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 68, shown by B&K, Ivy & Sons, and Double J Simmentals, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 67, B&K, Ivy & Sons, and Double J Simmentals, Fayetteville, Tennessee. And sixth, entry 64, shown by Elmore Cattle Services and Shaley Sinkle, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Placings in that class were 56 and 60 were out. Then it was 2, 6, 3, 5, 4, and 1. In our Simmental ring now is Class 8 March heifer calves. Class 8 March heifer calves.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Hey, good job. 3,000. How are you doing? Like Awesome. Good job. You bet.
Well, another very strong class of March females. Well, we've got one more to remain before we get to our division championship. This is a nice group, and I'm going to tell you, one of the biggest challenges sometimes is just all the parts and pieces that you might have in one particular class in terms of kinds of cattle. And we've got a lot of different kinds of cattle, and so again, it comes back a little bit on a few decisions on kind of, do you want to kind of follow pattern as you step back and look at the big picture, or abandon that and go after a piece or there or two or better that you like better, and one that may be quite a bit further behind. But I think when you look at the class and assess each one individually, this female right here has just got the most quality. She's the freshest. She's strong in her genetic values. She's really exceptional in terms of her red meat genetics. This female, though, just on foot. She's maybe not just the absolute most athletic one I've ever seen, but she's adequate enough in her structure, and then balance-wise and freshness of composition, genuineness through her chest floor, and just shape of rib without being too fat at an early age. I like that one real well. The real cowy one is here in second, and I think this gal really is birdie. She can handle her hip and hind leg just as good as any in this class. She's going to make a marvelous female in production. I think we just need to slow her down a little bit in terms of just her chest, and I think it's pushing her elbow and shoulder out in her just a shot. Just need to clean her up in her composition, not to let her get too far ahead here too soon early in her life. But that's an awfully robust, muscular, sound-made machine right there in second. Then we come, in my opinion, into what is the decision in class between 3 and 4. The female I've elected to leave 3 is another big, high-performing, long-bodied female. If you had an opportunity to get on the rear view of these cattle, she's as impressive as any. She's really wide open and dimensional. She gets a little round out of her pin bone and rounder out of her shoulder. I'd sure like to see her a little deeper in her flank relative to carrying the amount of condition she's got at this point in the game, but certainly a lot of pieces there. The Baldy heifer here, arguably one of the very best cattle in this class. I like her in terms of soundness. Today in the ring, she's just at quite a bit of a deficit in regards to just her natural shape of rib for her age, and particularly in her forerib. I think her midrib's pretty good. Get in behind her, and she maybe gets a little closer there at her hock, and just doesn't come together with quite as much just overall length and total mass, in my opinion, to maybe get up as high as what she will be down the road. I like that one in terms of her feet and leg structure, awfully good. The black heifer that's next, maybe just a little more prominent in her tail head, not quite as collected in behind her shoulder, not quite as round there in her forerib. Could extend her in her neck just a shot, given her length and sweep of rib. But this is still a female that is got a nice maternal look from the side. She's refined in her head. She is deep-bodied. Her pieces just need to come together a little bit more consistent from the side to make her balance up good enough for Nick and I. A slick-haired heifer next, a smaller female that's just a little lower performing. She shuffles just a nickel off of her rear too, but a female that's got a beautiful look out through her front end. She's got some shape turning down her top and through her midrib, one that just going to need a little bit more time. The Baldy stocking-legged female at the end of the group, a heifer that we just like to tone back in terms of condition. I sure think it would help her from a structural standpoint. She gets a little less coordinated coordinated and free and easy as she goes. And so a big-bodied one, no doubt. Got a lot of dimension. Nice set of March calves. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the breeders of those cattle there as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Dr. Rathman. Placing first, Class 8 March Simmental heifer calves is entry 1, HILB Uptown Baby D505, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara, Minnesota. Second, entry 76, Miss Wishes D1, shown by B-Bar Cattle, Luxembourg, Wisconsin. Third, entry 73, shown by Kelsey Jurgelwitz, Norfolk, Connecticut. Fourth, entry 78, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Fifth, entry 82, shown by Hillbrand Simmentals, Holloway, Minnesota. Sixth, entry 77, shown by Madison McDaniel, Jefferson, Georgia. And seventh, entry 81, shown by Bashir Simmentals, Winchester, Indiana. Placings in that class were 3, 2, 6, 4. Entry 79 was out, and 7, 5, and 1. We now will be showing Class 9 March Simmental heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion Simmental female.
In our Galloway ring, it's a little give and take out here. We've got some March, April calves, and certainly 3 heifers you like. They're very nicely designed. There's some condition differences, some shape differences, and length differences we look at here. Young lady's heifer that wins the class is probably the greenest and the leanest here. She's certainly a heifer that's nicely designed. She's got a good front end on her. She gets out and she moves. She's proportionate bone-wise to her body, and certainly I think has enough spring of rib and future just to go on and make a really nice female. The black female that's in second certainly is one that I see a lot of cow in. She's probably not as sharp in her design. She's long-bodied, she's deep, and she's very sound, very good cow prospect. Heifer that follows in third, probably just gives up just a little bit in terms of length and from her hooks to her pins. She's green and she's young and she's got enough shape to her. She'll develop and go on and be pretty attractive as an older heifer, but 3 really useful kind of females.
Thank you, Bill. In our Belted Galloway class, Class 10 of our purebred female show, late spring heifer calves first goes to entry 19, Oak Valley Diamond, shown by Jake Keller. Second goes to entry 18, Dickinson Acres Dixie, shown by Dickinson Acres. And third goes to entry 20, shown by Connor Walters. I would like to point out that the class winner of our last show, our last class here in our Belted Galloway show, will also be your Lot 1 female in their auction tonight. And for those of you attending, if you'd like to take part in the Galloway events tonight, at 5:30 there will be a silent auction and a cocktail hour at the Hilton Garden Inn, followed by their annual meeting and dinner, and then the sale will start at 8 o'clock. So I will announce these females as the ones that are in the sale as they come through the show today. But Lot 1 was our class winner in this last class. Nick?
Really impressed with the depth that we've had thus far in this first division, and I think the one that we have to win this class certainly doesn't take away from it. One that, and when you study this one, center body, bold and deep, one that's dead level down her top line, gives you an excellent look from the side as far as balance. One that's got an awesome set of feet and legs underneath of her, like that one's foot shape. You step right in behind her, and I think you're really impressed with her pin width. Maybe like to see that one set down just a touch square at her ankle. She wants to roll just ever so slightly. That's very nitpicky on one that I think is awfully, awfully nice. The solid black heifer that comes next, when you're reading a little bit more future into these females, she's a bit greener in this class, one that I think's got a world of future as far as show ring appeal. That one's head and neck is maybe just a touch neater, more refined, especially right there in her jawline, like this one's top line and how she carries it. Really gets out and goes with a long extended stride. Maybe just like to see that one a touch further along right there in her center body as far as how she sweeps back through her rear and flank. The next heifer, maybe just a bit more of a low rider, got some additional body in that middle pair, like that one's at a turn through the upper portion of her rib. Just like to see her get out and go with a touch more confidence right there off her rear too, and see her neck come higher to the top side of her shoulder. The heifer that closes got a neat look up front. Just like to see her a bit bolder right there through her center body and get out and go with a touch more flex off her rear too. Great class there to close out that division. We're looking forward to seeing them back out here.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 9, March Simmental heifer calves is entry 97, TNGL Adal D931, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Second, entry 91, WLE Missy DO20, shown by Wesner Livestock Enterprises, Chalmers, Indiana. Third, entry 92, shown by Beckett Cattle, Germantown, Kentucky. And fourth, entry 87, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. We now will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion Simmental females. Please bring those class winners and second places back into the ring, please. In the ring now in our Belted Galloway show is Class 11 early spring heifer calves. Entry 21 weighed 435. Entry 22 weighed 600. Entry 23 weighed 576. Entry 24 weighed 456.
In our Galloway ring, four really youthful, nice kind of females. I see a lot of cow look in all four of these heifers. The young lady's heifer that wins the class is easy in my eyes. I tell you, just very capacious, wide sprung, big hip. I tell you, just nice design in that front end. She just shows me a lot of cow look. I appreciate her very much. Young man in second that follows along to that body type is our class winner. I tell you, just very fresh and free in her movement, wide sprung, very deep bodied. Just a tremendous future for a cow in these two heifers that lead this class off. Then we get into a heifer that probably is in terms of capacity is probably not as much as our first two, but certainly nice design. I tell you what, she's very, very youthful in her appearance, very nicely designed. Heifer that follows in fourth, again, I tell you, a little leaner in her conditioning, maybe a little extra set to those rear legs, but certainly one that you have to appreciate.
Placing first in Class 11, early spring Belted Galloway heifer calves is entry 22. Antitam Delight, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. Second was entry 23, Sunnybrook Sonata, shown by Sunnybrook Farm. Third, entry 24, shown by Sunnybrook Farm. And fourth, entry 21, also shown by Sunnybrook Farm. Entering the ring now will be Class 12 late junior heifer calves. Class 12 late junior heifer calves. Weights on these calves: entry 25 weighs 522. Entry 26 weighs 534. Entry 27 weighs 588. Entry 28 weighs 524. Entry 29 weighs 554, and entry 30 weighs 516. Simmental exhibitors, we are selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion. Please bring Class 12, 13, and 14 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 12, 13, and 14 should be making your way to the makeup ring immediately.
Two.
All right, well, we're here in our first division, somewhat of a halter breaking division for a few calves that just need to get in this environment and probably here for the first time. It's their first dance, but this is a nice set of calves. I told Nick, we were judging that percentage show yesterday. That first division, it really started us off right because it was easy because the cattle that we liked the best also had the best values. Everything just made sense in terms of how you kind of set your pattern in terms of a set of females that came back out. They were all kind of the same. And I would say that here this morning, the cattle show is no less stronger, but from class to class, we probably had a little bit different type and kind of female to probably excel their particular age group. And so I'll just describe that for you. Nick and I have just a little bit of debate out here, but I'm still very comfortable with the quality of the cattle that we've got out here. The first little female out front is a May heifer. In terms of how her data reads, she's probably the most elite female in the group. She's a little gal. She's not very long from her eye to her nostril, but this female looks balanced from her shoulder back. Her blade blends in. She's going to have a nice career. The female that's out of the next class, you can tell probably more so now than even in the class that unfortunately she kind of came up lame there on that offside right. She wasn't making a very good lead cow here, and when we were circling, she was kind of slowing the pack down. But this female, when you study her angles, is brilliant. She's one that I still trust and have faith in to last a long time, just not getting around the ring today. But love her center body, love her muscle. A female that's balanced. She can run downhill just a nickel. Maybe you could pick on her for being a little rounder in terms of her pin bone and her lower shoulder. That's an awfully good one in my book. The heifer that we've got next is one that I think as an individual you could say might be as complete as any cattle out here. She's in April, just just like the one in front of her. This female is well balanced from the side. She's refined to the front 1/3 of her body. Her lines make sense. She's super correct on the go. If I had to upgrade her anywhere, to be totally honest with you, this female and the one in front of her, maybe just not quite as strong in terms of their genetic base in regards to maybe calving ease, but this female, I'm sure you can mate around that because she's so correct, you could take her to about anything. This female here has just got a beautiful look. I'd open her up just a shot coming right at me in terms of just through her sternum and up into the center of her forerib. I think if you did that, she'd square up just a nickel better off her front two. The next female is one that's totally different. This one's moderate, and she's stocky. She's all there. She's stout-boned and heavy-duty in her kind. She's a little bit lower and shorter in her pin set. When I analyze her from the side, the length of her muscle pattern from her pin bone to how it hooks into the top of her hock may get a little bit shorter and maybe throws her balance off just a nickel as I read her from the side. Her data reads quite impressive. She was the best in that class. Really a remarkable female in terms of just her stout, heavy-duty kind. She sets up to make a phenomenal cow. The one here second to the end, another March. These last three are basically very tight in age there in that March group. This female has an extraordinary level of quality. Her data reads very good as well. Her best look is from the side. When we put her in motion, I could probably free her up just a nickel if I had to pick on her. Plenty adequate, but just in terms of perfection of structure, I could dial her back in her blade and her knee and just get her out and handle that those rear joints maybe just with a little bit more function. But that's a beautiful female. Love her a lot. The Baldy at the last class, completely agree with what Nick said about her criticism. She rolls her ankle just ever so slightly from behind, but after that, this female is world class from the side. A female that's long-bodied. I think her level of performance is right in line for where she should be, to not be too big, but yet progressive in her pre-weaning growth. This female's got a ton of dimension when you step in behind her. She's balanced. Just everything kind of fits together in terms of blending a maternal look, but yet kind of being progressively stout, which I think we need to keep that in mind, judging purebreds today and where their identity is. I think she blends those worlds together pretty nicely. So we're going to take one more look and get square on what we want to do here. But in the meantime, let's put our hands together, congratulate our D1 exhibitors on an awfully nice display of Simmental cattle.
We've got a really good class of spring heifer calves in our Galloway ring. I think an easy class winner here today. Here's a heifer that just shows you a lot of cow look. She's sharp in her design. She's very mobile when she gets out and she walks. She's wide sprung. Good square hip. You know, if you could fault this heifer just a little bit, I'd maybe stretch her neck just a little bit and get that head up just a tick more out of her shoulder. But just super nice cow prospect. Heifer that follows in second probably beats our first place winner just in terms of extension in that front end. Here's a heifer that's a little bit greener. She's very shapely. She's long. She's very mobile out on the move. I'd say a bright future ahead for that heifer. Heifers in third and fourth, I think, are two heifers that are somewhat close just in terms of their design. You sure like them. I tell you, they just give up a little performance and a little capacity maybe to our 1 and 2 heifers here today, but certainly a good pair of females. We get down to 5 and 6 or 4 and 5. Certainly 2 females. I tell you can't fault these heifers for their cow look. They're going to be good as time grows on here. They have enough essential capacity and they have enough correctness just to go on and be some beautiful cows.
Selected as your Division I champion purebred Simmental heifer calf in Division I is entry 97, TNGL Adal D931, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. And your reserve champion is entry 37, GREEWF Keepsake D194, shown by Greenhorn Cattle Company, Waynesville, Ohio. Congratulations to both those firms. Entering the ring now is Class 12, February, Simmental heifer calves, Class 12. Placings in our Class 12 late junior heifer calves in our Galloway ring. First is entry 27, Pine View Daphne 79D, shown by Randy Hall. Second, entry 26, Sunnybrook Mist, shown by Sunnybrook Farm. Third, entry 25, shown by Sunnybrook Farm. Fourth, entry 29, shown by Marshall Finke. Fifth, entry 28, shown by Jay and Liz Dawsman. And sixth, entry 30, shown by Kaylee Eckelman. Placings in that class were 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, and 6. Entering the ring now is Class 13 Early Junior Heifer Calves in our Galloway ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion junior heifer calf. Thank you. Weights on Class 13 of our Galloway show. Entry 31 weighed 472. Entry 32 weighed 708. Entry 33 weighed 590. Entry 34 weighs 598. Entry 35 weighs 658. Now, Bill, Bill, let me tell you something. You've got a big audience at home watching this, and we've had one recommendation for you from your wife, Donna, at home is watching. She says to make sure you turn that microphone off before you put it in your back pocket. Okay.
Thanks, Jake. Hey, 5 really good heifers to look at here. There's not one that's just super, super powerful, but they're all super good for cow purpose. And I do appreciate our class winner here. Here's a heifer that's really fresh in her design. She's really sculpted very nicely through that front end. You watch her walk. She's full stride, big body. I take good top, just medium condition. I appreciate her shape and her look here today. Young lady's heifer in second, you know, very much like our class winner, just in terms of capacity. She's very sharply cut. I tell you, you certainly like her. She gives up just a little bit of strength when you stand behind her, just in terms of dimension of hip. Heifer that follows in third, a very likable kind of heifer. She's not as wide sprung. She's very deep. She's very sound and correct. I do appreciate her whole bunch. As we get down into 4 and 5, here's a heifer here that's probably just a little taller than the other heifers here today. A lot of performance in her, but she's not probably cow cut in my eyes, just in terms of her capacity and her volume. The brown and white heifer that follows here is certainly a good kind. She's just probably, you know, gives up just a little bit in terms of performance and dimension in here today, but she's shaped very nicely. She has a lot of capacity, good hip and hind leg.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 13 early junior heifer calves in our National Belted Galloway Show, entry 33, Dickinson Acres, Dakota, shown by Dickinson Acres. Second, entry 34, Magnolia Trace Dacia, shown by Claire Posey. This female will also be your Lot 3 in your national sale tonight. Third, entry 35, Stones Throw Double Shiloh, shown by Double M Ranch. Fourth, entry 32, shown by Double M Ranch. And fifth, entry 31, shown by Band of Gypsies Ranch. We now will be selecting our champion junior and reserve junior calf champion in our National Belted Galloway Show. Let's bring our first and second place winners back into the ring, please.
Go ahead and walk. About halfway and we'll head the tail over here.
I think a great class of February's here and a lot of good differences to sort back and forth. The heifer that we used to win, I think just the most fault-free. Whenever you study her from the side, one that gives you a really neat look, moderate, broody right there through her center body, appears to be a really easy fleshing female down the road. Gets out and goes adequately up of both ends. I think it's maybe because she's fighting the halter just a little bit. I think she could set down just a touch more confidently right there in her hock, but one that I never question in terms of soundness. Gives you a great look. Maybe you could see that one upgraded just a touch in terms of her calving ease, but I think a pretty fault-free female when you study her in person. The next heifer, I think, maybe does have just a touch more look up there through her front end. She's cleaner about her throat latch, a little bit neater about her jawline and head. Gives you a really eye-appealing look from the side. Like that one's hip and hind leg. When you study her compared back to our class winner, I think we'd just like to see her busted open right there and her full rib is shot. Maybe like to see her have a touch more turn through the upper portion of her rib, and I think then it gets awfully close. The heifer that comes next, kind of being a jerk for this young man here, but when she finally does relax, I think gives you a great look. Really good in terms of her angles off her rear too. Bold right there through her center body. Gives you a neat look up front. Just like to see that one come on with just a touch more center body, and I think then that will help that one quite a bit. She too could be pushed up just a little bit in terms of her calving ease, and then I think it gets awfully close between those top three. When that one gets mature, I think then she gets awfully competitive. The heifer that comes next, just an absolute beast when you step right in behind her. Really got to commend that one for the added turn she has right there through her center body and stoutness of pin set. When you study her from the side, just reads to be a cow. Like to see that one rock back just a touch in the angle of her shoulder, and then I think that one just makes a great cow down the road for that exhibitor there. The heifer that comes next, Parked, excellent look. I think the way that one's put together through her front 1/3, her hip and hind leg looks awesome. Set in motion, she wants to kick up in her spine just a touch, and she is just a bit more immature right there in her full rib. The female that comes next, I still think going to be a great cow for this young lady. Gets out and goes adequately up of both ends. Maybe like to see her set down more attractively off her rear too. Clean her up in her navel and her throat latch, and I think she can move up in this particular class. And the heifer that closes comes with some additional visual performance. Just like to see her a bit more eye-appealing from the side. Great class there. Let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause.
In our Galloway ring for our calf championship, I tell you, we got some females out here that I just see a lot of future in. I'm really happy with the 4 that we've got, and as long with the seconds that followed them. 2 in particular, I tell you, we have to keep the cow thing in mind, and as we show cattle, and you know, we grow them, we feed them, we probably take too good a care of them, and sometimes they get a little healthy. But it doesn't take away the good things about it. I mean, these heifers out here are sound. They're capacious. They've got big tops and a good hip on them, and I do appreciate it. Time will change them as they go on through genetics and maturity, but certainly we've got 2 in particular out here that I think are just super nice, and I just see a lot of good cow look in them, and I appreciate all the heifers that are here, and I appreciate the exhibitors and the job that they did and what they brought you. So if you would, just put your hands together for them, and we'll pick 2.
Selected as your junior calf champion, entry 27, Pineview Daphne 79D, shown by Randy Hall. Congratulations, Randy. And your reserve junior calf champion is entry 22, Andytam Delight, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. Congratulations to you also. Placings in Class 12, Simmental heifer calves. First goes to entry 55, HPF Firefly DO52, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second, entry 105, GLS Dash of Fame D137, shown by JS Simmentals, Maxwell, Iowa. Third, entry 111, shown by Joan Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Fourth, entry 102, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 104, shown by Trinopole Farms and Jacob Wattenbarger, Middletown, Indiana. Sixth, entry 107, shown by Kelsey Jurgelwich, Norfolk, Connecticut. And seventh, entry 110, shown by Clearwater Simmentals, Milan, Indiana. Placings in that class were 1, entry 101 was out, then 4, 5, 2, 6, 7, and 3. Entering the ring now is Class 13 Simmental heifer calves. Class 13 Simmental exhibitors, I need Class 14, 15, and 16 to the makeup ring, please. Simmental exhibitors, please bring Simmental heifer calves, Class 14, 15, and 16 to the makeup ring, please. In our Galloway show, moving into Class 14, late senior heifer calves, entry 36 weighed 620, 37 weighed 650, 122 weighs 646, 39 weighed 582, and 40 weighed 782.
We've got 5 probably different kind of heifers in our Galloway ring. Certainly we've got some decent ones to look at. The heifer that's going to win this class, like I said earlier, I just see a lot of good cow design in her. She's wide sprung. She's really sharp cut in her front end. She's very mobile out on the move. I certainly appreciate just the cow look that she shows us here today. Not the biggest one, not the most performance, but certainly the right pieces are there. Heifer in second's big stout kind of female, super long, maybe a rib longer than our class winner. But she gives us just a little more flex on them hind legs and maybe just a little too much set underneath her. She walks under herself just a little bit. Like to see her just a tick deeper in her flank, but a big stout, good and high performing kind of female. Heifer in third's a heifer that's very nicely designed. I certainly like her. She probably just doesn't add that extra power when you look at her from behind. She's really green in her conditioning. She's the right kind. She's got a bright future ahead of her. She's very mobile out on the move, the right kind of female. 4 and 5, I tell you, 2 good heifers. These heifers probably aren't as deep, and they're probably not as capacity, high volume kind of females as our top 3 in here, but they're the right kind. They're very sound and mobile, very good cow prospects.
Well, we've got 3 classes of February calves. The first one was awfully good. This one is awfully good. As you kind of look over here at the big picture of the group, there's one female to me that surfaces pretty quickly. Her hair's maybe not just the freshest in terms of it laying down a little flatter, but in terms of just building them square and balanced and correct from the ground up, having some real width when you get them behind them, but looking like a lady from the side. She puts a lot of really nice things together. She's balanced both phenotypically and in her production values, and she'll be a nice class winner. The red heifer coming in next, her color is probably not the most impressive. It kind of takes away from her first impression, if you will, not necessarily because she's red, but just kind of a lighter colored red that's just a little off, and I know it's hard to get those kind of cattle presented and make them look right, and her hair quality's maybe not just the best in terms of being real straight, but when you really start studying this cattle for what she is a big-time cow in terms of being broody, being muscular, being a female who's from the side, reads with cow longevity. She's still a female that's decent in terms of her neck set. When we get them out and travel them, she feels her tracks, but she probably shuffles her hind leg underneath her body just a bit less attractively. Maybe could lengthen her just a bit in terms of her hip and square her up at her hock. She's not quite as fresh probably through the base of her chest or a square right at the ground up front versus the class winner, but that's an awfully good one. A female that we see a lot of future in is here in third, and this female is the strongest from a genetic standpoint across the board. She's got a really progressive IMF and also calving ease, and it pushes her indexes to the top of the class. On foot, this female's green, and she's juvenile in her look. I love this female's quality. I think she's only going to get better in time. She's certainly one of the more honest cattle in the class. When we get them in motion, she probably goes just a little bit less coordinated in terms of how she actions out of her rear too, and part of that's probably the way she's behaving. I'd like to expand her in terms of her rear feet. I'd like to carry her down her top line, maybe just a little bit stronger and a little taller fronted, and just open her up. She's just a little narrow tracking and then a little narrower all the way through versus the cattle around her. The Baldy heifer next, honestly, is the problem heifer for me in this class, and I don't mean that in a negative way to her. It's just kind of she's the big, long-bodied, high-performing cattle in here from a physical standpoint. Her calving ease direct is probably one thing that limits her a bit for us here to the position that she's in. And then when you look at her on the go, I love her stand-up. And when she moves, she maybe gets a little thicker in her throat, tends to drop her chest a bit more relative to where her midline and flank line lit sits. And then from behind, maybe relative to being a little framier type female, could maybe have just a shot more with the base. But that's an awfully nice female there, and certainly a lot of pieces there, and certainly an interesting heifer to try to fit together here in this class. A real moderate ground pounder next. That's really round-bodied and thick-ended. She's just a bit piecier for us. Like to clean her up in her composition, clean her up through her shoulder and her neck and her head, and give her a little more look. And then the Baldy female right here is short, a little shorter bodied, but another one's moderate, deep-sided, going to be really practical. Just need to loosen her up off both ends. And the black heifer that rounds out the class, just like to see that female handle her front end a little differently. She tends to just get a bit straighter, more vertical up front, and same story there through her hock. But a nice square pin, heavy-duty female. It's got some shape to her.
Thank you, Ryan. Get you caught back up in our Class 14 late senior heifer calves in our National Belted Galloway show. First was entry 37, FSB Gwyn, shown by Luke Daniels. Second was entry 40, FSB Liberty, shown by 4-star Belties. Third, entry 36, shown by 4-star Belties. Fourth, entry 39, exhibited by 4-star Belties, and also our Lot 4 in our national sale tonight. And fifth is entry 122, shown by Marty and Janie Tripp. Entering the ring now, or judging in our ring now, is Class 15 senior heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our national champion senior heifer calf and reserve senior heifer calf in our Belted Galloway show.
We've really got a nice pair of females to look at in this class. Young ladies heifer that wins the class. I mean, if you want to talk about design, she's got that. You look at her from the front and the rear, I tell you, just tremendous capacity. She's got enough top and enough hip. She's really sound out on the move. Just really a desirable kind in my eyes. Heifer that follows in second, very much like her. Maybe just a rib longer, but probably not as tighty in the way she presents herself here today, but just a world of capacity and a world of volume. Just a lot of good cow things in this female. Heifer in third, again, deep, very sound, very likable kind. Probably just not as wide sprung as the two heifers ahead of her, but there's a nice cow there. She's going to make a good female on down the road. The leanest heifer is the fourth place heifer here today. She's not as deep in her kind, but certainly she's green. She's got a lot of future ahead of her.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 15 early senior heifer calf in our Belted Galloway show. First is entry 43, Pine View Clementine, shown by Randy and Meg Hall. Second, entry 42, FSB Nara, shown by 4-star Belties. Third, entry 44, shown by Mitchell Ledge Farm. And fourth, entry 41, shown by Alexa Finke. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior calf champion in our National Belted Galloway show. Results from our Simmental Class 13. First, entry 122, HPF Zazarak 251D, shown by Hudson Pine Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second, entry 126, HILB JASS Fallen in Love, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company and Jazz Simmentals, Clara City, Minnesota. Third, entry 120, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Fourth, entry 128, shown by WXC Cattle Company, Delton, Michigan. Fifth, entry 119, shown by Silverstone Simmentals, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Sixth, entry 117, shown by Shaley Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. And seventh, entry 129, shown by Bashir Simmentals, Winchester, Indiana. Placings in that class were 6, 5, 3, 1. Entries 123, 24, and 25 were out, then 2, 4, and 7. In our Simmental ring now is Class 14. Class 14, February, Spring Heifer Calves. A few more scratches.
Four really good females in our Galloway lineup here. We talked about them earlier. You know, they've got a cow look. I appreciate it. The young heifer here on the end, she's really sharp cut. Just shows a whole lot of good when she gets out and she moves. She's got enough depth of body. She's wide enough sprung. She's really medium in her condition. I appreciate a lot of things about that heifer. The next heifer in line here certainly just ties it all together just in terms of top and hip length. I tell you, she's really stout made, but she's pretty. She has a lot of cow look to her. I appreciate that. I just see her walking very nicely and mobily and on a good foot and long stride. Nice female. Again, these 2 seconds in here, good females. I feel like a lot of condition differences probably, you know, a lot of age difference, not a lot of age difference, but certainly some maturity difference in these. But cow look is here. I tell you, I do appreciate all four of these females. We'll pick our two. Happy?
Selected as your senior champion female in our Belted Galloway, National Belted Galloway show is entry 43, Pine View Clementine, shown by Randy and Meg Hall. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve senior calf champion is entry 37, FSB Gwen, shown by Luke Daniels. Congratulations.
Over here on the Simmental side, pretty straightforward class here, and a heifer to lead off with that I think would stand out in any class. Pretty big time good when you build them at the surface. Awesome in terms of her foot shape. Love this one's angles at the surface. You keep working your way up. I think just built like a cow right there through her center body. Gives you a really high quality look through the top portion of her skeleton. You want to get really nitpicky on one that I think is awfully good. You can clean her up in her throat latch just a touch, but we are judging purebred Simmentals here, and I think when you do make them zipper fronted, you come with a few more issues on the other side. One that's awfully good there. Could maybe see her just a bit more progressive in her calving ease, but I think that's getting nitpicky on one. Has an awesome look. The heifer that comes next, I think, just screams donor cow potential. This thing's got a big set of feet and legs underneath of her. Huge in terms of her center body. Love that one's stoutness when you step right in behind her. I do think when you build that much stoutness on a skeleton at this age, they start to fall apart just a little bit in terms of their hooves down low. She is starting to curl just a touch up front, but one that I think's got a lot of donor cow potential. and if mated correctly, could make some awfully cool heifers down the road. The heifer that comes next maybe at first doesn't just stand out to you, but when you start analyzing the cattle for what they are, I think here's the next best one in terms of feet and legs. Gets out and goes very comfortably off of both ends, gives you a balanced look from the side. Maybe if you want to start picking her apart, like to see her cleaner and just a touch more refined to the top side of her neck, but I think a good cow there. The female that comes next on the stand, I think can work her way up a couple spots. Got a neat look up through her front end, bold right there through her center body, and attractive in her hip and hind leg when parked. Set in a motion, she just gets a bit more rigid off of both ends. The female that comes next, I think, gets out and goes with a touch more length of stride, but she's just a bit more uncoordinated in how she uses it, and like to see her just a bit further along right there in her center body. Then the female that closes, just out-horsed in this particular class from a mass standpoint. Great class there.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 14, February Simmental heifer calves. First goes to entry 135, SNS BT Sarah's Honey 615D, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 131, BFI HSF Peppa Pearl, D2, shown by Hexel Simmentals and Bosels Farms, Mayer, Minnesota. Third, entry 138, shown by Silverstone Simmentals, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fourth, entry 134, shown by Grasslining Simmentals, Leroy, Minnesota. And fifth, entry 142, shown by Cody Maxwell, Valparaiso, Indiana. Sixth, entry 137, shown by J-Bar M Cattle, Princeton, Illinois. Placings in that class, entry 41 was out, then it was 2, 4, and 1. Entry 136 is out, then 6 and 3. 39 and 40 were out, and entry 142 was fifth.
We've got four kind of different kind of females in our Galloway show here. I like all four of these females, but certainly there's some differences you can probably all see in these. Probably the highest performing heifer's our class winner here today. And just in terms of dimension, she wins the class pretty easily. She's really long-bodied. I'd like to maybe prop her up just a little bit in her top in that loin area, but certainly she gets out and she moves and she's stout and she's wide-sprung in her hip, and I do appreciate that about her. The heifer in second I really like. I tell you, she's one of those that's, again, a little greener in her conditioning. She's probably not as deep in her flank, but she has enough capacity. Probably not as wide-sprung as our class winner, but just a real fresh-looking cow prospect. Our heifer in third, again, you can't argue a whole lot on this heifer. I tell you, she's very nicely proportioned just in terms of her volume, and you watch her walk, she can get out, she strides, and she's probably not the prettiest one in here, but she's going to make a tremendous kind of a cow. Our heifer in fourth, she gives up just a little bit in terms of volume to these other heifers above her today. She's not as deep in her flank. She just maybe labors a little bit on the move, but certainly four good females will go on with our day.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 16, late summer yearling Galloway females. First goes to entry 47, Marbin's Melody, shown by Marbin Farms. Second, entry 46, Dickinson's Acres Checkers, shown by Samantha Senti. Third, entry 45, shown by Mitchell Ledge Farm. And fourth, entry 48, shown by Double M Ranch. Entering the ring now, Class 17 Summer Yearling Females. Class 17 Summer Yearling Females. Attention Simmental exhibitors, attention Simmental exhibitors. Class 15 is in the ring. Class 15 is in the ring. Let's bring classes 19, 20, and 21 from Division 3 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 19, 20, and 21. Simmental heifers, let's bring them to the makeup ring, please.
Well, a really elite set of January calves here in the first of two January classes. This is a great set of cattle. We've got kind of nice rhythm going here, black, red, black, red, black, red here, but all the way through a good set. And they're each just a little different, and I'll just describe to you what I see, and y'all can have your favorite there in the stands. But this female that's star-headed at the top end of the class, for Nick and I, we're just breaking the cattle down individually and studying them for their how correct they are, what their silhouette offers, their quality of their skeleton and design. We like this one the best. I think she's just a little more genuine in terms of where her base width is relative to her framework, and from the side, just how sleek she puts her front end together, and just how genuine she is in her composition. We like that one real well. It's a lot of fun to sort this class because this female and the one in second are the two best genetic females as well. They're very balanced in terms of their pedigrees and the push that they've got in terms of genetic merit. Both these cattle are very comparable. The lead-off heifer is probably just a nickel better in a few areas, but both of them awfully good, and so that's really nice to be able to start a pair of multi-purpose cattle. This little red heifer right here, though, really grows on me the longer I look at her, and I like this one a great deal. She's obviously got more body dimension than the one that we started. A female that's really got a lot of muscle mass when you work in behind her. You can see just how defined she is in her stifle from the side, but I don't think it detracts from her maternal look. She's still got a pretty nice set in terms of how her neck carries out of her blade. I'd mainly like to just see that female just a bit more coordinated from behind. When I get in behind her, it's kind of where, for me personally, I have her second. She just tends to kind of get a little narrow at her base and kind of roll her hind leg and push it underneath herself a bit more than what I'd like to see. Obviously, her color probably doesn't help the situation from the side, but the more you just study that one, she's darn good. This female here in 3 is maxed out in terms of how she's fit and presented and shown. Standing here, there's no question she looks like the class winner. When we get the cattle in motion, this female, for Nick and I, ends up in the third hole, and no disrespect, but she just gets a little bit tighter there in her skeleton and just not nearly as athletic as those lead-off cattle from the side in terms of how they just work out of both ends of their skeleton. But a beautiful heifer there from the side. I got to say that my favorite person in the class is standing next. This is Madison. She's 7, just showing the tail off of her heifer. You're doing a great job, Madison. I'm very proud of you. You got a really lean heifer. She's got a lot of quality. She's very genuine in terms of her shape, and she's just got a nice degree of balance about her. She gets a bit more prominent in her tail head, maybe not quite as attractive in the way that she lays her hind leg down to the ground, and I think just needs more time to continue to soften up in terms of heart to flank. But beautiful beautiful heifer, and I wish you the best of luck down the road. The next heifer that comes, the Black Baldy, one that's moderate, and she's really a cow in the middle of her skeleton. She's easy keeping to the point where when she moves, she gets just a little bit extra chest. I'd like to lean that female up if we could at this age and just loosen her up a bit in terms of how she handles her rear ankles. She tends to go to the ground maybe just a bit more upright there off of her rear too. The red heifer, one that is long and extended. She's very late maturing, and I'm sure her best days are certainly ahead of her. Today she's probably in this class just a little bit harder in terms of just her rib shape, a little harder in terms of how she uses her hock and ankle from behind, but still a nice pattern female. It's got plenty of come to her from the side based on her design.
Thank you, Ryan. Now comments in our Galloway ring from our judge, Mr. Bill Conley.
If you folks are sitting up there and you're looking for a good cow, this would be a good class to start finding one. I tell you, all these females in here are just very functional. I appreciate them all very much. Heifer that wins the class does so easily in my eyes. Here's a balanced heifer. Here's a heifer that has enough dimension and enough body depth and enough length, and just mobility is super good on this female. She gets out and she walks and she presents herself in a very feminine kind of way. I really like the female a lot. Heifer in second follows that pattern very much in my eyes. The difference in 1 and 2 would be maybe just a little more length from hooks to pins. This heifer maybe could prop herself up just a little bit behind, but certainly a good functional kind. I tell you, she's wide sprung, she's medium in her flesh, she's just very nice in that shoulder. You watch her walk, she's very graceful when she moves about the ring. Heifer in third is just a cow machine. I tell you what, I sure like her. You know, she's probably a little heavier conditioned than what she needs to be today, but she's fresh in her brisket. I tell you, she's good in her shoulder. You know, she's one of those kind that's going to take care of herself, and she'll be very productive, I'm sure, as a cow. I like her a whole lot. Then we get into 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe that's right, and this young man's heifer, I looked at her pretty hard early. You know, she's one that gets out and she walks. You like her. I tell you, she's just not as stout maybe as these other heifers in here. Super long, probably not as deep in that rear end flank today, and probably not as square in her hip, but certainly a good kind. Then we get into 2 heifers here that probably not as fresh, but they're functional. I do like them. The heifer the young lady's got there has just a tick more shoulder than maybe I want to see in there today, but she's wide sprung and she's square hipped and she moves well about the ring. The 52 heifer the same way. You know, probably not the heavy performances maybe like the 1 and 2 heifers in here today, but she's super long. She has a lot of cow look to her. I do appreciate these heifers on this end of the class.
Thank you, Bill. Placings in our Simmental class, class 15, first goes to entry 156, CMFM Time to Shine 99D, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Second, entry 151, HILBJASS Order Me Roses, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company and Jas Simmentals, Clara City, Minnesota. Third, entry 150, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. Fourth, entry 160, shown by Metzger Cattle Company, Rockfield, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 158, shown by Connor Travis, Olney, Illinois. And sixth, entry 153, shown by Reck Brothers and Sons, Blakesburg, Iowa. Placings in that class, entry 45 and 147 are out, then 3 and 2. Entry 152 is out, then 6, 1, 5, and 4. Entering our Simmental ring is class 16, January heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion female. Results from Class 17, early summer yearling belted Galloway females. First goes to entry 54, Meadowwood Chardon, shown by H.C. Sims Farm. Second, entry 55, Moon Shadow Martini, shown by Heidi Latta. Third, entry 56, shown by Double M Farm. Fourth, entry 51, shown by Marben Farm. Fifth, entry 50, shown by Double M Ranch. Sixth, entry 52, shown by Marben Farm and your Lot 6 in your national sale tonight. And seventh, entry 53, shown by Marben Farm and Lot 7 in your national Galloway sale this evening. Entering the ring now is our junior yearling females, Class 18, belted Galloway females in our national belted Galloway show.
Last class in this particular division, I think a great pair to start up top. The heifer that wins, when you read her on paper, it just makes it pretty easy. One that's balanced, she's got the highest indexes, and then you read her on foot, and I think one that just puts the most good together when you study that one's center body, how bold she is, and still got the right sweep back through her rear rib and flank, and still fresh in terms of her composition. Gets out and goes very adequately and comfortably off of both ends of her skeleton. Neat in terms of where her shoulder lays on her body. Maybe could clean that one up just a bit in terms of her throat, but I think that's getting critical on one that just gives you a really balanced look from this side. Great on paper and good on foot. The heifer that comes next maybe has just a bit more eye appeal built into her front skeleton. I think maybe her neck comes higher to the top side of her shoulder. She's more refined to the top side of her neck and neater about her jawline and head. One that gives you a really good look in terms of her hip and hind leg and maybe sets down just a bit more comfortably at her hock. One that's just a bit flatter right there in her full rib. Like to see her hook up more, hook up stronger right there from shoulder to full rib. One that just could set down just a bit bigger in terms of her foot size, but a great female there. It's got a lot of future. The cow in the class comes next, one that's really broody right there through her center body. Really impressive when you step right in behind her in terms of her upper rib shape and pin set. One that doesn't set down near as comfortably off of both ends of her skeleton. Maybe could see her just a bit more refined up front, just a bit more off pace genetically, but one that I think is going to make an awesome cow. The heifer that comes next, more of the same. Really broody right there through her center body. I think she's plenty sound off of both ends. Just like to see her a bit more attractive in the way she uses her hock. Maybe like to see her cleaner up there through her front 1/3. And the heifer that closes, I think a lot of future built into that one in terms of how refined she is up front. Gives you a great look from the profile when stopped. One that when set in motion just gets a bit tighter in terms of how she moves off of both ends. Great class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause before we come back out for division.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 16, entry 168, HPF Cream Soda 248D, shown by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second, entry 2, CMFM Time Shine 508D, shown by Circle M Farms and Allie Jordan, Rockwall, Texas. Third, entry 177, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 169, shown by Reck Brothers and Sons, Blakesburg, Iowa. And fifth, entry 164, shown by Trinopole Farms and Cameron Clapp, Middletown, Indiana. Placings in that class were 1, 5, 4. Entry 173 was out, then 2 and 3, and the rest of those were out. We now will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion, Simmental female.
In our Galloway ring, 5 good heifers. I tell you, there's not an easy one in here just to pick out as we go through these females, but the heifer that's going to win this class, in my eyes, is the most stylish female in here. She's wide sprung. She's got a good hip on her. She gets around the ring real easy. She has a nice front end, nice look to her. Just probably the balanced heifer of the 5 females that are out here. The heifer in second, just very nicely proportioned. She's got a good hip. She's very nicely designed. She kind of gets under herself just a little bit when she moves, and she's probably not as stout in her hip as our class winner, but just a nice female. Heifer in third is probably the heaviest conditioned heifer in the class. Takes away from her look a little bit. She's super long, maybe just needs just a smidge more hit or flank in underneath her, but certainly a good functional kind of cow. Young man's heifer that follows is a good female. If you look at this heifer on the stop, I mean, she's nice, and she's going to make a tremendous cow, but when she gets out and she moves, she's just a little short-strided. She labors on that front end, maybe just a little extra shoulder to go with that. The heifer that follows out the class, obviously good cow function here. You know, probably not as prepped as some of these other heifers, but very functional in her kind.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 18, Junior Yearling Belted Galloway females. First goes to entry 58, Anderson Hill Kiss, shown by 4-star Belties. Second, entry 57, Anderson Hill Kayak, also shown by 4-star Belties. Third, entry 60, shown by Double M Ranch. Fourth, entry 61, shown by Marshall Finke. And fifth, entry 59, shown by Andy Lemaster. Placings in that class were 2, 1, 5, 3, and 4. Entering the ring now is Class 19, early junior yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion female. Simmental exhibitors, we are selecting our Division II champion. Can we please have classes 19, 20, and 21 to the makeup ring? First call, classes 24 and 25. Simmental, first call, classes on 24 and 25 Simmental females.
Why don't you go first? Help her out a little bit.
Folks, if y'all like these cattle, y'all put your hands together, congratulate these breeders. This is a good lineup of cattle, awfully fun out here. We've got a nice group. I'm pretty tickled with kind of just how they look when we get them all together here and compare apples to apples with all of our classmates. And we got some awfully good seconds over there. A couple of them red heifers that fire me up pretty good, and several really nice black heifers over there. They're a little different in kind there as you follow that second group there, but all really good ones. Try to give you the big picture landscape here in terms of the offering of cattle that we have in these classes. A couple of Februaries there, or several Februaries out front. The three cattle in the front are all Febs, and then the two calves in the back are the two Januaries. When you step back and look and consider how tight this group is in terms of age, there's some natural differences in terms of physical performance, but obviously all of y'all are managing these cattle, I'm sure, in different environments, and your ability to get one bigger up north's a heck of a lot easier than somebody down south where I live. So just trying, from Nick and I's perspective, to judge the cattle for what they are. Genetically across the board in this group, honestly, you have a pretty tight-knit group of cattle in terms of where they're at data-wise. I think they're all plenty good enough in a position where they can be mated properly and you can generate what you want to based upon your objectives in your program. Probably the heifer that's second to the end back here, the Starface heifer, is the one that's maybe just a nickel above the rest in regards to genetic merit when you read across her calving ease and her indexes, and so that's nice and refreshing. But all of them, I think, are plenty good. There may be a calving ease number here on this third female that could be a little better, but across the board from there, she doesn't read too bad in terms of her data, and certainly has a lot of growth. So then, you start studying them. Well, just phenotypically, what do we want to do? Well, the first heifer, awfully good. She's sweet. If I had to pick on her, I'd see her maybe square up up and handle her front end just a little different. She rocks forward in it just a touch for me. The second heifer, a little harder haired. I think you study that one. It's hard individually to put a hole in her. You know, she maybe doesn't make just a wild first impression because of her hair coat, and she's got a little extra throat there in her jaw for a semi-standpoint, but man, does her shoulder lay on her good. Her feet and leg structure's just freaking awesome. She's square made and correct and well balanced. This next female right here, she's kind of the big heifer in here, but she's also pretty big time good. In terms of feet and leg structure, she's sound and on the money there. She's balanced, she's powerful, she's big rib. You know, could she become too big? Well, maybe. I hate to penalize a heifer for having quite a bit of early life growth. We'll be better informed whenever these cattle come around as breds to see kind of where we end up and whether or not she's too big. But again, for certain environments, she's probably not too big, and we really need that growth and type of production. The Starface heifer, I think one of the really great featured cattle out here in terms of just how classy she is from her blade forward. There's none that can match her in regards to just her level of refinement, and I like that. And if you dig that, I think you could be way high on this female. She's pretty correct in her feet and leg structure, maybe pinches in her loin just a nickel. We move the cattle, and with the refinement, there's a few cattle out here just today that maybe have a little bit more substance to them, but in terms of future outcome, I like that one as well as any. And then the last heifer, boy, she's good. You know, she's big-bodied, she's thick-ended, she's sound and correct off both ends. There's really not a whole lot wrong with her. I agree, maybe you could stretch her neck just a nickel. At times, she can look just a little piecier in terms of her tail head to pin set relationship and bring her hocks in just a shot as you travel the cattle away, but being picky of one I really like. So I've talked too long. It's a great lineup. The third female right here is going to be our division winner. We've got a powerhouse over there in second. I was telling that gentleman I just love that one from a cow standpoint, but it needs to move a little better for us. This second heifer right here, part for part, is absolutely exceptional. She's going to pair up and be reserved in this division. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Selected as your Division II champion female is entry 135, SNS BT Sarah's Honey 615D, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Which one? Which one's reserved? And your reserve is entry 122, HPF Zazarak 251D, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Congratulations. Now comments in our Galloway ring from our judge, Mr. Bill Conley.
Thanks, Jake. Hey, good class of females again. I tell you, we've got a real easy class winner in my eyes. I tell you, here's one with a lot of power, a lot of mobility, a lot of body, nice design. I tell you, she just matches up real nice for me today. Stand behind her. She's got a good square hip on her, big top, and big body. Heifer that follows in second is the same, other than the fact she just probably doesn't have as much dimension. She's super clean cut and very long-bodied, very sound when she gets out and she moves. Maybe not as deep in her flank as our class winner today, but just truly a nice female. Heifer in third is probably a match for the 1 and 2. She probably just does not have the dimension when you stand behind her and you look at that hip. She has adequate amount of mass to her. I just maybe just need to see a little more pop in terms of expression in that body today. Heifers in 4 and 5, two good females. I tell you, this is a good class of cows, and cows is what they're going to be. So I do like the design of the females. They're very mobile out on the walk. They just maybe give up just a little bit in terms of performance and body to our top 3 today.
Thanks, Bill. Placing first in Class 19, early junior yearling females, is entry 63, Rahi Family Belties Celtic Lady, shown by Anna Weber. Second, entry 65, HCS Kara 1C, shown by HC Sims Farm. This will be your Lot 10 in your national sale tonight. Third, entry 66, Magnolia Trace Carly, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. This will be your Lot 9 in your sale tonight. Fourth, entry 64, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. And fifth, entry 62, Mitchell Ledge Carenza, shown by Mitchell Ledge Farm. She will be your Lot 8 in your national Galloway sale tonight. Entering a ring now in our National Belted Galloway Show is our selection of our junior and reserve junior champion female. Entering the ring now for our National Simmental Show is Class 19, November and December fall heifer calves. Class 19, let's bring those Class 19 heifers into the ring, please.
Go ahead and walk.
Simmental Show will take a short break. Class 19, both entries were scratched, so we'll be bringing Class 20 in as soon as we get our judges back.
In our division, in our Galloway show, certainly, I tell you, we talk and we tell people what we like, what we don't like about cattle, but the end run is a cow, and a cow has to be functional. And I think I see some function in these females that are out here. I see some body, I see some hip and top, I see some nice design, and that's really important. I tell you, they got a long ways to go. This is just part of their small step in their life. So hopefully, everything works well, and we get that first calf out, and we've got a female that holds her flesh. She's got a nice udder. Everything works well. But fleshing ability is a big part of it. Body capacity is big. Design is big. I tell you, if you've got fleshing ability and you've got the right design in a female, she'll last a long time. So I think in this division, I tell you, I've got two that I really like, and I really appreciate the females. They do have some body and some function and sharp design, and we'll just pick those two and we'll move on with the day. Put your hands together for these folks.
Selected as your junior champion, belted Galloway female in your national show is entry 54. Entry 54, Meadowwood Carden, shown by H.C. Sims Farm. We need the reserve number. 63. Was entry 63, Rahi Family Belties Celtic Lady, shown by Anna Weber. Congratulations. Entering our ring now in our final division of our belted Galloway female show is Class 20 early senior females. Class 20 early senior females.
One class in this division? Or is it? No, you got okay, 3 classes.
In our Simmental ring is Class 20. Like I previously announced, Class 19, both entries were scratched. So we have Class 20, October Simmental Senior Heifer Calves, Class 20. Simmental exhibitors, let's bring Class 21, 24, 25, and 26 to the makeup ring. Simmental exhibitors, let's bring Class 21, 24, 25, and 26 to the makeup ring, please.
Two really nice females in our Galloway show. I'm going to leave them as they stand. There'll be 1 and 2 here. Heifer that wins the class, I mean, you talk about a lot of power in one and just beautiful design, just nice shoulder shape and just tremendous top, depth of body, and hip. I tell you, usually when you get one with that much power, sometimes they struggle when on the move. This heifer just gets out and she's free and fluid, and I do appreciate that about her. Beautiful design. Heifer that follows in second, just a little greener in her conditioning. She's a good functional kind of female. You know, it's just a tough matchup for me, for what I like for shape. I like the one heifer really well. This heifer's a very functional, practical kind of cow.
Placing first in Class 20, early senior Galloway females was entry 67, Meadowwood Braylin, shown by H.C. Sims Farm, and second entry 68, Mitchell Ledge Julep, shown by Mitchell Edge Farm. Entering the ring now is Class 21, late 2-year-old females. Class 21, late 2-year-old females. Is our Galloway class complete? Bill, I think we have a couple more.
As we jump back in here on the Simmental side, October class, 3 very high-quality females with a lot of give and take. I don't know if there's just a concise class winner. When you really start breaking down the cattle, I think that the Baldy is one that just has the most set built into her lower skeleton. That's why she wins today. One that just has more comfort built in, specifically at her knee and then down at her pastern off her rear too. Really broody right there through her center body. When parked, I think gives you a very eye-appealing look. When she's set in motion, she's just a bit more lethargic in how she moves off her rear too. Wants to pick up her tail head just a touch and maybe doesn't set just as high where her neck is on her body relative to the red heifer in second, but I think a very broody female that does have the most flexibility built into her lower skeleton. The dark red heifer, I think when parked, gives you a very eye-appealing look. She does come higher to the top side of her shoulder with her neck. I think one that is just a bit neater at the point of her shoulder and more refined about her jawline. She too is really broody right there through her center body. When set in motion, she does push up in her center spine just a touch more. Like to stouten that one up at the surface in terms of her foot size, and maybe just like to see her a bit softer in how she uses her pastern. But one that I think still moves very adequately, gives you a very eye-appealing look from the side. She is a high-indexing female that's double-digit in her calving ease, so she has just a bit of a plus right there on paper. The light red female that closes the class, certainly no slouch here. I think just when you study this one in terms of her basic build and design, she is easily the stoutest constructed, the boldest right there through her center body. Got a lot of mass when you step around and behind her, and I think should be a great cow for the this young lady. Really low maintenance in terms of her type and kind. Just when compared back to the females ahead of her, maybe like to see her more refined in her front 1/3. She gets a bit more jammed up front, and like to see her a bit smoother in terms of her joint work. But a great female there, all three very high quality.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 20 Simmental October Senior Heifer Calves is entry 194, HILB Hallelujah C4620, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Second, entry 195, STF RP Camille CO74, shown by Rocking P Livestock, Maysville, Kentucky. And third, entry 191, shown by Mackenzie Stapp Miller, Dayton, Pennsylvania. Placings in that class were 3, entry 193 was out, then 1 and 2. Entering the ring now is Class 21 September Senior Heifer Calves in our Simmental Show, Class 21. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion female. Bill?
This Galloway class is good. I tell you, we've got two really good females to look at to start with. The no-nonsense one wins the class. I tell you, this heifer's going to make a nice cow. I mean, she's wide-sprung. She's perfectly balanced. She gets out and she moves. Just a really nice design to her. You know, no frills kind of a female. Heifer in second probably doesn't have as much capacity today. She's got adequate capacity in my eyes. I mean, she's going to make a tremendous kind of cow. She's not as deep in her flank as our class winner. She's not as wide-sprung, but she's really square and she's got a good top in her as you watch her walk away. Our heifer in third is also a good cow prospect, and I do appreciate that about her. You know, she's not as fancy maybe in that shoulder and that front end as those two ahead of her, but she's very practical in the way she's made. She's wide sprung, she's square hipped, and she gets out and she walks really nicely. Our heifer here in fourth, again, we talk about good cows. I mean, here's one that's going to make a good cow. She's not as fancy as some of these other heifers just in terms of her shape, but she's very practical, she's deep, and she's sound.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 21, late 2-year-old belted Galloway females. First is entry 72, Magnolia Trace Euphania, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. Second, entry 69, Double M Bliss, shown by Parker Katurba. Third, entry 70, shown by Marbin Farm. And fourth, entry 71, shown by Mitchell Ledge Farm. Placings in that class were 2, 3, 4, and 1. And our final class of the day is Class 22, early 2-year-old females. We have a single entry, 73. Final female class of the day. Belted Galloway exhibitors, let's be bringing our bull calves up to the show ring. Classes 23, 24, 25, and 26. Let's be bringing up those bull calf classes. We'll be selecting our champion female shortly.
A single entry in our Galloway show. This young lady's got a nice cow prospect. You know, if you want to nitpick on this heifer, you know, you maybe want to see her just move out just a little freer in her front end. She's got a little extra condition on her, but she's functional. I mean, she's wide sprung and she's got a good hip and a good top in her. Make a nice cow on down the road.
Once again, our single entry in Class 22, early 2-year-old females, is entry 73, Journey's End Fern, shown by Double M Farm. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion, belted Galloway female.
before we pick our division in our Galloway Heifer Show, I just want to commend these exhibitors. I tell you, they've brought a quality set of cattle, and, you know, in this division in particular, we see two females out here that are just super strong, just in terms of cow look, and I do appreciate that. You know, you can go all day, you can judge hundreds of cattle, and you may not see the one that just really lights you up, but we've got a couple here that I guess that exemplify skeletal strength, and I do appreciate that. Their shape is good, their volume is good, their mobility is good, and their design is good. I do appreciate that very much about them. We'll pick our two and move on with the day.
Selected as your senior champion female is entry 67.
Congratulations.
Entry 67, Meadowwood Braylin, shown by H.C. Sims Farm. And your reserve is entry 72, Magnolia Trace Euphania, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. Congratulations. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Belted Galloway female. Once again, I'd like to remind all of you folks watching our Belted Galloway show that the national sale will be this evening at 8 o'clock at the Hilton Garden Inn. It'll be a video auction. The annual meeting and dinner will be at 6:30, and the silent auction will begin at 5:30. So please, one and all, come enjoy the festivities and take part of the national sale. If you need a sale catalog, we've got plenty of them up here at the announcer stand. We'd like to get those to you, and look forward to seeing you all tonight at the Hilton Garden Inn on the northwest corner of the Kentucky Fair and Expo Center here. 8 o'clock sale tonight, 6:30 will be annual meeting and dinner, 5:30 we'll start the silent auction. Here comes our lineup for our grand champion female in our Belted Galloway National Show.
you folks watching the Galloway show. I'll just make a few short comments here. I want to commend these exhibitors. I don't care what kind of breed of cattle that you have. If you've got 4 really good, functional, like these kind in the reserves and their divisions, I tell you, I'm just pretty excited about the day. I just see a lot of good things in all 4 of these heifers. I just want to note that and just tell you the reserves as well. I mean, they're very functional and they're just very nicely designed and a lot of power in these cattle, you know, and they present it to you in a really attractive fashion. So I just want to mention that. I do appreciate the freshness of these cattle. I tell you, they're just very sharp cut. They're sculpted very nicely in terms of their skeleton and their muscularity. The feminine heifers are stout heifers, and that's something that you don't normally say. You know, usually you have a power heifer that's maybe just a little bulky in her shoulder. She may be just a little bit too much here and there, but all 4 of these heifers in the reserve divisions, put your hands together, congratulate the exhibitors, and we'll take another second look here and pick 2.
Folks, let's put our hands together for Mr. Bill Conley from Clarksdale, Missouri. The first time our Belted Galloways have ever been in Freedom Hall on the Green Shavings, and what a great lineup they've got for their national show. Hey, Doc. Hold on just a second. Selected as your national champion, Belted Galloway female, entry 67. Meadowwood Braylin, shown by H.C. Sims Farm. Congratulations. And your reserve national champion female, entry 54, Meadowwood Chardon, also shown by H.C. Sims Farm. Congratulations. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate it.
No problem, sir. We got a good class over here, a little bit of debate amongst Nick and I here on these top 3, which is good debate. And I like all 3 of these cattle up here, and I think they're all sound. We were joking over here about just really just exercising the cattle a little bit more to see which one of these gentlemen here could just go the distance in terms of their stamina. But these are 3 excellent females. Just kind of really got to make a few decisions about where your priorities are on the purebred side. The female that starts probably has a little bit more of an Angus look about her in regards to just how smooth and maternal she's made and refined from end to end. She's really correct in terms of her feet and leg structure. She's long-bodied and well-balanced. She's maybe not quite as intense in terms of just stoutness, I think, whenever you consider her condition, but she's still fresh. A female that just puts a lot of fault-free phenotypic characteristics together. And then you look at the cattle from a genetic standpoint in a balanced show such as this, and she's easily the decisive female that's got the strongest set of values when you consider her calving ease direct and how that complements her growth. The female that we've got here in second has quite a bit of growth. She has a bit more calving ease, or less calving ease, I should say, with it, and maybe a bit off the pace in terms of marbling is probably what hurts her API the most. But this female right here is really got a nice look of quality from the side. I like her in terms of just her uniformity of body depth, how deep she sweeps, how long tying and correct she is in her muscle pattern, her fine she is to her head, neck, and shoulder. She's pretty easy on the go. I think all these cattle are awfully sound. She runs downhill probably just a nickel. I don't know that she's maybe just quite as strong, like I said, with a few of those genetic things that are happening on paper. Then the female there in 3 reads comparable to that female probably in a lot of ways in terms of how you total up their data. This female here, I like her extra stoutness of bone and foot size. I like her teat structure underneath and her body capacity. She's a female, hits me as one that can generate some stoutness. When we get the cattle in motion, she maybe just drops her neck a little lower out of her shoulder and carries a little extra throat. Maybe not quite as pliable in her spine and a little more sluggish in terms of how she puts her hind legs underneath her. All of those things I said are attractiveness factors. That female's a big-time cow in my book. The streak-faced female next, standing there, looks like the class winner. Moving, we've got her in the 4th position. I just need to roll her back off both ends of her skeleton, but certainly one that's probably plenty adequate for a lot of fellas. And if you like that one's look, I don't argue with you because she's got a screaming good set of lines and really feminine from the side. The red heifer behind her is probably a little sounder in her feet and leg structure. Really a broody female that's got a lot of muscle mass and dimension when you step in behind her. Probably like to lean her up just a shot, clean her up in her navel, and just send her uphill just a bit more with a bit more balance up to her front 1/3 of her body. Stocking-legged female that you've got, young lady, a nice long-bodied heifer, pretty strong in her top line, one that's just maybe not quite as good in terms of her joint work. Gentleman there walking out now has got a female that's really moderate in her kind, pretty easy keeping, maybe just not the same level of freshness and balance of the rest of the cattle.
Here. Come over here where we can see you. There you go.
I waited 20 years for this, man.
Simmental breeders, we are selecting your Division 3 champion and reserve champion females. Let's bring classes 24, 25, 26, and let's start bringing classes 29 up to the makeup ring, please. Simmental classes 24, 25, 26, and 29 to the makeup ring, please.
Oh, she did? She's nice. Yeah. It'll be a good one.
Just 2 classes here in our fall division, but I think a lot of quality that we've come up with. The Baldy out of that first class, as we talked there earlier, just really broody in terms of her type and kind. Like that one's center body as well as anything we've seen thus far today in terms of the boldness that she carries through it and her depth and sweep back through her rear and flank like that an awful lot. I think that one certainly has enough flexibility built into her lower joints. It's just how she carries herself, just a bit more lethargic off her rear too. Wants to throw her tail head up and it kind of throws off her balance. She's not near as comfortable in terms of how she carries her front end when on the go. But I do think a very good cow there, really low maintenance, moderate in terms of her type and kind. Going to be an awesome one to kick back into production. The solid black heifer we have out of this class that we just sorted through, one that I think when you study her from the side, just elegant in terms of how she's put together up through her front 1/3, neat in terms of her shoulder set, like that one's additional flexibility in terms of her lower joints and just how she puts herself together from the side. Maybe doesn't blow you away when you step right in behind her, but I think one that certainly has enough mass and I think has certainly the eye appeal and flexibility advantage in this particular division. She's going to be a grand. Let's give her a round of applause. As we wheel that second back around here, one that we thought was close in those particular trio out of that last class that we just sorted through, one that really gets out and goes with a lot of flex and reach up at both ends. Still gives you a very elegant look, one that maybe doesn't have near that freaky look up through her head and neck, comes with just a bit more throat, but I still think very eye appealing from the side, very flexible off of both ends. She's going to be your reserve here.
Selected as your champion Division III Simmental female in our National Simmental Show is entry 203, HPF Right to Love C083, shown by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. And your reserve Division III champion is entry 196, WHF Summer 365C, shown by Wayward Hill Farm, Versailles, Kentucky. Congratulations to both of those firms. Entering the ring now is Class 24. Class 24, July Summer Yearling Females, one entry.
Well, July's a tough month to calve in. We got one entry here in this class. This female here, when she's parked, we can just go ahead and set her there. When she's parked, this female's beautiful in her design. I like where her neck connects out of her blade, and she just draws back with an adequate degree of length of body. Really long from hooks to pins and very level and correct there. I like the way her tail head puts into her top line, very smooth and not distracting. Female that if we're going to pick on her anywhere, I love her when she stands still. Maybe just get a nickel, loosen her up just a nickel on the go. But man, that's an awfully high quality female with a balanced set of data. So nice job. Congratulations.
Our single entry in Class 24, winning that class is entry 206, SVJ First Lady C20, shown by Kelsey Jurgelwitz, Norfolk, Connecticut. Entering the ring now is Class 25, May Yearling Females, Class 25, May Simmental Yearling Females. Simmental exhibitors, Class 25 is in the ring. We need Class 26 in the makeup ring, and please bring Classes 29, 30, and start bringing 31 to the makeup ring, please.
When you have the Photoshop and the traveling for people. Don't worry about it.
had a good day. You heard a lot.
That may have been
Good. Jeff here? You bet. Good job. You bet. Enjoyed it.
Belted Galloway exhibitors, thank you for your patience. We've got our pictures taken of our champions, and we're going to begin our bull show. Let's bring in Class 23 Late Spring Bull Calves. Class 23 Belted Galloway Late Spring Bull Calves.
Well, you can place.
Well, a really nice group of May heifers right here. We've got some big-time stout cattle in this group, and there's not a slouch in here. We've got some big cattle, some cattle that weigh something and may require a little extra groceries, but it'll probably be well worth it. The female that starts the class is so stout. She's heavy-duty in her bone work. She's big and bold in her center body, and she's super heavy muscle from behind, but yet I don't think her muscle lays on her in a manner that takes away from just how refined and maternal that female is, but yet still her strength is stoutness. I'd probably like to maybe pull her pin bone up just a shot, maybe relax in her center of her spine at times when we move the cattle, but she can get around and travel plenty good relative to how much stoutness and mass she's got. Both her and maybe the heifer in second are going to be protected just a bit in terms of how they're correctively mated for calving ease, but they've got decent numbers there across the board after that. This young man in the cowboy hat sure got a nice fresh red baldy here. When you step in behind the cattle, you'd be really impressed to see just how much shape she turns down her top, how bold she is in her midrib, and how she carries so good in her forerib. Female's really dimensional from hooks to pins and from there down. We put her in motion. Young man's probably where I have the area where I want to change her. She steps just a little bit short for me from her hock down and just could go a little freer. Maybe clean her up just a nickel in her chest floor. But that's a great female with a lot of dimension, a lot of semi-power to her. Then the streak-faced female that comes next, a female that's as well super stout, still grabs her stride, fairly long. In fact, she's probably a little longer striding than the red baldy right in front of you. I love her power, I love her dimension. She's a female that probably starts, for me personally, with that power to get just a bit thicker in the reed to her neck and a little coarser there in her shoulder. When we put the cattle in motion, she looks maybe just a little less maternal, just in terms of how she's made through her front 1/3. Maybe could go just a bit more back at her shoulder and down to the ground, just a nickel looser, but from behind, pretty darn good. The next female is a lot the same. She's real long-bodied. She's really powerful and round-made in her rib cage, really thick and expressive from behind, to the point where maybe relative to where her tail head lays in, she looks just a little rounder in her pin bone. I like to drop her a bit in her rear rib and flank to better match her chest floor when we pull the fat off of her. She's a fairly long striding heifer, but could open her up just a bit in terms of her toe structure, but a very nice female. The heifer that comes next, one that's pretty good in terms of her data, has a nice combination in regards to carcass genetics. That female's a little more moderate type of a heifer. My biggest suggestion to her would probably just be to lean her up just a shot. She's paddling a little more out of her front end, and her degree of condition is throwing off her balance. I think that's an awfully nice one. She's thick, she's stout bone, bold body, going to make a great cow. Same case with the heifer that's concluding the class. That female just need to be a little cleaner through the lower 1/3 of her body. I think that would really enhance her look from the side here in the ring today and help her reproductively. This female is very moderate, very smooth made, just really easy fleshing. Going to make another great cow in production.
Go ahead, Bill.
In our Galloway ring, we've just got two young bull calves to look at, a May and an April, and I'm going to leave them stand just as they are. I certainly appreciate both of these calves. They're green, they're shapely, they're designed very nicely in their front ends. They have adequate bone and body. I tell you, they're just really a good pair of bull calves. The brown-belted bull calf probably just has a little more style to him. He has just a little more top. The black and white behind him, I tell you, certainly like his length and his sharpness of his head and neck, and just two really good calves for on down the road.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 23 in our late spring bull calf class of our Belted Galloway show is entry 74, Pineview Dun Diggity 81D, shown by Pineview Farm. Second, entry 75, Dickinson Acres Da Bull, shown by Dickinson Acres. Single entry in Class 24 early spring bull calf, single entry. Placings in our Simmental Class 24. In our May yearling females, first goes to entry 211, TJSC Diamond 133C, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Second, entry 214, ECSS-TL Chick Crush 526C, shown by Caden Tanner, Elgin, Texas. Third, entry 216, shown by Campbell L&C, Land and Cattle Company, and Tyson Woodard, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 207, shown by Taylor Duckett, New Liberty, Iowa. Fifth, entry 209, shown by Raylene Frame, Lower City, Ohio. And sixth, entry 212, shown by CLO Simmentals, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Placings in that class were 4, 5, 1, 6, 2, and 3. Entering the ring now is Class 26, April yearling Simmental females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion female. Bill?
Single entry March calf. I tell you, it's certainly a good one. I tell you, I'd like to look at this calf. He just kind of strikes you as being really attractive and stout. He's got a good shape to his shoulder. He's got a big top and a good hip in him, but really a really competitive type of single entry.
Single entry in Class 24 in our Galloway show is entry 76, FSB Apollo, shown by 4-Star Belties. Entering the ring now is Class 25, Junior Bull Calves. Class 25 Junior Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior and Reserve Junior Bull Calf champion. Division after this class.
Let's just go ahead and just half circle. Good. him in for me. You be first and second.
Really good pair of calves to look at here. I tell you, the black and white calf, I tell you, in my eyes, is just a little stouter in terms of hip and length and design. I tell you, he's tremendous scrotal for a young calf, and I certainly appreciate the way he moves around the ring here. He's very athletic. The other calf here, I tell you, probably gives up just a little bit in terms of shape, but I tell you, he's very nicely designed, he's very nicely balanced, and he's very athletic on the move.
Placing first in Class 25 in our Junior Bull Calf class. First was entry 78, Magnolia Trace Dark Shadow, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. And second was entry 77, Stone's Throw Double D's Duke, shown by Diamond M Ranch. We now will be selecting our Junior and Reserve Junior Bull Calf champion in our Galloway show. Folks, while we're getting close to the lunch hour here, please take advantage of the Saddle and Sirloin Club, which is located directly behind me on the upper ring of Freedom Hall. It is open to the public. It's the first year we have had the Saddle and Sirloin Club open to the public, but please go up and take advantage of this great dining experience. They have a great lunch and a great dinner, and if you're looking for a cool place to go eat here at the North American, please go up and take advantage of our Saddle and Sirloin Club. Also, get a chance to see all the portraits that hang in West Hall, and our new inductee this year, that portrait is on display up there too. So feel free to go up and have lunch or dinner. Also, I want to recognize our official photographer for this year's North American. As always, it's Lindy's Livestock. If you'd like to order photos online, you can do so at www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. That's www.lindy's, that's LINDES, livestockphotos.com. Or you can come down and see Lindy or one of her crew, and we can get photos ordered for you. Selected as your Galloway, Belted Galloway Junior Bull Calf champion was entry, is it 24? FSB, is that right? Oh, excuse me. 76. From Class 24. Entry 76, FSB Apollo, showed by 4-star Belties. Congratulations. And your reserve Junior Bull Calf champion is entry 78, Magnolia Trace Dark Shadow, shown by Magnolia Trace Farm. Congratulations.
One, yes.
Single entry December-born calf, certainly a useful kind. I'd say tremendously long-bodied. I'd say just enough top to him. He's really fresh in his conditioning. He has enough shape, I think, to go on and mature as such a thing as being a big stud herd sire, and good testicle underneath this bull. Good unit.
Thank you, Bill. Again, our single entry. Okay. Single entry is Class 26. Our elite senior bull calf is entry 79, FSB Maddox, shown by 4-star Belties. He will also be your Lot 11 bull in your national sale this evening. Entering the ring now is Class 27 early senior bull calves. Class 27 early senior bull calves.
Well, a very strong class of Aprils. You know, I'm sure the heat will start to turn up here, and every single female in this group is pretty phenomenal. When you've got those cattle parked over there next to that white fence and go up and down the lineup, there's not a heifer in here I don't like, and they're all just a little different in their type and kind. The female that just has the sweetest look, in my opinion, from the side is this female that starts. She's fit to a T, and she's just naturally, though, just pretty cool in her design. She's long-bodied, she's strong in her lines, she flows well into her shoulder, her chest line sits up in her, and she's awfully refined about her neck and head, and just got a lot of extension there. When you get in behind her, a female that reads breeding female, but still is not flat. I think that female, if we could change her and upgrade her, standing there, she reads plenty adequate in her angle. She's moving just a little tighter out of her rear, too. We'll see how she looks when she comes back in the division in that respect, but can't argue with her standing there. The female in second, arguably, is every bit as good or better from a cow standpoint. I like her extra moderation. I like her extra body down low. I think she's a little bigger belly type female than the heifer that we start the class with. For me, as we start to study the two, I like her extra bone. When we look at the cattle from a 3/4 shot or get on the front side of them, that female to me maybe starts to get a little bit fuller in her chest, and consequently maybe partially to blame for why she's kind of pigeoning in at the ground, and I think her shoulder lays forward and her just a shot more upright. I like to just roll it back in her. I think it would connect up with her fore rib a lot better. Her hind leg structure, I think, is a little freer than the female that we start, but she still maybe has just a little extra set built into it and shuffles it under herself just a shot. But love the cow character in that one. The goggle-eyed baldy that comes next, this one's a cow. I mean, in terms of the right kind of frame score in a lot of country where it's a little tougher, she's going to have a lot of survivability. She's big-bellied, she's thick-ended and expressively muscled. She's sound. In fact, I probably like her better structure than the two cattle I got right in front of you in this class. This female is just a little coarser in terms of her shoulder, maybe just a little fuller there in her chest, and just doesn't lay herself in as good in terms of how that scapula lays on her rib cage, and maybe just not quite as smooth in her tail head to pin set relationship. The slick-haired heifer that comes next, oh man, she is foxy when she stands. I mean, she blends together. She's smooth and really cool looking out through her front end. Get in behind the cattle, and she throws her hind legs a bit, needs to be squared up a bit more. Just need to change her motion, in my opinion. The big heifer there, second to the end. Love that female in terms of just her overall mass and performance. She's coming along from a gestation standpoint. She gets maybe a little less refined and feminine about her head, neck, and shoulder, a little fuller in her chest. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as well. Female in the end, super moderate. Female that's going to have a lot of practicality and cow outcome to her, but in the ring here, maybe just a little off in terms of balance through the base of her body, being a little heavier there through her front 1/3.
Really good class of Galloway bulls to look at. Easy class winner here. I tell you, this calf's just pretty stout to look at. I tell you, he's just tremendously proportioned from nose to tail, and good testicle development underneath. Big top, square hip, good movement out on the run here. He's a pretty good bull. Bull in second gives up a little bit of performance to our class winner, but I tell you, he's really green and fresh. He's nicely shaped and he's mobile. I do appreciate that about him. The bull in third, probably a little plainer in his shape, but he's deep, and he is wide sprung enough to suit me here today, and he's very mobile out on the move. The bull that follows the class up here just needs a little more volume, maybe needs a little more hip to him, but good class of bulls.
Thank you, Bill. Placing first in Class 27, Galloway Early Senior Bull Calves. First goes to entry 83, Sunnybrook Griffin, shown by Sunnybrook Farm. Second, entry 80, HCS KCXO, shown by HC Sims Farms. He will be your Lot 12 bull in your national sale tonight. Third is entry 81, shown by Mitchell Ledge Farm. And fourth is entry 82, Marvin Champagne, shown by John Gurley. This bull will be your Lot 13 bull in your national sale this evening. Your lot 79 will be your senior, oh no, now we have a senior, now we're selecting our senior bull calf champion, excuse me. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior bull calf champion. Placings in Class 26, Simmental April yearling females. First goes to entry 225, TJSC Diamonds Destiny 134C, shown by AJ Grimm, Deep River, Iowa. Second, entry 218. TJSC Kanza 120C, shown by Megan Reed, Lindsay, Ohio. Third, entry 229, shown by Tingle Farms, Phelps and Seidner from Newcastle, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 220, shown by Hudson Pine Farms and Tylertown Simmentals, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Fifth, entry 219, shown by Morgan Leonard, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And sixth, entry 224, shown by Sidney Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Placings in that class were 2, 5, 4, 6, 1. Entry 226 was out, and entry 229 was third. We now will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion purebred Simmental in our National Simmental Show.
In our Galloway ring, I think we've got a pretty special bull out here for our division champ. I'm going to use this 83 bull. He just puts himself together very nicely. He's really stout, but with the stoutness, he's got a good angle to his shoulder. He's got tremendous length of body, middle body, big top, big hip, good testicle underneath, good foot. Really a good individual. My reserve bull, I'll tell you what, I'm going to talk about this a little bit, will be this bull on my left. He's green, he's long, he's really sound. He has enough shape. He just needs a little more grocery, a little more development, but I do like the bull. He's an athlete.
Bill, which one do you use for reserve? 80, okay. Selected as your senior bull calf champion is entry 83, Sunnybrook Griffin, shown by Sunnybrook Farm, and your reserve senior bull calf champion is entry 80, HSC Casey XO, shown by HC Sims Farm. Congratulations to both of those farms. Entering the ring now is Class 28, late junior yearling belted Galloway bulls.
Yeah.
Good pair of March yearling bulls in our Galloway ring. There's some obvious differences in these two just in terms of muscle and length. The bull that wins the class probably shows me a little bit more of each, and he's pretty mobile underneath. Just certainly a nice bull to look at and watch him walk. The bull in second probably gives up a little bit of shape in his hip and his top. This bull is green. I tell you, he's very functional, very balanced. Just maybe not the body mass as our class winner today.
Well, here in Division 4, 3 really nice cattle. The first one up there was a single entry, a July heifer that certainly as an individual one that's moderate in her size, still has adequate length of body for her hip height and very long from hooks to pins, a very correctly made female that I think has a lot of quality about her, just a very outstanding individual. Probably turn the oven up a few degrees here on the next two. The next two, despite maybe what you see on foot in terms of similarities, are quite a bit different in my opinion. They are flush mates, born there a month apart, but both of them are really good, but just for totally different reasons. The female that's younger of the two is built so stout and heavy duty from the ground up. She's got such a high degree of power when you read her through her skull and back into her body cavity. That female's got a world of dimension. She still looks good in terms of her udder structure down low. A female that I guess if we had to pick on that one, as good as she is, she maybe just gets a little up in the center of her top line relative to lowering in her pin bone just a shot. Maybe could just dial her back just a nickel in terms of her blade design and how she handles her front tube, but being very critical. We're just trying to perfect them out here. Both these cattle are pretty incredible. This other female that's a month older, in behind her, her sister is just absolutely dynamite from the side in terms of how you want to draw one up in their lines and how you want it to flow together in terms of shoulder shape, chest floor, and coming up in their neck and head with a feature that looks like a lady. She's on 12 o'clock right there. She's very fresh in terms of the way she's presented. I won't say that she's just burly bellied, but she's very round ribbed. And in terms of structure, she reads good in her angles, and I think she continues to loosen up as we get out here. One thing I do appreciate about her, I have to say, is when she travels away, even though she's a little tight from the side, she stays very square relative to her pin bone in terms of how she goes from hock down, and I do appreciate how she kind of stays within her framework. So if y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together, congratulate the breeders of these cattle. We're going to use this sweet-looking gal here on the end of the lineup for our division champion in this group.
Selected as your Division 4 champion female is entry 225 TJSC Diamonds Destiny 134C, shown by A.J. Grimm, Deep River, Iowa.
Single entry Galloway bull. I tell you, a good individual. I tell you what, I want to just say the good things, and he is one that's tremendously long. He does have enough shape. I would like to loosen him up and just see him move a little freer, but he's a good individual.
The second place effort that steps in behind our division winner, honestly, these two are probably more alike, in my opinion, than the two flush mates, but this female is really cowy. I like her character through her center body. She's really broody. A female that ought to be easy keeping for the remainder of her life, despite whatever kind of groceries she's got out in the pasture. I think she'll be just pretty easy to take care of. She's one that I think has a good foot structure underneath her at the green bark. This female has a little extra set built into that hind leg. From a trackness standpoint, I'd probably alter that just a shot. I'd like to see her maybe just a little longer out of her pin set and maybe a little longer from her blade forward if I had to critique her, and just, like I said, clean her up and lean her up through that chest floor just a shot. But that's an awfully cowy one. The run in front of her is just a lot alike. She's maybe a little stouter, more attractive in her hind leg design. A female that just comes a little bolder down her top, in my opinion. Both of them can be pulled up in their pin bone just a shot. It's a very close call. We could go either way, but I'm going to leave those flush mates together and use our second class winner here for reserve.
And selected as your reserve Division 4 champion female, entry 211 TJSC Diamond 133C, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Congratulations. In our belted Galloway show, let me get you caught back up in this division. Placing first in Class 28 late junior yearling bulls, it was entry 85, Pineview Clay 74C, shown by Pineview Farm and Magnolia Trace. Second, entry 84, Mitchell Ledge Kingstone, shown by Mitchell Ledge Farm. And our single entry in Class 29 early junior yearling bulls was entry 86, Alderman Chatfield, shown by 4 Star Belties. Your junior champion bull was entry 85. Pineview Clay 74C, shown by Pineview Farm and Magnolia Trace. Congratulations. And your reserve junior champion bull is entry 86, Aldermere Chatfield, shown by 4-Star Belties. Congratulations. We just have two. Two left. Yep. Entering the ring now in our national champion, National Belted Galloway show is our final class of the day. Entry 30, early senior bulls. There's 2 entries. Let's bring those class 30 bulls into the ring, please. These 2 bulls will serve as your senior and reserve senior champions, and then we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Belted Galloway bulls. Simmental exhibitors. Class 29 March yearling females are in the ring. Class 29 March yearling Simmental females are in the ring. We need classes 30, 31, and 32 to the makeup ring, please. Simmental exhibitors, let's bring classes 30, 31, and 32 to the makeup ring. Thank you.
Go ahead and walk. In our Galloway ring, got really good individual. Number 87 bull, I tell you, he's certainly a good one. Tremendously long. You can stand back and look down his top and you see just a lot of dimension. You see just a tremendous amount of depth. You see some bone. I see a good foot, a lot of length. I tell you, just a good and true individual. A lot of performance there. The bull that's going to follow him in design is really, really good too. What he gives up is just a little bit of shape when you stand behind him. This bull is really honest in his condition. He's a good bull. He's got good feet. He's got good testicles. He's super long. Just needs just a little more flesh on him to be real pretty in here today. Thanks.
Okay, so placing first in class 30, early senior bulls in our Belted Galloway show, and selected as our senior champion bull is entry 87, Meadowwood Braylock, shown by H.C. Sims Farm and Pineview Farm. Second, and our reserve senior champion bull is entry 88, Mitchell Ledge Gerbauer, shown by Mitchell Ledge Farm. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Belted Galloway bulls in our national Belted Galloway show. Belted Galloway exhibitors, we need all of your group classes All group classes will follow our Grand and Reserve Grand Bull. I think we'll go ahead and do our group classes before we do our pictures of our bulls, if you don't mind. We'll just do our group classes. So get your group classes ready. As soon as we select our champion bull, we'll do our group classes. Thank you.
His birthmark, you know? His number 3. Really a nice lineup of belted Galloway bulls to look at here, from the youngest to the oldest. I tell you, I'm really satisfied with the performance that they show us here, and their soundness and their shape and design. The brown and white calf, I tell you, we talked about him earlier. You know, he's super stout. He's a little roachy in that loin area. I mean, you want to maybe just flatten him out up top just a little bit, but tremendous performance there. He's got a lot of spring of rib. He's a bull's bull. He's good in every proportion of his body. I tell you sure like him. You just maybe want to ease him in that loin just a little bit. The calf that follows in second is a calf I really like. I tell you, he's got tremendous bone. You watch him walk out, I tell you, he steps right in that front pocket. I tell you, he's just a true athlete when it comes to moving. He's got a nice blend to that shoulder, forerib, and I tell you, enough depth of body, top, and hip just to suit me here today, make me pretty excited about his future. The next bull in line is a bull, you know, you certainly like the length. You know, he's an extra rib longer, and to it, maybe he struggles just a little bit to make that real long stride, but I tell you, he's good in his movement. He's good in his top and his proportions and that hip, and just a really super nice bull. And the biggest bull here on the end is a bull that you certainly can't deny just in terms of shape. I tell you, he's a true athlete too. He's probably not as long strided as the younger bull in the second division, but certainly he's a true athlete. I tell you, he's just super long bodied and really nicely proportioned in his hip and shoulder. So I'll pick two of these and congratulate these folks if you would, and we'll move on.
Folks, let's put our hands together once again before he selects our champion bull, Mr. Bill Conley, Clarksdale, Missouri. Your national champion, belted Galloway bull, comes out of your senior calf division, entry 83. Sunnybrook Griffin, shown by Sunnybrook Farm. Congratulations. And your reserve national champion bull is entry 87, Meadowwood Braylock, shown by H.C. Sims Farm and Pineview Farm. Congratulations to both of those farms. Galloway exhibitors, let's go ahead and do our group classes, and we'll come back and we'll get our pictures taken of our champion bulls. Our first group class will be our Get of Sire, Class 31 Get of Sire. Please bring our Get of Sire bulls into the ring, please. Our Get of Sire animals into the ring, please. 3 animals sired by the same bull.
Prior to today? Where are you from? Yeah. How many groups will there be? Couple? Very? Good.
I think there's something else. There's plaques up there. Run up and grab the plaque.
Damn kid.
No, she just didn't know. That's a good show.
Yeah, it was a good show. I really like that effort.
It's a little too quiet in here. We've got such a nice set of cattle out here. Everybody thinks focusing on just how good they are and kind of what their picks are in the group. A heck of a nice class here. There's not a slouch in the bunch. Every one of these cattle are big-time cattle that can lead the parade for their respective programs, no question about it. In terms of just stepping back and looking at the cattle through my eyes, this black baldy female that wins, one that I think versus this really fresh, good-moving female in second, has quite a bit of an advantage in regards to just natural broodiness from her heart to her midrib back to her flank. I think back there from her navel back, she's super refined in terms of her teat structure, and I like that maternal quality about her. She just reads maternal from the side. I like her length of body, her length of hip. She's a female that's not just a freaky long neck, but it just really puts on her shoulder in a smooth manner, and she's very ladylike about her head. A female that's got an extraordinary amount of width. You read these two heifers on paper, and they're really pretty comparable across the board. Both of them not just exceptional in calving ease, pretty back and forth in terms of grow data. The heifer in back's been DNA verified, and she reads a little stronger in terms of her marbling genetics, and that allows her to take the lead on the API column. But for the most part, they read pretty comparable. I just love the exceptional maternal look and extra softness of this female up front. When this female goes, she throws her hind legs probably just a little bit from behind. I'd like to bring them more within her framework. Up front, she maybe rolls them in just a shot at the surface if I had to pick on an awfully good one. The heifer that we do have in second hits us really, really well. I think Nick said it best. Her front skeleton's as good as any heifer we've judged today. When you study the angle of her shoulder and how it lays into her upper body cavity, when you follow her down to the ground in terms of her curvature to her forearm and knee, and then strength to her pastern, but softness in the way she handles it, that female's awfully, awfully tough. She brings her neck high out of her blade. She's refined in her look. She's fresh in her composition. And given the number of times that nowadays anybody that stands in the ring comments on it, we really appreciate the fact that she's fresh in her condition. She's obviously got a little less heart and a little less flank, and that kind of comes with what we talked about in terms of freshness, so you got to go back and forth. I don't think the heifer that we start is too fat by any means, and so I do think that the heifer in front does have more real heart and flank in her when we compare the two. This female runs downhill for me just a shot, maybe raises in her tail head when we get the cattle in motion ever so slightly, but love the natural flow and just freedom of that female on the go. The heifer then that we've got in the third spot, we switched that in terms of my first pull. This young man does a stand-up nice job. Young man, you've had several heifers in the ring today, and I've appreciated your professionalism and abilities. This heifer right here hits me as a pretty fresh female. She's pretty fresh up their front end. Female, it's pretty good in terms of her center body. She's level from hooks to pins. When we step back off the cattle, she maybe gets a little outmassed, particularly through her upper forerib and back into her flank. She may be just a bit more upright in terms of the placement of her rear ankle. I could free her up just a shot, but I love her quality, and she's a fresh female. That's got a lot of good to her. The 251 entry next is one that's clearly very massive. She's got a lot of bones. She's got a lot of body. She's a female. It's just a lot of volume all the way through. She comes right at you. She's maybe just a little stale in terms of her chest. Her shoulder starts to push out on her just a shot, and maybe she rolls in just a hair up front. I like to see that female just a little bit fresher in her overall appearance. Maybe dial her back just a little bit in terms of the angle of her hock, and then just widen her out in terms of her toe spread from behind and see her travel just a nickel smoother in such a tough lineup. That's being a pretty picky of one that's plenty functional, obviously, in terms of just basically how she's built. That'd mainly change her front end up. The streak-faced female that comes next is so long-bodied, it almost makes her come apart a bit in terms of how her shoulder places back on her rib cage. She's a female that gets a little more prominent there and pronounced in her chest floor, but I do love the natural length of the body, the muscle mass and shape and length of this female and the way she ties it together. She's really the cow kind, and I think she's going to make an exceptional one in production. She just gets a little weaker in her top line and just a little piecier here versus those elite cattle in front of her. The heifer that comes next, a little shorter bodied and helps her posture her top line probably a little stronger. She elevates her tail head a bit for me, and I like to sink that down in her. I'd like to see that female just sound her out of her front end. To me, she kind of goes a bit more upright in it and kind of paddles out at the ground a bit. But I love the body shape, the muscle, the balance of that female when she's parked is awfully exceptional. She's just ran into an awful lot of good ones in this particular group. Young man, your heifer is no slouch. This is just a great class. She's deep-bodied. A female that's long and correct in her muscle pattern and level from hooks to pins. She can look the part standing there. I like to probably deepen her in terms of her heel depth and shorten her in her toe. I like to see that female a little fresher through her chest floor. She's a little fatter down there and just throwing her balance off just a shot. Young lady, you did a nice job here at the end of the group. I know your heifer's just a little slicker haired, but she's going to make a well of a cow. She's moderate. She's got a lot of body, a ton of practicality. You can make 100 like her, and they'd be pretty easy to manage in terms of just low-maintenance cattle. She breaks a little bit in her loin, and we'd like to change that up. But a good set of cattle. If y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together and congratulate exhibitors with cattle of that caliber.
Thank you, Dr. Rathman. Placing first in Division 5, Class 29 is entry 252, JBSF Proud Mary, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second is entry 240, Panorama 52C, shown by Miranda Rathel, Falls City, Nebraska. Third, entry 243, shown by Caden Tanner, Elgin, Texas. Fourth, entry 251, shown by Hillbrands, Heartland, and Eckert, Holloway, Minnesota. Fifth, entry 235, shown by Chet Stem, Westminster, Maryland. Sixth, entry 239, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Seventh, entry 241, shown by Jackson Maddox, Guys Mills, Pennsylvania. And eighth is entry 250, shown by Megan Brown, Roanoke, Alabama. Placings in that class were 5, 6, 2, 7, 3. Entries 245 and 47 were scratched, then 8, 4, and 1. Entering the ring now in our National Simmental Show is Class 30 February Yearling Females. Class 30 February Yearling Females. Simmental exhibitors, let's have Class 31 and 2 to the makeup ring. And let's start bringing Class 35 to the makeup ring also. Class 35, Senior Yearling Females. Let's get those females down to the makeup ring, please. Placings in our group classes in our National Belted Galloway Show are Class 31, Get of Sire. First goes to Sunnybrook Farm on County Line, Connor. Second goes to entry 92, Magnolia Trace Farm on Magnolia Trace, Rennie's Zig. Third goes to entry 123 from Mitchell Ledge on Havabelt Unbridled. And our fourth place winner is entry 91, also from Sunnybrook Farm on County Line, Connor. In the ring now is our Class 32 Produce a Dam. These are two animals from the same female. We have 3 entries from Eckelman's, Sunnybrook Farm, and Mitchell Ledge Farm.
We're not close enough.
Okay. Left or right? There's only two. Yeah. These right here? Yeah. They're with the third group.
Class 32 on our Galloway show. Produce Sedan first goes to entry 96 from Mitchell Ledge Farm on Mitchell Ledge Farm Estate. Second is entry 94 from the Eckelmans on Eckelman's Mia. Class 33, best pair of weanlings. This will be the pair of calves that are under 1 year of age. Class 33, best pair of weanlings. This will be the best two under 1 year of age. Attention Maine-Anjou breeders, attention Maine-Anjou breeders. We will start the National Maine-Anjou show with our Maintainer Bulls. Maintainer Bulls, classes 1, 2, 5, 8, and 9. Let's start bringing those Maine-Anjou Maintainer Bulls to the ring. Here, we're going to start your show at 12:30. Just to let you know, we will start on time. Maine-Anjou show will start at 12:30, and we'll start with our Maintainer Bull calves.
Class is complete. One of each sex, but we allow them to use
Here,
here.
up there. How many inches can you put in the middle? Start with. These are things that I think, I don't know, but I guess it's fair.
Well, we
It's
probably,
measured next to a bull, I know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
I'm gonna go 2 for the steer. 3 would be the brown calf. Okay. And then 4 would be that meat there. 5 would be So I go 1, 2, 3, 4,
The quality just keeps coming here in this next February class, and I think this top trio is all set of very high-quality females throughout. The one that we used to start, I think, just puts the most good together. Starting at the ground, big-footed, really sound, got a big set of feet and legs underneath of her. When you step right in behind her, I think it's impressive. You hear us just keep saying it all day. Just the mass and natural width that she carries through the upper portion of her rib, and to still be that maternal from the side, give you a great look and get out and go. She's just a bit off pace on paper, but I think when one's that good, you can't really knock her too hard. Maybe like to clean her up in her refine her just a bit more there, and that one gets pretty big time. But I think in her own right, just sound on her feet and legs gives you a great look from the profile. A lot of natural thickness when you step right in behind her. The solid black heifer that comes next, a bit flatter haired, but I don't think takes away from her eye appeal from the side. One that really gets out and goes with a long, comfortable stride. Maternal right there through her center body. When compared back to our class winner, maybe just like to open her up in her full rib just a shot. When you step right in behind them from a comparative standpoint, like to stouten her up in her pin set just ever so slightly, but a very high quality female. It's going to make a great cow for that young lady. The blaze face heifer that comes next, high indexing in this class, something we really appreciate. I think her stoutness of feature at the surface matches our class winner. When set in motion, she just paddles a bit more out of her front end, wants to splay out. When you step around and behind them, she's just a bit shorter in terms of her pin set and how she carries it down into her stifle, but still a very high quality female. A lot of stoutness in that one, moves well off her rear too. The female that comes next on the stand gives you a very eye-appealing look, one that's maternal in terms of her type and kind, one that throws her neck up high and dead level down her top line. Set into motion of those first four, she's just the tightest in the way she gets out and goes, specifically off her rear two, but one that I think when set up and on the stand gives you a really good look. The heifer that comes next, a bit more of the same. Set up, I think gives you an awesome look. She's quite a bit fresher in this class when compared to the few ahead of her. Like that one's boldness of body, but as you can see when set into motion, although she's really flexible off her rear two, wants to kick up a bit more in her spine, draw up in her center body. The female comes next on the stand, comes with a bit more visual performance, like that one's added depth of body when compared to the female directly ahead of her. Just like to see her get out and go a bit more confidently off those rear two. The female comes next, quite a bit more refined up through her head, neck, and shoulder. Just like to see that one a bit more maternal right there through her mid-rib. Allow her to get out and go just a touch more flexibly off those rear two. The female closes, moderate in her type and kind, certainly easy fleshing. Just like to see her a bit more maternal when you study her from the profile. Great class there.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 30, February yearling Simmental heifers is entry 262, CHEZ STCC Miley 5034C, shown by Trinopole Farms, Phelps, Wolf, and Welshons, Middletown, Indiana. Second is entry 264, CLR-WTR Serena C74L, shown by Jordan and Clearwater, Shirley, Indiana. Third, entry 260, shown by Rachel Fornoff, Kilbourne, Illinois. Fourth, entry 265, shown by Sarah Lillesand, Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry 263, shown by Grace Alexander, Alexandria, Indiana. Sixth, entry 267, shown by Courtney Thomas, Abington, Virginia. And seventh, entry 268, shown by Carrie Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. And eighth is entry 266, shown by Bachbrader Show Cattle, Bloomdale, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 31, January yearling females, Simmental, January yearling females, Class 31. Now I'll get you caught back up on our group classes for our Belted Galloway National Show. Class 33, best pair of calves under 1 year of age. First goes to entry 99 from Magnolia Trace Farm. Second, entry 98 from Kyle and Gail Marshall. Third, entry 100 from Pine View Farm. Fourth, entry 102 from Four Star Belties. And fifth, entry 97 from Sunnybrook Farm. Placings in Class 34, best pair of yearlings. First goes to entry 106, H.C. Sims Farms. Second, entry 104, Mitchell Ledge Farm. And third, also entry 105 from Mitchell Ledge Farm. We now are selecting Class 35 Breeders' Herd. This is 5 head of bred and owned exhibited from the same exhibitor.
Then we had 17 roosters last week. In the west. No, but I'm just saying the water has come up. We've had a lot of rain. You would get it. You didn't get that hurricane? Well, we had no rain. I mean, it didn't rain until October.
New York was bad too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Somebody said it in New York.
But if you didn't get the first cutting in, then you second cutting was really slow, and third cutting was in the dairy farm. And then the second week was dry. You guys are feeling that here.
Yeah, gas market, I mean, hopefully Trump will stimulate some economy movement.
If we'd had Hillary, it would have been really shit.
Yeah,
I didn't vote for either one because I didn't like either one. I'm like,
well, that's kind of one of them things, he ain't perfect, but I mean, I think he's more geared
do
on
something
business. Yeah. We're talking about Hillary, what Syria is doing. I mean, they've had some major problems with TB. How can you say they're vetted? Well, I mean, you guys doing blood work, I mean.
look at Andy's other one. Andy needs one more.
Okay. Red Bull and fourth is black.
Sunnybrook Farm.
placings in our Belted Galloway Breeders Herd. This is best 5 head, exhibited and owned by the same breeder. First goes to entry 112, Sunnybrook Farm. Second, entry 113, exhibited by Magnolia Trace Farm. Third, entry 111 from 4-Star Belties. And fourth, entry 110 from Mitchell Ledge Farm. Our final class of the day in our National Belted Galloway Show is entry class 36, best 6 head, owned or co-owned by the same exhibitor. Class 36, best 6 head, owned or co-owned by the same exhibitor.
Well, another nice group of 5 here. All 5 going to make great cows. The 2 I've got on top here, I think 2 cattle that are real moderate in their kind. They match that up with a high degree of body and just position them well to be really practical in production. The female that starts, I guess I personally like the fact that she blends her shoulder blade back into her rib cage just a nickel smoother. I think she's just a little slicker looking up through her throat and her head just in terms of elegance. Back into her hook bone and pin bone, I think she just blends together a nickel smoother there in terms of how her tail head lays into her top line. Moving behind the cattle, and she's probably just a shot narrower pin, and I would say she's probably of the pair, probably just a nickel fatter, and I'd like to lean both of them up, but that female stays square at her hock as the cattle travel away. I'd like to spread her teats out and refine them just a nickel if I could change her, but she's got a lot of cow character about her. Heifer there in second, probably a shot bolder right to the center of her skeleton. She's got a good spread up high. She's stouter out of her pin bone. Maybe just gets a little rounder there in terms of how her shoulder shapes up and fits on her a little piece here. I like to see that female maybe just a little bit squarer there as she travels away. Gets just a little lazier in her top line and up in her tail head. But a really, really nice pair of cattle there. In terms of genetic merit, was also kind of a deciding factor for me, the female that wins the class stronger in that regard. The heifer then that we've got in the third position is a blaze-faced female. One that's really, really broody. She's a little longer bodied than those cattle right in front of her. She's super strong in her top line. We'll get the cattle in motion. She just gets a bit more pronounced in terms of her chest floor. A female that throws her balance off just a shot. She's a little shorter and lower in her neck set, and like to see that female maybe just a bit more comfortable in terms of just the use of her rear ankle, but I think she's pretty good there in her hock. The female that's right in behind her, that female is really bold-bodied, really long from hooks to pins. I like the stoutness of structure of that female. She gets so long-bodied, she comes apart a bit in terms of how her blade sits into her cage. I think she's rocked just a bit more forward in terms of her blade and knee and at the ground. Sure like to maybe clean her up and just wedge her in just a little bit neater into her front end. The female that's into the group, really nice design female from the side when she's parked. She's long-bodied, good looking in terms of her kind, stout in her makeup, but that female just a little tighter spine, a little tighter in terms of her rear joints versus the competition.
Thank you, Ryan. Our final placing in our National Belted Galloway Show in Class 36, Best 6 Head goes to entry 116, HC Sims Farms. Second, entry 115, Sunnybrook Farm. Third, entry 118, Magnolia Trace Farm. Fourth, entry 119, 4-Star Belties. And fifth, entry 117 from Mitchell Ledge Farm. That concludes our National Belted Galloway Show at the North American this year. Welcome, Belted Galloways, to Freedom Hall. It was a great show, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Wait one more.
Maine-on Jew breeders. Maine-on Jew breeders, your National Maine-on Jew Show will begin in approximately 20 minutes. We'll start with maintainer bull calves. Be bringing your maintainer bull calves to the makeup ring, please. In our Simmental show, Class 31, January yearling females. First goes to entry 273, CMFM Time to Shine 403C, shown by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri. Second, entry 278, TNGL RTCC Emily C814, shown by Tingle Farms and RT Cattle Company, Newcastle, Kentucky. Third, entry 276, shown by Campbell Land and Cattle and Emma Woodward, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 274, shown by Hannah Martin, Bargersville, Indiana. And fifth, entry 270, shown by Shelby Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. Placings in that class, entry 269 was out, then it was 5, 1, 4, 3, and 2. In the ring now is Class 32, January yearling Simmental females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion female. We have one last announcement for our National Built at Galloway show. Our premier breeder and premier exhibitor is Sunnybrook Farm. If we could get a representative from Sunnybrook Farm to come to the announcer stand, we will have congratulations. We'll have an award for both awards. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Main on Jew exhibitors, our show order today will be maintainer bulls, purebred bulls, high bulls, then maintainer females, high main females. And we'll show all the bulls, then we will take pictures of the bulls, and then we'll go into our female show. Anything else you want me to say, Lindsay? You're awesome.
Great class here that I think just kind of falls together. The heifer that leads off, just the hardest to put a big hole in, and I think still puts a lot of neat things together. Maybe some guys would like to see her with just a little bit less set to her hock, but I think it only aids to her function, and this one just really can get out and go and cover a lot of ground. One that's awesome in terms of her feet and legs. Like the way this one parks from the side, how fresh she is up through her throat and chest. Like that one's body shape, how maternal she is right through her midrib, and still has plenty of boldness right there through her center body. Everything just kind of makes sense when you step right in behind that one. Along with that, her and the next heifer are the top indexing females in this particular class, which kind of just makes us look pretty darn smart. The heifer that comes next, one that's extremely long-bodied and one that you really got to commend for that. Along with that, I think she still gives you a really cowy look from the side. Love that one's teat placement and how refined she is underneath. When you study her from the profile, just reads to be a broody cow. When set in motion, I think it is partially because she is so long-bodied. She comes up just a bit short in her stride, wants to labor just a touch more off those rear two, but I think a great female there. It's going to be awesome when kicked back into production. The heifer that comes next comes with the stoutness of feature maybe we see in that leadoff heifer. She is the absolute biggest footed and boned in this particular class. Bold right there through her center body and the stoutest in her pin set when you step right in behind that trio. One that from the side when parked gives you a really eye-appealing look. When set in motion is when we sort her in a third. She just hits quite a bit harder off those rear two. Like to clean her up in her chest floor, and then I think that one gets awfully competitive in that initial trio. The heifer that comes next, one that I think gives you an eye-appealing look from the side. She is quite a bit longer and more extended than the heifer directly ahead of her. Again, stout featured at the surface. One that we'd like to clean up and make a bit more progressive in terms of her calving ease, but she carries that up with quite a bit of post-weaning growth, and you can see that in person. Just a lot of performance. Like to see that one just get out and go more comfortably off of both ends. The female that comes next does come with that added body we continually look for. Bold right there through her midrib and a lot of dimension when you step right in behind her in terms of natural thickness. Just like to see her a bit more comfortable in terms of her lower angles, clean her up in her chest floor and just overall composition. The heifer that closes, moderate in her type and kind. Again, I think one that's going to go back and just be an easy keeping cow. Just like to see that one a bit more comfortable in how she uses her hock from the profile. Maybe just falls out a bit in terms of overall eye appeal. Great class there. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Placing first in Class 32, Simmental January yearling females. First goes to entry 284, RPMP Trixie, C004, shown by Rocking P Livestock, Maysville, Kentucky. Second, entry 280, CMFM, Time to Shine 400C, shown by Braylon Berlowitz, Cushing, Oklahoma. Third, entry 286, shown by Hudson Pines Farm and Cold Smoke Cattle, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Fourth, entry 281, shown by Cameron Clapp, Montezuma, Indiana. Fifth, entry 285, shown by Bar QH Simmentals, Chandlerville, Illinois. And sixth, entry 279, CLO Simmentals, shown by Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Placings in that class were 6, 2, 4, 1, 5, and 3. We now will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion female. Simmental female exhibitors, let's be bringing all of our division and reserve division females to the makeup ring, please. We have one more division. There are 2 females, so we'll be moving right into our grand and reserve grand female show. All Simmental divisions and reserve division females to the makeup ring immediately. Let's start bringing those bull calves up too, folks. Classes 40, 41, and 44. We need bull calves, Simmental bull calves, 40, 41, and 44 to the makeup ring, please. Once again, Maine Anjou exhibitors, we will start your Maine Anjou show with Maintainer bulls. So let's get those Maintainer bull calves up here, followed by our high Maine bulls. Then we will break for pictures of all the bulls, and then move into our female show.
All right, folks, before we kick this division off, let's just put our hands together and congratulate the exhibitors out there. It's a great lineup. Many of them classes are solid, not just huge classes, but just from top to bottom, incredible cows. A good testament here to the strength of this breed here on the top end with this many good cattle. As you go through and you step back and take a look at the cattle in the group now, amongst the four here, the female in the front, the lineup over there, it's wanting to head out the gate is a March, then we've got a February and 2 Januaries. Obviously all of them looks like they're making some progress in terms of reproductively where they're supposed to be, but who knows. I do think we've got some teat structure differences amongst the group. I really like the teat structure of this youngest heifer out here. I really like the teat structure of the heifer the young lady has back here. That's the oldest January heifer. The female right here that's out of the third class could be a little spread out and a little more refined there at the base of her teat, and the female that's rolling around probably are the most critical of from a teat structure standpoint. Gets a little larger and coarser there in terms of its makeup, but you get past that and you study the numbers and you say, well, all the cattle are awfully good. The two in the back are the strongest. The one up front's just solid across the board. The heifer that's second in the lineup's maybe a bit of a genetic downgrade. When you look at her numbers, her pedigree's maybe just not quite as intense in terms of acceleration of most of these economically relevant traits. In terms of phenotype, after you've considered the data and just these other characteristics, the Baldy up front's awfully sweet in her look. She's correct in her kind on the travel from the side view. As I said earlier, I could pull her in a little bit more within her framework going away, but a pretty big time maternal look here from the side to be that fundamentally sound from the side. The next heifer is a real stout one. I mean, she's the power female in the group if you want to head that direction. She's got the biggest pin bone, the stoutest set of feet and legs. Her foot structure's awesome. Female, it's really bold in her body cavity. And for being an intensely stout female, I know she's not really cooperating for the young lady right now, but when she throws her head up and gets things together, female's got a nice, fresh, good look from the side. I think she's maybe just a nickel shorter in terms of her step versus a few others out here, but she's so stinking long-bodied, I don't know that you can really read her just based on how she fills her print. That's an awfully good one. Just need to increase her values and refine her up in that udder. The slick-haired female one that's really cowy, I like that one a great deal standing still. Just like her cow character, her body, she reads maternal, she's smooth in her shoulder. She's super good in terms of her joint work. Obviously maybe not quite as consistently level in her top line and maybe throws her balance off. Maybe not just the most exciting from the side, but certainly just a lot of maternal quality. That last class, Nick and I chose this female because it just felt like part for part. She was a very fault-free female, refined in her kind. This female, if I had to change her, I would, it's maybe hard for where y'all are standing to see, but when you get up close to the cattle, she's a little shallow-heeled, a little frail-footed, just not the best there in her foot structure. She handles it good, though, because her joints are awesome. She's a very refined, very balanced female from end to end. So a great lineup of cattle. I think part for part, putting all the pieces together phenotypically and genetically, our pick's going to be the Baldy here out of our April class, or excuse me, our March class. So let's give this young lady here a nice round of applause.
Selected as your Division 5 champion is entry 262, CHEZ STCC Miley 5034C, shown by Trenopole Farms, Phelps, Wolf, and Welshons, Middletown, Indiana. Congratulations.
The heifer that steps in behind our division champion, as we commented earlier, I think structurally and particularly foot quality wise, if you want to get up on the cattle and look, this female here is as good a jointed and good a footed a cattle as we've seen all day. She's within herself, she's smooth, and she's fresh in her kind. She runs downhill just a nickel, and understand she's not as maybe just massive through her heart and flank, but we love her correctness, we love her freshness, and her genetic values are extremely strong. This female here is going to be our pick to follow our Baldy there for reserve. Congratulations to you.
I apologize. Your champion in this division is entry 252, JBSF Proud Mary, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. My apology. And reserve?
260, it looks like. Was that the front heifer?
Entry 240, Panorama 52C, shown by Miranda Rathel, Falls City, Nebraska. Congratulations to both Sarah and to Miranda.
I got that.
$138 on the way.
138. Maintain your form.
This
just a single entry here in this division in our seniors, and I think one that's just going to be an exceptional cow. When you study this one, center body or moderation or sound set of feet and legs, he's got her bred up. She's going to calve here in 2 weeks. One that I think is just going to make an awesome cow when we kick back into production. One that maybe you could clean up in her chest floor just a hair. She's starting to weaken in her loin just a touch, but obviously this one's going to be a mama here in 2 weeks, and you can't pick on her too hard. I think just going to be an awesome low maintenance cow for this exhibitor here. Let's give him a round of applause for that division winner.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in class 35, and your senior champion female is entry 287, HPF AF B&K Knockout 256B, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Simmental female in your national Simmental show. Let's bring those division and reserve divisions to into the ring, please. Attention Main Anjou exhibitors. We need all maintainer bull calves to the make-up ring immediately. All maintainer bull calves. We are starting the show and we are missing some entries. You will miss your class. Maintainer exhibitors, let's bring in Class 1. Maintainer bull calves, Class 1. Maintainer bull calves. It is my pleasure to introduce your judge for our National Main Anjou Show, Mr. Tim Fitzgerald, manager of Cherry Knoll Farm. Cherry Knoll is a registered Angus operation that runs about 65 brood cows, and Tim has shown and produced many Denver and Louisville champions in the last few years. Tim has judged at the National Western, North American, American Royal, and several national shows throughout the United States. Tim is graduated from Oklahoma State University in 1991 with an animal science degree and was on the national livestock judging team at OSU in 1990. He was also on the 1990-91 World Quarter Horse National Champion team at OSU. Folks, let's put he's also got sons, Brody and Bryce. Brody is also a student at Oklahoma State. Bryce is still in high school back in Pennsylvania. Let's welcome Mr. Tim Fitzgerald, your judge for this year's National Main Anjou Show.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Certainly a pleasure to judge your maintainer and your main Angiu show this afternoon. Really nice individual entry here to start off the class with, and it's a shame he's a single entry. Here's a bull calf with, I think, a lot of future, a lot of promise in him. You get off and view this bull calf from the side, and here's a bull that's extremely stout and powerful, big-hipped and big top. I think you really like the angulation off both ends. He's really nice in his shoulder. He's really nice designed in that hip and hind leg. When you get behind him, he has some shape to his top and some shape to that hip and hind leg. Movement-wise, he's relatively sound in his movement. He takes a big, long, easy stride. Just really a nice individual to start your maintainer show off with.
Placing first in Class 1 of your Maintainer Bull Show is entry 134 AHFF Firefox 605D, shown by Heartfelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Now comments on our National Female Championship lineup here in our Simmental show from our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman.
Thank you, man. It's been a well of a show. Nick and I have had a ball. I said yesterday morning whenever Nick and I were judging the percentage show, that's probably the most fun I've had judging a show in quite some time. Not that it's not fun all the time, but just basis the quality of the cattle, and I think just the strength of the breeders in terms of putting together cattle that were multi-purpose cattle that had that blend of genetics with just a superior phenotype, and then a set of cattle that for us, we could find what we wanted. It made it easy. And you may not agree or not, but for us, we had a lot of fun yesterday. Today's show this morning, similar storyline. I think throughout each divisions, I'd say maybe most of the decisions were maybe just a nickel tighter than maybe what they broke out for us yesterday. But still, at the same time, just a lot of exceptional options and just really no bad cattle through the show. This is a lot of fun to get to judge these PTP shows and be able to integrate those two worlds together. In terms of our lineup out here, I don't know if we need to make any comments or not, but I'm generally a little longer-winded. I only am a little longer-winded because I know the investment of time that goes into this, and in terms of time on the road and time to get these cattle prepared, nevertheless get them bred and put together like this, but just to get them across and make them look 12 o'clock here in the big lights of Freedom Hall takes a lot of effort, and so when you get beat, I personally would want to know exactly why. But in this incredible lineup, we had a Baldy up here, and she's just exceptional for a young March calf from the side. We'd square up just a nickel from behind, and like I said, I got to be extra critical talking about things that probably don't matter a whole lot other than the fact that we've got to pick one of these. The heifer that's second and out of the second division, this female is a big-time functional performance female. I think she's got a huge future out in front of her. She's carrying a little bit more throat up through her neck, but again, like Nick said earlier, I don't penalize Simmental cattle for that too much. I mean, it fits their breed identity, and that one proportions out similar in terms of how it matches the rest of her body type and kind. I question a little bit if she's not maybe just a little big frame for where she's at age-wise and genetically for a balanced show. She's the one that probably has the most hickeys in regards to her negative marbling and a little downgrading in terms of calvings, but it can be correctively mated. I'm sure there'll still be a lot of good options for that female, as good as she is. The female that's coming around right now, one of the strongest females genetically. This female is super smooth. When we were judging her, I kind of sarcastically made a comment to Nick that I thought she had a little more of an Angus type look about her, and I mean that in a good way. She's a female that's sound, structured, and just smooth made all the way through. Not quite as intense and stout maybe when you move in behind her, but hard to pick a hole in that very fault-free female. In the next division here, the snip-nosed female, this one here from the side, I don't know that you could paint one any better in regards to lines and design and sleekness of front end. We love that about her. Love how shallow-chested she is relative to her lines from there back. That female is just exceptional and probably my pick when we got the cattle standing still. I think you got to determine for yourself, and that's for whoever wants to look at her genetic offering and consider in terms of where you see her in terms of structure, because standing there she reads pretty good. I'd intensify her a bit in terms of foot size. When she goes, she's maybe just a little bit tighter in our estimation, but that's really picky because standing there, man, she looks awesome. The Baldy female that's second to the end, this female, when we get the cattle out and stride them from the side, I think is one of the more athletic cattle in the group. Often she's kind of pulling back at the halter and it makes her just not totally relax out in her top line, but from front to rear, that one's just screaming maternal. She's just put together with such a soft cavity, a great set of teats, a really refined front 1/3, a clean joint in terms of the way she's put together from behind. As we said, just throws her hind legs, just a nickel, but very strong in terms of her production values. And I think the strongest female out here in terms of just that read of maternal look and quality. Our last division there was a single entry, and she's certainly no slouch down here, but we've got a lot of heat here in this group. She's a very complete one, going to make a great cow. So I'm going to let Nick select our champion here. All I ask again is just put your hands together and congratulate our breeders of these cattle and those exhibit them and put them together out here. Been a well of a show, been a real honor to get to sort it.
Once again, your judge for this year's National Simmental Show, Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas. And your national champion female, purebred females, entry 252, JBSF, Proud Mary, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations, Sarah.
Call for 141 on the main side.
All right, well, for reserve here, this female that came out of that division, one that's fresh and correct and just nearly perfect structure, which is really my agenda. And you can't always do that. Obviously, it's a totals game, and that's why I like that Baldy female to win. But this one here, in terms of perfection of structure and freshness, and then you look at her genetic merit on paper, and that female reads very balanced and very solid in terms of her production records, in terms of what she forecasts out to be in her progeny, right on the mark. So a nice show here, very tough decisions. I've already talked to cattle, and a very close call here for us for reserve. I'm going to let Nick go ahead and select our reserve grand.
And your reserve national champion female is entry 240, Panorama 52C, shown by Miranda Rathel, Falls City, Nebraska. Congratulations. Okay, Tim? Thank you for waiting.
And your other side of the ring, folks, in your maintainer bull show, really nice lineup of bulls from top to bottom. I think the bull we're starting with, folks, in terms of soundness and power from the ground up and foot size and sheer mass, I think he comes to the top relatively easy. Here's a bull, when you view him on the side, you like the depth of his forerib, the softness and the fleshing ability he has, and he pulls that flank down. You really like that. You get behind him, big old top, big old hip. Here's a bull that's really sound and functional and has a performance to go along with him. Just really a nice individual to start off with. I think the next pair of bulls, it's relatively close. The black bull in second, a little sounder from the ground up. I think he's a little easier in his foot size. He takes a big, maybe a little longer stride compared to the bull in third. Here's a bull, when you get behind him, he's stouter topped, he's stouter hipped, he's wider base compared to the smoky colored bull in third. Just a little stouter package. The bull in third, folks, from the side, you really like him. I think you like the balance and type and kind of this individual. He's got a nice top, he's got a nice hip, he's relatively sound from the side. I think when you get behind him, you get a little more disappointed compared to the top two. You'd simply just like to stouten him up, see a little more muscle mass and shape in that lower quarter and that top compared to the top two. The next bull in fourth, here's a bull that's from the side profile. He has some balance about his top, he has some balance about his hip, he has some rib shape. Compared to the top three from the ground up, you'd simply like to just stout stouten him up. See a little more bone, see a little more shape of movement from behind, but really a nice class of maintainer bulls.
Simmental exhibitors, let's get our pictures taken before we start our bull show. All you champion females and divisions, let's get these pictures taken real quick. Placings in Class 2, maintainer bulls. First entry, 136, THMT MRH Nyquist, shown by Megan Hunt, New Madison, Ohio. Second entry, 139, SPIT Jake 604D, shown by Spittler Cattle Company, Paris, Illinois. Third, entry 138, shown by 5H Farms, Hinckley, Ohio. And fourth, entry 137, shown by Thomas Sturt, Granville, Michigan. We now will be selecting our junior bull calf and reserve bull calf champion. Maintainer bull exhibitors, I need class 141 to the makeup ring, please.
Folks in your maintainer side and your bull show, we haven't had a lot of numbers in this first division, but I'll tell you what, the trio of bulls out here I think are awfully good. The bull calf that won the first class, here's a bull calf in terms of quality and balance you really like. He's nice in his shoulder, he's nice extending out that front 1/3. He's level designed, and the quality and balance about his top and his hip, you really enjoy to view him from the side. You get behind him, he has some shape of top, some shape of hip. I think where you get a little critical of him, get a little compared to the ideal, I think he may get a little tighter in that forerib, but you'd like to pull that down just a touch and soften him up, but he's an April calf, and I think that will come. The March calf that won the second class, folks, here's a bull that's as powerful and as stout and as big topped as I think you could make one for this age. From the ground up, big footed, big bone, very sound and functional in his movement. You get behind him, you love the width and dimension of his top, that muscle carries that lower quarter and stifle you really like. I think he has a right angulation in that shoulder and that front end. Young lady does a nice job with him as well. The bull that, the second place bull that was to him, sound and functional and long body design, and he was second because he had a little more extra top and muscle compared to the bull in third. Nice group of calves, folks. I'll pick your two grands in this division. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Nice set of bull calves.
Selected as our Division I Junior Bull Calf Champion is entry 136, THMT MRH Nyquist, shown by Megan Hunt, New Madison, Ohio. And our reserve Division I Junior Bull Calf Champion is entry 134, AHFF Firefox 605D, shown by Heartfelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Maintainer Bull Calf Class 5. We have a single entry, entry 143. Let's bring that bull calf into the ring, please. This entry will also serve as our Division II champion.
Well, folks, in your Maintainer Bull Show, again, just a single entry division in this class. There's a January bull class, or calf, folks. I think the thing you really like about this calf is his soundness and his movement and the structure. From the ground up, he's very, very versatile in his movement. You like his length of stride, you like the flex in his joints. I think he shows a little extra cushion in his pastern, has a little extra cushion in that knee and that hock. You get off alongside of him, you like the length of body and the length of spine. He's big topped and big hipped. He's really nice in his angles on both ends. Young lady's done a nice job, but just really a nice single entry.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 5 and our Junior Division II Bull Calf Champion in our National Maintainer Show is entry 143, KKKG Road Warrior 602D, shown by Courtney Grimm, Audubon, Iowa. We now need Class 8 Maintainer Spring Yearling Bulls. Class 8, single entry, entry 144 into the ring, please.
Another single entry in your maintainer bull show, folks. Here's a bull that's designed quite well. He's relatively smooth in his pattern, and he's high quality in his top and his hip. And if you view him from the side, you like the way his hooks blend into his hip. You like his hip and hind leg. Here's a bull that's relatively sound and functional in his movement. He's big-footed, he's big-boned. I think compared to the ideal, when you get behind this bull, you'd like to stouten him up just a touch, see a little more top shape, see a little more lower quarter shape, but from the side, you really like the way this bull's made. Quality of balance about his head and neck, just really a nice junior yearling individual.
Thank you, Tim. Winning that class, Class 8 Spring Yearling Maintainer Bulls is entry 144, BBR Kane, 530C, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Entering the ring now is Class 9 Spring Yearling Bulls, Class 9, single entry, entry 145.
In your maintainer bull show, folks, really from the stand, you don't think this bull would be as nice in his movement as he is, but from the ground up, very sound and mobile in his movement. You like the flex in his hock, and you like the flex in his knee and the cushion in his pastern. Here's a bull that takes a nice, long, easy stride. You get behind this bull, and he has some shape to his top and some depth of muscle in his top that carries to his lower quarter and stifle. Here's a bull that's designed quite well. Love the angle in his front 1/3. You love that head and neck and the masculinity he has. He has that mass and muscle when you get behind him. I think compared to the ideal, you might just soften him up just a touch compared to the ideal, but at the same time, really outstanding, nice moving individual young man has.
Well, Tim, I'll disagree with you on the young part, but he can't hear me anyway. Winning Class 9 Maintainer Bulls is entry 145, DMCC Ironman 9C, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana, Diamond M Cattle Company, Hiawatha, Kansas, and Phil Lautner, Adel, Iowa. Coming into the ring now is Class 10 Maintainer Bulls. Class 10 Maintainer Bulls.
Well, we just get done with an exceptional heifer show and jump in here on the bull show, and they certainly don't let up on us. I think both of these bulls just carry a lot of quality in the way they're built at the surface. The one that starts especially, I like this one's foot size, the way that he gets out and goes. I think this is the way the Simmental bull needs to be built at the ground in terms of his foot shape, one that's really comfortable in terms of his angles and still very rugged in terms of his overall design. Like that one's boldness of body and stout pin set when you step right in behind him. Just looks like a man when you study him from the side, but still gives you a lot of balance. One that has a little bit of advantage there on a calving ease standpoint. We really like that about that one because he still has so much power when you study him visually. The bull that comes next has a little bit more growth built into his pedigree, and the high indexing bull in this class, he is maybe just a bit more youthful up through his head and neck, still very comfortable off of both ends of his skeleton. From a comparative standpoint, solely one that could be just a touch stouter where he sets down at the surface, both in terms of width and foot size. When you compare him back to that bull that leads off, he's not near as massive when you step right in behind him, but a great pair there to start off the bull show.
Placing first in Class 40, Simmental Spring Bull Calves, April Spring Bull Calves. First goes to entry 297, TNGL Imprint D989, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Second, entry 298, LAH Craft Brew 275D, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 41, March Spring Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion Simmental Bull. 69. Attention Maine-Anjou breeders, we have very few bulls. We need all of the Maine-Tainer and Maine-Anjou bulls to the makeup ring. All Maine-Anjou bulls to the makeup ring, please.
In your Maintainer Bull Show, folks, a little difference in performance in this pair of bulls. What we're starting with is simply the bigger, the stouter, a little more powerful bull than the bull in second. I think from the ground up, good-footed, good-boned. Here's a bull that has a little extra extension and length of top and length of hip when you compare him to the bull in second as well. Just really a nice individual to start off with. The bull in second, in terms of quality and bounce and freshness, you like him about that. You would like to just add a little more performance in the bull and maybe just stouten him up compared to the bull in first when you get behind him. Nice pair of junior yearling bulls.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 10, Maintainer Bulls, entry 147, Men in Black, shown by Lucas Ebersol, Sterling, Illinois, and second entry 146, LCF I-67, 1505, shown by Larry and Charles Carroll, Vine Grove, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion bull in our National Maintainer Show.
Well, folks, in your maintainer bull show side, really nice trio class winners out here in a second. I think when you see some bulls out here, you see the soundness and a little more mass of muscle and a little more shape when you get behind these bulls. The April bull that won the first class, folks, in terms of design from the side, you really like this individual. He's nice in his top. He's nice and square from his hooks to his pins. He has a nice hip and hind leg to him. You like the angulation to that shoulder, that extension out that front 1/3. I think when you start comparing him to the ideal, he may get a little flatter sided. He may get a little tighter hearted. You'll definitely like to widen his base out when you get behind him. From the side profile, you really, really like. The young man's bull in second. Here's a bull that's a little more modern in his frame size. Here's a bull when you start comparing the soundness and the mobility and the mass and shape, you really like this bull compared to the two bulls on each end. Here's a bull that has a big old top. He has a big old hip. He's relatively nice in his shoulder. You like the angulation off both ends. As I said before, for his size, I might want to just soften him up just a touch, but at the same time, very sound, very functional on his feet and legs, big-footed, big bone from the ground up. The bull that won the third class, folks, here's a bull that's a little larger in his frame score. You really like the length of body and the length of hip and length of top in this individual. Relatively sound. You like the angulation off both ends as well. Here's a bull you might want to clean up just a touch in that front 1/3, just a touch in that brisket. I think for his size also, you can maybe soften him up just a touch. A bull, when you get behind him, though, has some shape, has some muscle. Nice lineup of bulls, folks. Let's give these individuals a round of applause, and we'll pick your two champions.
Well, this second class of Marchborn bulls, it really has a nice group here in them in terms of some cattle that really have a lot of value. I like all 5 of these bulls real well. Nick and I both, when these bulls came in, we kind of gravitated towards the bull in second in regards to stoutness and muscularity and ruggedness and masculinity of look. This other bull comes across maybe just at first impression, a nickel more immature. Then the more I just study these cattle and break this one down, he's my favorite in terms of just foot quality and joint work and soundness of movement. I think that bull's shoulder shape lays into him just a notch better into his rib cage, even though he's pretty green there in his rib cage. In terms of his bottom line, I think he's good in terms of his depth of rib, probably just a nickel better in terms of his sheath than the other bull, and just very square from hooks to pins, got a good expressive shape up high, plenty of width of base, and I think ruggedness in this individual. I think he'll continue to get better, and we're going to bet on his structural freedom. On paper, that bull slightly better in terms of his calving ease, or quite a bit better in terms of his calving ease, but yet still has a marginal advantage in terms of his direct growth. The bull in second, like I said, just rugged and masculine. I like to maybe just change him up a bit going away. Maybe he rolls a bit on the outside of his hoof and shortens a little bit there in that outside toe. Maybe clean him up just a bit in his sheath. But being picky of one that's got a lot of muscle, body, and stoutness and ruggedness for a bull of his age, that's a great pair. The baldy that comes next, pretty long striding from behind. Maybe keeps it underneath himself just a bit in terms of his motion and brings down his top line. But that's a square hip, stout forearm, rugged individual that's really nice in terms of his testicular shape. A lot of things to offer there in terms of breeding pieces. The next bull, highly fit. He's long-bodied and he's stout structured. I like those pieces about him. When we get him in motion, he maybe drops his pin bone a bit and rolls his hind leg a little underneath himself. I'd like to square him up a bit off his rear ankles and just drop him a bit more in terms of his natural rear rib and flank relative to his chest line. The bull that closes the class, a really nice, stout, rugged bull. There's a lot of masculinity about this little guy. He's got a lot of muscle shape to him. Maybe not quite as good off both ends of his wheels, but still a really nice, rugged bull.
Thank you, Ryan. Selected as your junior yearling maintainer bull champion is entry 145, DMCC Ironman 9C, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana, Diamond M Cattle Company, Hiawatha, Kansas, and Phil Lautner, Adel, Iowa. Second, a reserve junior yearling bull calf is entry 147, Men in Black, shown by Lucas Ebersol, Sterling, Illinois. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion maintainer bull. Class placings in our Class 41 Simmental Bull Calves. First is entry 300, IVS JJ B&K Step Up 17D, shown by B&K, IB & Sons, and Double J Simmentals, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Second, entry 305, TNGL Destination, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Third, entry 308, YSC NBA Jackson, showed by Young Show Cattle and Prospect Cattle, Sumner, Illinois. Fourth, entry 304, shown by R-Star Livestock, Gallipolis, Ohio. And fifth, entry 299, shown by Musser and Gordon, Otterbein, Tennessee. Placings in that class were 5, 1, entry 301 was out, 4, 2, and 3. We now are selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion, Simmental Bull Calf.
Well, a really nice pair that Nick and I are both pretty fired up about. This first calf is an April-born, mid-April. The other one there is a mid to late March. Both of them read about identical in terms of their genetic value, so you can put that aside and let's just study the cattle. This booger up front is sound and powerful. He's never going to be real big in terms of the length to his cannon bone, but man, he could make some moderate, chunky cattle that still fit together well in terms of his shoulder design and the way it places back on his body cavity. I think it's pretty impressive relative to how powerful he is all the way through. Feet and leg structure is excellent on that bull and really tight in his sheath. The other bull just keeps growing on me. He's such a sound-footed fella. A bull that's a little more immature right now in terms of just the center of his forward and the base of his heart, but love the quality and the correctness of that bull. We're going to use a little extra stoutness, though, out of this younger bull. Let's give this gentleman right here a nice round of applause on a tremendous, tremendous Simmental bull calf here in this division.
Selected as your champion Division I bull calf is entry 297, TNGL Imprint D989, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Congratulations.
Reserve there. That second place bull is awfully correct. We just like to intensify him a bit in terms of testicular size and foot size at the ground. We're going to keep those pair of class winners together, and I think this bull here is going to only get better. Let's give this gentleman here a nice round of applause here, as well as the rest of our exhibitors.
And selected as your reserve champion Division I is entry 300, IVS JJ B&K Step Out 17D, shown by B&K, IB & Sons, and Double J Simmentals, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our Simmental show is Class 44 February Bull Calves. Class 44 February Bull Calves.
Well, folks, in your maintainer side for your champion bull, I think you have 3 individuals out here that won these divisions and 2 reserve division winners that are extremely good. And boy, we haven't had a lot of numbers in this bull show, but I think when you analyze these 5 bulls out here, I think you see some quality and some kind that I think anyone along ringside would definitely enjoy to look at. The bull calf that won the first division, folks, I think he's awfully nice. He's a bull from the ground up, sound and functional, nice in his foot size, nice in the substance of his bone structure. He's got a big old top and a big old hip. He's very soft from the point of his shoulder back. I like that depth in that forerib that carries back to that flank. I love the angulation off both ends, especially the way that shoulder ties into that neck and the masculinity he shows for a young calf this size. Loaded with performance. You love his weight per day of age. Just really a nice individual to win the first division. The January bull calf that won the second division, folks, here's a bull that's very fresh in his makeup. He's very well designed. He's long bodied. He's long topped. He has some shape of muscle when you get behind him in his top and his hip. Very sound and functional on his feet and legs as well. You like that extension out that front 1/3. You like the cleanliness of the bull when you get him off and view him from the side. Really nice calf that won the second division. The junior yearling bull that won the third division as well, folks. Very sound on his feet and legs. When you watch this bull walk, he has a little extra set in his knee, a little extra set in that hock. He's long strided. He's loose in his structure. Here's a bull that has some shape when you get behind him. The design of muscle in his top, that muscle that carries in that lower quarter and stifle you definitely like. Again, like the 2 in front of him, here's a bull that's designed quite well in his shoulder and his head and neck. He's long-bodied, he's long-spined as well, folks. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll pick a champion and reserve a maintainer bull for you.
Selected as your grand champion maintainer bull is entry 136. THMT MRH Nyquist, shown by Megan Hunt, New Madison, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve champion maintainer bull is entry 145. DMCC Ironman 9C, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana, Diamond M Cattle Company, Hiawatha, Kansas, and Phil Lautner, Adel, Iowa. Congratulations. Okay, Main on Jew exhibitors, let's move right into our Main on Jew bulls. We only have 4 heads, so let's do these real quick and then we'll break for pictures, okay? Class 13 Main on Jew bulls. Let's bring those Main on Jew bull calves into the ring, please. Class 13. These will be the only 2 in this division, so they'll serve as our champion and reserve champion. Class 16 Main on Jew bulls, let's get those up here to the makeup area. We'll bring those in immediately after this class.
really high quality February bull class, and the one that wins I think is quite a standout, not only in this class but I think in this breed. This one has a lot of utility. There's plenty of powerful, bigger frame Simmental cows to take this one too, and I think just his smoothest skeleton, his balance from the side, his feet and legs, how smooth jointed he is when you study him from behind. I love his body shape and how he feeds back in through his rear rib and flank. You step right in behind him, he's probably not just overwhelming in terms of pin set, but I still think he has plenty of mass to the top side of his skeleton, one that I just love in terms of how he's built at the ground and his balance from the side. I think that one's awfully good. Not to mention he's still the class leader in terms of his indexes. He's the high calving he's bull in this particular class too, which I think matches how he's built up through his front 1/3. The bull comes next. I think one that's powerful, and we thought that the closer pair was between 2 and 3. When you study him at the surface, I think this bull sorts into second quite handily in terms of how he's built off his rear too. Like this one's foot shape quite a bit better, one that's more desirable in terms of his hip and hind legs, still bold right there through his center body. Where he has a few more hiccups is up through his front end. Like to see that one just a bit fuller right there in his heart and full rib, see him hook up just a bit stronger right there behind his shoulder and clean him up in his throat latch. I think that's a good beef bull there that just gets out and goes more adequately than the bull in third. The bull in third is a bit stouter constructed at the surface, and I think when parked gives you a bit more eye-appealing look up through his front 1/3, where his neck sits on his body and his levelness of top line I think is a bit more desirable. One that we'd like to see just a bit more mature right there through his center body and full rib. He is just a bit more uncoordinated in the way he uses hock and hind leg. The bull that comes next, real easy keeping in his kind. I think one that can make some real low maintenance females down the road, still sound and flexible on the go. Just like to see that one bounce up a bit better from the side and power him up in terms of his center body shape. The bull that comes next, moderate, an absolute meat wagon when you step right in behind him. Like that one's turned right there out of the backside of his shoulder and over his rib and loin. Really powerful in terms of his stifle and lower quarter. One that just needs to get out and go with a touch more comfort off of both ends, and then I think it gets a bit tougher right there in the middle portion of the class. The Baldy bull that closes long and extended in his type and kind, a bit later maturing throughout. Just like to see that one a bit more mature right there through his center rib and allow him to get out and go with just a touch more flexibility off his rear too. Really high quality class there with a really impressive class winner.
To start your main Anjou show off with, folks, a really nice pair of calves in your bull show. Little give and take in this pair. The bull we're going to start with in terms of quality and balance and just the way he's made and designed, I think he comes to the top relatively easy. He's a little nicer in that forerib. He's a little nicer design in that flank when you compare him to the bull in second. Sound and functional, has a nice top, nice hip, a nice design bull we're starting with. The bull in second, folks, here's a bull that's very fresh in his design, very long-bodied, very long spine. I think when you start comparing him to Ideal or a bull in front of him, you just like to stouten him up, add a little quality about his top and hip, just see a little more mass and muscle and shape when you get behind him, but a nice pair of main Anjou bulls.
Placings from Class 13 in our main Anjou Bull Show. Class 13, winning that class, and our junior bull calf champion is entry 71, EBAD ECC Funny Money 681D, shown by Elida Ebersol, Kellerton, Iowa. And second, and our reserve bull calf champion in our main Anjou show is entry 69, RMFM Snapback 8D, shown by Randy Mason and family, Logansport, Indiana. Congratulations. In our ring now is Class 16 main Anjou spring yearling bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion main Anjou bull. Class placings in our Class 44 Simmental February bull calves. First goes to entry 313, OBCC CMFM Deplorable D148. shown by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri, and Circle M Simmentals in Rockwall, Texas. Second, entry 312, TNGL Reflection D918, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Third, entry 314, shown by Blue Chip and Stottenboro, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth, entry 315, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Fifth, entry 374, shown by Harker Simmentals, Hope, Indiana. And sixth, entry 309, shown by Cody Musser, Earl Park, Indiana. Placings in that class, horse 6, entry 311 is out, then 2, 5, 1, 3, and 4. Entering now in our Simmental show is Class 45 January Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion bull.
Your main Anjou Bull Show, folks. A really nice pair of junior yearling bulls out here. Bull that we're starting with, folks, I really like this bull in terms of design and power and just shape and quality. Beautiful in his top and his hip and the way that shoulder lays into that neck and that front end, and as sound as he is off that front end. Truly nice, nice lined. You like the balance in his top and the way that muscle carries that lower quarter and stifle. Just really a nice place to start off with. The bull in second's no slouch, folks. Here's a bull that's extremely thick top and thick-ended when you get behind him. Truly, when you start comparing in terms of muscle shape and muscle mass, the bull in second probably has a little more shape in his top, a little more shape in that lower quarter. I think on the move, he tends to tighten up just a touch in his structure in his top. He pushes off that front end just a touch, but a really nice pair of junior yearling bulls in your main Anjou show.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 16, Spring Yearling Bulls is entry 77, BPF Beastie Boy 42C, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. And your second place bull, this bull will also be your junior champion bull. And second and reserve junior champion bull is entry 76, DCF The Hag, shown by Clampetson Farm, Martinsville, Indiana. Let's now bring our main Anjou bulls in for our grand champion drive. Main Anjou exhibitors, we will begin our heifer show with the Maintainer heifer calves. We'll start the Maintainer heifer show immediately following pictures of our bulls.
Well, it's a strong group of four. Nick and I both commented just collectively in the big picture relative to the world, just how sound these four high percentage sim bulls are, and they're awfully nice. And that's still why we like this bull that wins this class. I think he's just really sound-footed and sound in the way he's put together up high in his joints. A bull that's still got a nice degree of balance about him and certainly an adequate degree of muscularity. You read the sheet, and that bull complements his problem-free kind with a problem-free set of values. Just a really nice individual, I thought. Won this class in a very solid, complete manner. Then a little bit of debate for us here between 2 and 3. The bull in 2 is a bull that I really like. His bone work, his masculinity, his stoutness of feature and forearm. A bull that to me is a little stronger just in terms of his spine strength. And when we compare him back to the bull there in 3rd, a bull that's probably a little more expressive in terms of the definition of muscle work at the center of his stifle as you move in behind the cattle. He's a good testicle rascal too. You study him on paper with that extra ruggedness. He's backed with a bit more calving ease than those bulls that surround him. So I like those factors about him. He's a little shorter pin. Probably like to see him squared up just a nickel in terms of how he handles his front end. The bull that we've got here in 3, a bull that certainly has a lot of value. This bull's long-bodied, square-hipped. He's got a lot of shape to the base of his rib cage. Looks like a long-sided just performance bull. He strides pretty long and he's got a nice soft pastern to him. That bull maybe just sits a little piecey for me down his top line. I like to see him fit his shoulder back on his blade or back into his rib cage just a little smoother and have a little more slope to it. just square him up a bit more as he goes to the ground. The bull that we round out the class with, a real level top bull. I love the smoothness of pattern of this guy. Maybe not quite as just intense in terms of muscle shape or dimension when you move him behind the cattle in this group. Maybe gives up just a shot in terms of just dimension down to the base of his rib cage, but still really a nice pattern bull.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 45, January Simmental Bull Calves is entry 317, BC 80K Rubicon 6025D, shown by Badger Creek Cattle and Adkins Cattle Company, Emporia, Kansas. Second, entry 320, LAH Grand Tiempo 612D, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Third, entry 326, shown by Missing Rail and J-Bar M, Holgate, Ohio. Fourth, entry 318, shown by Southern Jewel Cattle Company, Victoria, Texas. Placings in that class were 1, 4, 2, entry 324 was out, and 3. We now will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion Simmental bull. Tim?
Well, folks, on your main Anjou side, again, we haven't had a lot of numbers in your main Anjou Bull Show, but I think when you look at these 2 champions and 2 reserves, I think you see some quality and balance and type and kind that exemplifies this breed very, very well. The bull calf that won the first division in terms of design and quality and balance, I think anybody would like this calf quite well. Here's a bull that has that quality and balance about his top and his hip. It carries to his lower quarter from the ground up, the substance in his bone and his foot size and the shape you get behind him when you see that you like. Just really a nice class or calf to win the first division. The bull that won the second division, folks, a junior yearling bull. Here's a bull that I really, really like in terms of soundness and structure and the way this bull's made. Here's a bull that's very smooth in his shoulder and beautiful in his neck, but at the same time still shows some masculinity to me. From that point of that shoulder back, very high quality designed in his top and his hip and his hind leg from the ground up, big footed and big boned. You like the quality and balance, you like the design of this bull, you like the mass and muscly ass shape when you get behind this bull. Just really nice individual. As we get to the 2 seconds, I think we see 2 bulls that are sound and functional in their movement. They have some shape, they have some muscle when you get behind them. Just really a nice lineup for your champion bull in your main Anjou show, folks. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause and we'll pick your 2 champions.
Selected as your grand champion, High Main Anjou Bull is entry 77, BPF Beastie Boy 42C, shown by Mason and Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, Gateway Genetics, Pierce, Nebraska, and Gaina Farms, Martell, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion Main Anjou Bull is entry 76, DCF The Hag, shown by Completion Farm, Martinsville, Indiana. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. Dr. Rathman.
Thank you, sir. We've got a heck of a nice pair of bull calves here, and you know, often my thoughts judging a bull show is I'm somebody that tries as much as possible to use the complete ones, those that are the hardest to fault. Sometimes that gets you backed into a corner in a bull or sire-based show where maybe the ones with the most progressive pieces are a little further down the line in terms of what might have the most utility. But we've got 2 bulls out here that are complete, but yet they're progressive, and genetically they're in a position to have some versatility on the females they can complement. Between the pair, our pick is this bull out front. He's just fresh and balanced and awesome in his shoulder shape. Let's give this gentleman here a nice round of applause. A bull that we think's got an extraordinary amount of value. I know there's somebody standing to my left right here that already would like to buy semen on that bull. He's pretty high on him. That bull's just really, really nice. The bull that we've got out here out of the other class, very problem-free in his kind, good in his foot structures, maybe not a little bit, not quite as tight sheath as the bull that won, or quite as neat at the base of his shoulder as the bull that won, but I think his type and kind matches him well. He's going to be our reserve. Let's give this gentleman a nice round of applause.
Selected as your Division II champion bull is entry 313. OBCC CMFM Deplorable D148, shown by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri, and Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Your reserve is entry 317 BC80K Rubicon 6025D, shown by Badger Creek Cattle and Adkins Cattle Company, Emporia, Kansas. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 48 Senior Bull Calves. Class 48 December Simmental Bull Calves.
On the main side,
I do have a correction on the Division II champion bull. That bull is owned by Owen Brother Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri, Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas, and the Deplorable Group.
What is that? What is that?
Late fall class here, and as we roll out our class winner, one that when parked I think gives you a really high quality look. He's studying from the side, long and extended, dead level down his top line, loose in his spine and how he carries it. Neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder. When you start studying his beef bull pieces, I think he sets down a big square foot off his rear too, attractive and still flexible in terms of his hip and hind leg, and bold right there through his center body. You want to get nitpicky on this bull. He does splay out just a touch up front, but I think one that is still neat in terms of where his shoulder sets on his body, bold right there through his midrib, and gives you a really high quality look from this side. The bull that rolls out next, a bit more moderate in terms of his type and kind, bold and chunky right there through his center body. And of this pair, I think when you step around and behind him, you really got to appreciate just how muscular he is right there out of the backside of his shoulder, his stout pin set, and additional shape right there through his center stifle, one that gets just a bit tighter, and now he moves off of both ends of his skeleton. Nice pair there to start off this division.
Winning class 48 in our November-December Simmental Bull Calves is entry 329, Helm Farms Cadillac Jack, shown by Elmore Cattle Services and Helm Farms, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Second, entry 330, LLSF Fixation C400, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 49 Senior Bull Calves. These are September and October Simmental Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion bull. Attention, Main Anjou breeders, we need Maintainer Heifer Calf 201 from Madeline Mace, Martinsville, Indiana. If you're going to show your heifer, you better get down here. have a slight update for you on that last division, Division 3 of our Simmental show. Both entries in Class 49 were scratched, so that makes entry 329 shown by Elmore Cattle Services and Helm Farms, Wacomas, Oklahoma, on Helm Farms Cadillac Jack, our Division 3 champion bull, and our reserve champion bull is entry 330 LLSF Fixation C400, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Congratulations. In our ring now is Class 52 March and April yearling Simmental bulls. Class 52 March and April Simmental bulls.
Well, a really competitive class here and a great set of bulls. There's a lot of bulls in here that have a lot of breeding value to them. Our pick, both Nick and I, is both the bull we've landed on here, and that's a bull that, for a bull that's rugged and masculine and stout, man, is he gorgeous from the side. This booger's got a beautiful front end. He flows into his blade just right in terms of how it lays back into his body cavity. He is awesome in terms of his tail head set and from hooks to pins and his hind leg design. Bull, it's really on point, and I appreciate the fact that he's not too fat. When you read that bull on paper, he's got some really population outlying and progressive marbling genetics, and then a nice balance there in terms of his calving ease. The bull that we've got in second, entry 349, maybe not quite as good there in those two areas, but not bad. He's got a lot of direct growth to him. A bull that when you judge him on hoof, his best shot's probably from behind. He's just such a big, powerful ended bull that's super thick across the plane of his stifle. He's got a big roll over his rib and loin, and this bull's still just really good through the front 1/3 of his body, just like that class winner. He makes a nice pair with that bull. When we get him out and stride him, he's maybe just a little shorter in terms of his step, but certainly his angles read really, really good. That's an awfully nice one that's also been managed in a manner which I like and which is kind of hardened up in his condition and not too fat. The bull that we've got in the third spot, a bull that's also a bull that's really bold to his center body cavity. I don't know if he can match the power as those top two bulls, but still plenty adequate in that regard. I think he's another bull that's got good angle to his hock, a bull that maybe could go to the ground just a little bit better there on his ankle and just increase his rear foot size. I like to tone his tail head back down into his top line just a shot if I could to upgrade that bull. Good set of tuscles underneath him. The next bull here is really fascinating, and like I said, sometimes when you're judging a show, you were trying to get the most complete ones up, and sometimes those that are the most wild in some of their breeding pieces, if you need to make a change, then that's maybe what you need to gravitate towards. And this bull right here has some changing pieces. You could land probably a small plane down his top. He is absolutely big backed. He's really thick right in behind his shoulder. He's got a bull that's strong in terms of his top line. He's stout in terms of his bone work. A bull that balances pretty darn nicely here from the side. Our reservation on him today is just a little bit more limited in terms of just his hock placement and his hind leg use off both ends. I just like to limber that bull up and make him a bit more athletic. If you study that bull from a genetic standpoint, he's got a lot of pluses. He's really nice in terms of his balance. Looking at his API relative to his marbling and calving ease, it would appear that he's got some awesome data behind that bull in terms of stayability, and so certainly he may have some utility there. The 344 entry next, a bull that's a little longer stride than the bull that I put in front of him. This bull is long-sided. He's good and from the side. I like his balance. He's got another just awesome bull. We just got a great lineup here. Where I would intensify him is right down his top and right in behind his shoulder. A bull that I would change his foot structure when you get on top of the bull and look at him a little closer in terms of your inspection. A bull that maybe just not quite as correct there in terms of his rear feet. Then the bull that we've got here at the end of the group, this bull's big-framed and long-bodied, bull that physically looks like he would add quite a bit of performance in terms of just his physical makeup. A bull that reads the same in terms of his genetic profile, one of the strongest bulls in the class in that regard. Maybe he comes with a little less calving ease, but still I think he can made it right to really do the right things and add some pounds. Bull's pretty thick-ended. It just gets a little bit framier relative to being a touch shallower underneath and maybe just not quite as pliable in terms of his joint work.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 52, March and April yearling bulls. First is entry 350, SC Pay the Price C11, shown by Elmore Cattle Services and Volk Livestock, Waukomis, Oklahoma. Second, entry 349, HS Cyclone C501, shown by Holly Springs Simmentals, Boston, Virginia. Third, entry 346, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Fourth, entry 345, shown by Hanson Cattle Company, Rennick, West Virginia. Fifth, entry 344, shown by Tecroni Brothers and Anderson Cattle Company, Clear Lake, South Dakota. And sixth is entry 348, shown by Triple C Farms, Jamestown, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 53, February Simmental Bull Calves. Class 53 is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion bull. On our maintainer side, beginning our maintainer female show is Class 19 Maintainer Heifer Calves. Class 19 maintainer heifer calves are in the ring. We need Class 20 and 21 to the makeup ring, please. Maintainer females, classes 20 and 21 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Quality February bull class here, and I made the comment to Ryan earlier, really impressed with just the soundness that we've seen thus far in the bull show, and I think all three of these certainly match that, what we've seen so far. The bull that wins, I think, just puts the most good together in terms of his smoothness of lines, where his shoulder lays on his body relative to his center cavity, one that gets out and goes very adequately up of both ends. I think he just gives you an eye-appealing look from the side, and still from behind has plenty of mass when you study him in terms of his pin set and upper portion of his skeleton. I think that one just makes the most sense when you study him in motion as well as parked in terms of what he brings to the table. The bull that rolls out next, one that I think beats him in terms of just stoutness of feature. You study that one at the surface in terms of his foot and bone, I think is awfully impressive. Absolutely a man when you study him up high in terms of his shape right there to the backside of his shoulder and how he feeds over his rib and loin. Got a lot of shape right there through his center stifle. One that has a bit of a question mark in terms of his calving ease, and I think that matches just a touch in terms of his shoulder, but one that I think backs it up with the carcass tandem right there when you read him on paper, and one that certainly has a lot of shape when you step right in behind him. The bull that rolls out next, one that I think still gives you a great look, certainly no slouch, just a touch tougher class here. Sound when you get him in motion, got a bit more shoulder relative to being tighter right there in his forerib. When you step right in behind him, of those three, probably plays out the most right there through his center stifle. But again, a very high quality class there. I think all three of them have a lot of utility. Let's give all three of those exhibitors a round of applause.
It's 3, 2, 1, right?
Yes, sir.
Placing first in class 53, February Simmental bull yearlings. First went to entry 355. Rocking P Legendary C918, shown by Rocking P Livestock, Maysville, Kentucky. Second, entry 354, Kaler Cashflow 528C, shown by Kaler Cattle and Small Farm, St. Charles, Minnesota. And third, entry 353, shown by Jordan Stevens, Ewing, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion bull.
I don't know what y'all are thinking here on the sidelines, but man, we're pretty fired up here about these two bulls that win both these classes. I think they've got an extreme amount of value, need to be used pretty heavily here. This bull up front has just got an absolutely sweet look in terms of just class and design. From hook bones back and there down, I don't know if you can make one much better than that bull in terms of just his hip and hind leg posture from the side. Bull's got a great look out to his front end, shoulder lays in there right, good set of feet and wheels down at the ground. That bull's just really nice. The bull's solid in terms of his genetic profile as well, like we talked about, really elite in terms of his marbling. The bull that we compare him to out here in that next class, this bull as well, just super sound from the ground up. A bull that is really stout bodied. Just you shoot an arrow right through the center of his skeleton, it's a long ways from this side to the other. And that bull there is really dense and powerful right to the center of his stifle. Both these bulls are awfully good. They read about the same in terms of calving ease and grow data. The other bull is a little more marbling. So I think it's just more of a phenotypic consideration more than anything. I guess it just, go back and forth here for Nick and I, but this bull that won the second class is probably the more powerful option. If you just want to get even cooler in terms of the look, the lead bull up there would be your pick. I still think this bull right here balances to a T. We love them both, but we're going to use a little extra power here out of this bull and then follow up with our other bull right here. But two bulls here, y'all ought to really get down and study. These ones are awfully good.
Selected as your Division 4 champion bull is entry 355, Rocking P Legendary C918, shown by Rocking P Livestock, Maysville, Kentucky. Your reserve Division 4 champion is entry 350, SC Pay the Price C11, shown by Elmore Cattle Services and Volk Livestock, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Congratulations to both of those firms. Entering the ring now is Class 56, Senior Yearling Bulls. Class 56 Senior Yearling Bulls. Let's bring those senior yearlings into the ring, please.
Just a single entry here in this big fall division, and I think one that certainly put some good things together. From behind, one that's stout in terms of his pin set, opened up to the top portion of his skeleton, still really bold right there through his midrib, and a good footed rascal. One that I think when you study him from the side, maybe you'd like to rock him back in his shoulder just ever so slightly, clean him up in his chest floor relative to his heart, but I think one that puts a lot of power together, good footed underneath, and still gets out and goes very, very adequately. I'd be excited to see that one back out here in the Grand Drive.
Placing first in your Division 5 champion bull is entry 360, MRRHF Inferno, shown by Rocky Hill Farms, Dawsonville, Georgia. Entering the ring now is Class 59. Class 59, April and May 2-year-old bulls. Class 59.
Your first class of your maintainers show, folks, your heifer division. Little contrasting types in this class, in these top 4 or 5 down. Really high quality, nice balanced set of heifers from top to bottom, though. Heifer we're going to start with, folks, is I think she's kind of the combination female of the class. Definitely from the ground up, when you analyze her foot size and substance and power and her bone structure and her hip and hind leg, you really, really like this female. I think she has some depth of side, some depth of flank. When you get behind her, she shows some shape of top and some shape of design in her hip as well. Here's a female, ideally, you might just clean her up just a touch in that front 1/3, but I think from the point of that shoulder back, I think that's where she excels in this class. The heifer calf in second, I really, really like this one on the stand, folks. Here's a heifer that's designed very, very nicely. You love the smoothness of shoulder, you love the smoothness and freshness of femininity in her front 1/3. Here's a heifer that's designed quite well in her top and her hip. She's long-bodied, she's long-spined, she's very, very sound on her feet and legs. I think when you start comparing her to the heifer in front, she could just be a little stouter from the ground up, but a heifer that's designed in terms of quality and balance you really, really like. The heifer in second, the heifer in third, she's kind of the moderate heifer of the class. Here's a heifer that's extremely ended, thick-ended, extremely powerful topped when you get behind her. Big top, big hip. I think from the ground up, she has some substance and power. She has that depth of rib you like. She has that depth of flank you like. You just like to see a little bigger package compared to the top 2, but a heifer that's designed quite well. The next heifer in fourth, here's a heifer that's very sound and functional on her feet and legs. From the ground up, really easy and fresh in her makeup. You like the design of her top. You like the design of her hip. She takes a big old long easy stride when you compare her with the heifers on both ends of her. I think compared to the ideal, I think she gets a little rounder in that shoulder. She gets a little tighter in that forerib. You definitely like to pretty her up just a touch in relation to the top 3 heifers. I think the next trio of heifers, I think it's relatively close. The heifer in front's a little bigger bodied. She's a little bigger volume. She's a little wider base when you get behind her. She pushes just a touch on that front 1/3 compared to the heifers in front of her. The next pair of heifers, again, I think it's sound, functional, nice moving females. Compared to the ideal and the heifers in front, you'd simply like to just stouten them up, add a little more body, add a little more rib shape, but a nice class of maintainer females from top to bottom.
Well, a pair of entries right here in this class, and man, these two guys right here are exceptional. This leadoff bull is really an outlier. Nick made the comment just a second ago about the strength of this show being just how good-footed and good-jointed this set of cattle has been for a high-percentage sim bull show, and this guy right here takes it to the next level. He really strikes my chord in terms of my bias towards wanting to perfect their structure. For a big bull, I don't know that you could have one that much more athletic there in terms of his hip and hind leg design. You can see how good he is, built to his front posture. His blade's right where it needs to be, and that's why he's as good in his neck set as what he is. And from there down to the ground, his shoulder shape just ties in so well, and then he's just perfectly symmetrical to the surface. So a really outstanding individual from a phenotype standpoint here. And data's pretty solid too. It doesn't hurt him at all. The bull we've got here in second, a bull that just kind of ran up against one that has got his number today, but in his own right, this bull is a powerhouse out of his hip. He's got some shape over his loin. He's a big-bodied bull into his center cavity. A bull that's still got a nice smooth look out through his front end. Maybe not quite as extended as that creature that won this class. Maybe not quite as long from his hook bone back, and maybe not quite as genuinely wide at his corner when he leaves you, but still an awesome bull, an awesome pair of cattle. If you don't mind, put your hands together. Congratulate those two exhibitors on two heck of a good bulls.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in class 59 two-year-old bulls is entry 365 TL Bottom Line, shown by the Bottom Line Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second, entry 363 SVJ Black Star B20, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. Entering the ring now is Class 60 Simmental two-year-old bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 6 champion and reserve champion bull. Simmental breeders, let's be bringing all of your divisions and reserve division bulls to the makeup ring. We will be selecting our grand champion bull momentarily. Placings in Class 19 maintainer females. First was entry 11. THMT MRH Bessie Joe, shown by Reed Haynes, Greenville, Ohio. Second, entry 1, CHTNAK, NDS Flassy Snazzy, shown by Dylan Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Third, entry 6, shown by Heartfelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 2, shown by Dylan Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Fifth, entry 8, shown by Tanner Francis, Brooklyn, Connecticut. Sixth, entry 201, shown by Madeline Mace, Martinsville, Indiana. And seventh, entry 5, shown by Joey Beckbrader, Bloomdale, Ohio. Placings in that class were 2, 4, 6, 7, 3, 5, and 1. In the ring now, Class 20 Maintainer Heifer Calves. Class 20 Maintainer Heifer Calves are in the ring. Please bring Class 21 to the make-up ring immediately, and I need Classes 24 and 25 Maintainer females to the make-up ring, please.
In your maintainer side of the ring, folks, really nice set of April heifer calves from top to bottom. I think the top 2, 3 heifer calves in this class are really, really nice. The Baldy heifer we're going to start with in this class, folks, from the ground up, I really, really like the design of this female. Really nice on her feet and legs. She takes a big, long, easy stride. She's really nice and loose in her structure. She has a little extra set in that hip and that hind leg. She has a little more cushion in that pastern when you compare her to the next few in this class. Here's a heifer that's nice design in terms of quality and balance. You love her shoulder, you love her top, you love the quality about this female. Just really, really a nice heifer to start off with. I think the next pair of heifers, it's really close. The heifer in second, just a little stouter design. She's a little softer in that forerib, which carries back in that flank. From the ground up, you love her foot size, you love the power she possesses. When you start comparing her to the heifer in front, she gets a little tight in that top. You'd like to loosen that structure up just a touch, but a heifer on the stand, extremely big bodied, love the power and design of this female. The next heifer on the stand, here's a heifer that has some quality and balance I think anybody would like. You like the smoothness and power in her top and the squareness of her hip. There's a heifer that's nice in her shoulder. She's fresh in her appearance. Compared to the top 2, she may gets a little stiffer off both ends. You just like to loosen her up, but a heifer, trio of females, I think in this class that are awfully good. The young man's heifer behind her, here's a heifer that's long-bodied and long design. She takes a big old long easy stride. She has some major power in her top and her hip when you get behind her. Compared to the top 3, you just like to soften her up just a touch, add a little fleshing ability to this female. I think the next pair of heifers, it's relatively close. We have 2 heifers that are very sound and functional. From the ground up, you like the design of these females. You like the quality about these females. Compared to the top end, you just like to see a little more, see a little higher performance, add a little softness to these females, but a nice class of maintainer females from top to bottom.
Well, we're certainly closing out our purebred bull show in these last several classes and divisions with quite a bit of fireworks. I don't know that I really anticipated the show being this good. It is awesome. A lot of fun out here, and there's going to be bulls that get beat that have just an exceptional amount of merit and utility and will be used heavily. This black Baldy bull that we're going to start with, he's our pick in terms of at the ground. I like his foot shape the best. I like the way his shoulder lays into his forerib a little better. I think he's a little longer from his hook bone back to his pin set, and everything just fits together so smoothly. I'm awfully impressed with how clean and flat this bull's joint work is for a big bull. He's got an awesome presence to him, a bull that I don't know if you can put one together much better. In terms of data, this bull's got just a shot more direct growth, and then his red meat genetics are awfully impressive, so a nice balanced bull on paper as well. The bull we have here in second is just an absolute creature in terms of just how big-bodied he is, a bull that's still really, really sound from the side to go along with his major strength in regards to his center body cavity. He's still awesome fronted in terms of just his neck set, his head shape and masculinity. A bull that if we get in a really close pair there, obviously, I just don't know he's maybe quite as square at his knee or square in terms of his natural hoof shape. Maybe his shoulder design could lay back in him just a nickel square and smoother as he comes right at you. That bull's got excellent first and second generation calving he's paired up. I do like that relative to how intensely stout that bull is on foot.
Placing first in Class 60, 2-year-old Simmental bulls is entry 366, STCC Jacked Up 4070, shown by Trinipole Farms and Jack Cattle Company, Middletown, Indiana. Second, entry 368, RF Downtown B64, shown by Riley Farms and Hearthstone Farm, Cisco, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Division 6 champion and reserve champion bull, followed by the selection of our grand and reserve grand purebred Simmental bull. Placings in Class 20, maintainer heifer calves. First went to entry 16, HETN Sweet Caroline, shown by Jordan Sills, Paneto, Indiana. Second, entry 20, AHFF Foxalicious 603D, shown by Hartvelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Third, entry 28, DCF Miss Daisy, shown by Madeline Mace, Martinsville, Indiana. Fourth, entry 12, NJW Miss Little Bit, shown by Pleasant View Farms, Pleasantville, Ohio. 5th entry, 21, BMCL Fancy Whiskey, 677D, shown by Renee Grimm, Audubon, Iowa. And 6th was an added entry, 007. Her name was MVS Sweet Money 44D. She was an April 4th female, shown by Madison Martin, Madisonville, Tennessee. In the ring now is Class 21 Maintainer Females. Class 21 Maintainer Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I Junior Heifer Calf Champion. Main on Jew exhibitors, we need classes 24, 25, and 28 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 24, 25, and let's bring 28, 9, and 30 to the makeup ring, please.
Well, this is pretty incredible. Like I said, a lot of fireworks here at the end of the show, and man, I'm just taken back at the strength of these cattle here. Nick said a nice comment there. He said, you know, these bulls, I just so much appreciate the shape that they're in. I think you can kick them out with cows. They haven't been overmanaged, and they probably wouldn't lose just a whole lot of weight. And I guarantee you they wouldn't lose any weight because they have any limitations in their structure. These bulls from the ground up are absolutely just easy moving, athletic cattle, and that's what I value about them. To carry the type of tonnage they've got from a pound standpoint on a skeletal build as good and as superior as what they are. Both of those cattle are awfully exceptional in that respect, and to take nothing away from the two cattle we got standing over here on the rail. Between the two, you still got to make a call, and the bull up front, this bull is a bull that is really got a nice combination of having that type of structural foundation in tandem with such a nice aggressive shape to his muscle pattern down his top. He's got a really nice descript turn over his rib and loin. From the side view profile, I think you can see a bull that's probably got just a bit more shape and turn and definition to his center, round, and stifle. He's a bull that when he travels away, I absolutely love how square he is at the point of his hock relative to his pin bone to carry this type of dimension all the way through his skeleton. Testicular shape and size is obviously quite excellent, and he's really tight in his sheath, and I also appreciate that about that bull. In terms of just his phenotype, to me, he's pretty hard to fault. His numbers are very strong. They're maybe a little off pace in terms of genetic growth, but collectively across the board, there's no problems that I think are going to handicap him from being able to be used on just about anything you want if you're interested in just making them good. The big bull over there, that bull is just absolutely a freak in terms of how good he is through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. For a big bull, his shoulder shape and design and the way it lays back in his cage is pretty exceptional. His neck is so high off the top of his shoulder as well that he comes to the ground just super super square at his knee and to the surface. His foot quality is some type of exceptional for this breed. He's a bull that's really long spine and correct from hooks to pins. He's a little longer from hook back, and then maybe you like that. You know, this bull's muscle shape ties on him just a little bit longer than the bull in front that's more aggressive in his shape. This bull is just super smooth in terms of his glide across the ring here. He's good in his testicular shape. To be honest, we got two bulls that are awfully fault-free. This bull's just a little stronger in a few areas in terms of grow. I personally think the one thing, if I have a reservation about this bull, and this is just my background coming from the South, but he's a big bull. If you need a big bull, this guy here can bring the heat in terms of making them right. The bull in front maybe fits a little bit more middle of the road in terms of a wider range of audiences in regards to the environment that he can be put in. I think he could work from south to north and east to west. That one's awfully good. It's a tight call, but we're going to go with the bull that's just a little bit more in line with my preference from a muscle shape and moderation perspective. We're going to use the bull up front, and the Baldy bull back here is going to be our reserve. Let's give these two gentlemen here a nice round of applause. Two of the most exceptional bulls I think you'll find in a breed.
Selected as your Division 6 champion bull is entry 365 TL Bottom Line, shown by the Bottom Line Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska. And your reserve division champion is entry 366 STCC Jacked Up 4070, shown by Trinipole Farms and Jack Cattle Company, Middletown, Indiana. Congratulations. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Bull. Please bring all of your divisions and reserve divisions into the ring, please. It is my pleasure to announce your premier breeder and premier exhibitor for this year's National Simmental Show. Your premier breeder this year is Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York, and your premier exhibitor is Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. If a representative from each of those firms would come up here, we need to get a picture and receive your banner. Congratulations.
In your maintainer show folks, well, I sure hate to use the term beast in a heifer show, but I think the one we're going to start with is kind of a good beast. So sound and so functional from the ground up. She moves so fluid in her movement. She's got so much performance and so much body. You get behind her, worlds of top, worlds of hip. You view her from the side, very nice angle in her front 1/3. She shows some extension out that head and neck. Here's a heifer when you view her from the point of that shoulder back, worlds of body, worlds of volume, worlds of flesh and ability. Just really, really a nice one to start off with. I think the heifer in second's a close thing to her in terms of quality and balance and design. Here's a heifer from the point of her shoulder back. Again, she has a little rib shape. She has some top shape. She has some mass when you get behind this female. Very sound and functional on her feet and legs on the move. Here's a heifer from the point of her shoulder forward. You really like the design of her shoulder. You like that design of quality about her femininity she possesses in that front 1/3. Just really a nice pair of heifers to start off with. The heifer in third, the first thing you like to do is maybe just add a little more inner dimension to this female compared to the top two. At the same, you love the quality about this female. Here's a heifer that shows some high quality about her top and her hip and her extension from the point of her shoulder forward. You get behind this female and she has some top shape and some rib shape. You just like to see her a little softer compared to the top two. The heifer in fourth, here's one of the higher performing females of the class. It's a heifer, again, very sound and functional on her feet and legs. I think when you start comparing her to the ideal, she gets a little coarser in that shoulder. She gets a little shorter out that neck. You just like to pretty her up just a touch, compete with the top three. The next heifer behind her, here's a heifer. You just like to change the structure of this female. She gets a little tight in her top. She gets a little tighter on the hip. On the stand, folks, so you like the design of a smoothness smoothness of her top and her hip. She has some muscle shape. She has some muscle width. When you get behind her, you just like to ease her up in that structure. The next heifer behind her, here's a heifer from the ground up, big-footed and big bone. She gets just a touch tight in her movement. She gets a little flatter sided when you get behind this female. The next pair of heifers, it's relatively close. You have two heifers with some growth, with some body, and with some balance. You just simply like to change the structure of these females, but a really nice class of March heifer calves in your maintainer show.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 21, Maintainer Heifer Calves is entry 52, TSSC Camellia Bell 620D, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 39, GRN GOF Miss Mia, shown by Green Oaks Farms, New Paris, Ohio. Third, entry 32, ABB GOF Miss Bugsy, shown by Dylan Durham, Richmond, Indiana. Fourth, entry 45, TJSC Katie 60D, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Herod, Ohio. Fifth, entry 34, DKCF Malibus Miss Black Pearl, shown by Kylie Roberts, Swayze, Indiana. Sixth, entry 38, ROLC I-80 Candy 04D, shown by R&L Cattle Company, Claysville, Pennsylvania. Seventh, entry 37, KTM Kissed by a Star, shown by Michael Poole, Kenneth Poole, Union Bridge, Maryland. And eighth entry, 53, BBTB Malibu Helen, shown by Birch Farms, Connorsville, Indiana. Placings in that class were 3, 5, 7, 6, 2. Entry 43 was out, 4, 1, and 8. We now will be selecting our Division I Junior Maintainer Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve.
I'm going to let Ryan talk these bulls and then talk about our grand drive and just how good this show's been so far. But I just wanted to say real quick, thank you for the opportunity to the Simmental Association for having me out here. It's been nothing short of a great experience. I appreciate the opportunity to work with Ryan. He's certainly one of my idols and someone that I look up to, not only as far as how he sorts livestock, but just how he carries himself, and he's someone that I've looked up to for a long time and learned a lot from. So that's all I'm going to say. Just thank you again for the opportunity. It's been a blast, and I certainly appreciate sorting such exceptional cattle.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. We're going to close the door here on a great show. I appreciate it. You know, one big reason why I took this show, I said it yesterday, but just so I could ask Nick to judge with me. You know, in this industry here, we got to build our youth up, and that's what I'm passionate about doing. And I'm always going to be passionate about it as long as somebody's willing to step in the ring and maintain their values and just sort the cattle as they see them. And so I appreciate that, and I think the world of Nick here, and it's a lot of fun for us to sort the last 2 days. Nick said it best, and when we were kind of talking about this bull lineup, I don't know if you guys really realize it on the outside, but as we compare the 4 shows that we judge in terms of female and bull divisions, percentage and pure, in terms of our agenda to try to perfect structure, we've been finding some cattle we like. I never thought that the group that would probably perfect it to the strongest degree would be the purebred bulls. How impressive is this? Like, holy cow. There's some bulls out here that are absolute athletes in regards to how good they're put together skeletally. There's some bulls out here that aren't going to be able to be grand and reserve, and they're some of the best bulls I've seen in terms of how they're put together and can sell an exceptional amount of semen and need to have a high degree of usage, in my own opinion. This breed's coming a long ways, and this is pretty darn good evidence right here. I do want to spotlight those couple of bulls that I feel like just deserve a lot of attention, and they deserve your attention if you're here at this stock show trying to figure out what genetics to use on your cattle back home. These first 2 critters in in this lineup are two of those cattle I'm talking about. This front bull right here's got calving ease, and then you look at him on foot, and he's an absolute little powerhouse in terms of his thickness and moderation, and he is one good jointed booger in terms of how he moves. That guy there is really a nice cattle. This bull in the second division, Nick was really hyped up on this one, and I am too. This guy is just flat out problem free in terms of his basic build. I won't say he's just the most rugged individual, but he's a young calf and he's got time to grow. If you look at his genetic values on paper, probably the best out here of any of the cattle in terms of the push for profitability in his bioeconomic indices. This guy from top to bottom and nose to tail just screams quality and practicality in my opinion. That's an awfully good one, and I think that bull deserves a lot of attention. Taking nothing away from the rest of the cattle, but this bull here out of this fourth division is a bull that, just part for part is good meat and tater type cattle. I can't put a major hole in him. He may not be as wild in some of his parts and pieces as some of the cattle out here, but this critter right here has got a great set of tires to be as powerful as what he is. Then we close the door here with a set of bulls that I did not anticipate coming because I'd pretty much decided we had already seen our grand cattle, as good as those cattle were. And then we got two boogers that walk in that carry this kind of weight on this type of a skeleton. Pretty intriguing, and still no holes in terms of their data. And so that was a lot of fun. So folks, let's put our hands together. Please get loud and let's congratulate our breeders here on a tremendous Simmental show. My hat's off to you at the job that y'all are doing putting together these sim genetics and the quality cattle you got.
Folks, once more, let's put our hands together for our judges, Mr. Dr. Ryan Rathman, Lubbock, Texas, and Mr. Nick Smith-Simmons, Perry, Oklahoma, for evaluating our Sim and Sim Angus genetics the last 2 days. Selected as your grand champion and national champion Simmental bull is entry 365, TL Bottom Line, shown by the Bottom Line Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Congratulations. And your reserve national champion bull is entry 366, STCC Jacked Up 4070, shown by Trinopole Farms and Jack Cattle Company, Middletown, Indiana. Congratulations.
In your first division, folks, of your maintainer heifer show, really a nice trio of class winners and seconds out here in this first calf division. The heifer calf that won the first class, folks, as I said in class, from the point of her shoulder back, I really like. Here's a heifer that has a little extra power and a little extra design from the ground up. She's big-footed and big-boned from her point of her shoulder back. She has some muscle in her top. She has some shape and width and dimension that carries down to that lower quarter and stifle. As I said in class, if you were to just tweak her a little bit, you might add a little femininity to the point of that shoulder forward, but from that point of that shoulder back, that first rib back, I think she is awfully good. In terms of quality and balance, a heifer in second I really like. Here's a heifer that's designed quite well. Beautiful in her front 1/3, beautiful in her neck. The design at the top of her shoulder back is very good. Very smooth and designed in her top line and her hip and hind leg. On the move, she's very sound. She's very fluid. She takes a big old long easy stride. You love the dimension in her flex of her knee and her hock, and you love that extra cushion in her pastern. A heifer that shows a lot of longevity in the way she moves. Here's a heifer that's very good. As I said in class, in the third class, here's a heifer that's just extremely powerfully ended. One of the highest performing heifers we've seen all day. Here's a heifer from the ground up, very mobile, very loose in her structure, long strided, long sided when you view her from the side. side. Here's a heifer that has that extra depth in that forerib, that extra depth in that flank, big top, big hip, very sound in her front 1/3. You love the angulation in her shoulder, you love that angulation in her hip as well. Folks, here's a trio of class winners I think are really, really good in the seconds as well. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause and we'll pick your 2 champions.
Simmental breeders, let's do our group classes. Bring your group classes into the ring, please.
Okay, we have.
Selected as your junior maintainer heifer calf champion, entry 52, TSSC, Camellia Bell 620D, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa.
You're doing a good job there, young man.
And selected as your reserve junior maintainer heifer calf is entry 39. GRN GOF Miss Maya, shown by Green Oaks Farms, New Paris, Ohio. Congratulations to both Sarah and Green Oaks Farms. Entering the ring now in our maintainer show is Class 24. Class 24 maintainer heifer calves. These will be maintainer junior heifer calves, Class 24. Folks, we had 3 group classes in our national Simmental show here. In Class 65, we had 1 calf get a sire. That was shown by B&K Farms, Fayetteville, Tennessee. And we had 2 entries in Class 68, Produce a Dam, both shown by B&K Farms, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Folks, that concludes our National Simmental Show. If Hudson Pines Farms have not already picked up your Premier Breeder Award, please do so. Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York, and your premier exhibitor, once again, was Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Congratulations to both Hudson Pines Farms and Tingle Farms. That concludes our National Simmental Show. Thank you, one and all.
Oh, that's perfect then. I just figured I'd catch you for a picture. They're all in order, Tommy. And they got the income and they got the studio.
in your maintainer show, folks. A really nice class of heifers from top to bottom. The powerhouse, we're going to start with the black and white socked heifer. Here's a heifer that's just tremendously high performing. Big stout topped when you get behind this female. It's a heifer that has major amount of muscle and major amount of shape, but at the same time, I think she's smoothly designed in her top and the quality about her top and her hip, but I think where she sorts herself off, she's a little looser in her structure, she's a little nicer in her movement compared to the heifer in second. The heifer in second, folks, in terms of balance and quality and type and kind, you really, really like. Here's a heifer from the point of her shoulder forward, beautiful in her neck design, beautiful in the femininity and the quality she possesses. On the stand, you like her top and you like her hip. On the move, you'd like to just tweak her a little bit. You just like to loosen up that hip just a touch. I think she's a little stiffer in her joints. You just like to loosen her up the way she moves a hair. The next heifer behind her, here's a heifer that's long designed and long bodied. She takes a big old long, easy stride. Here's a heifer, when you get behind her, she has some strength to her top and some strength from her hooks to her pins. Design-wise, she gets a little shoulder. You'd like to just pretty her up just a touch from the point of that shoulder forward. At the same time, here's a heifer that's very, very nice in her movement. The next heifer the young man has, here's a heifer that's long designed, fresh in her makeup. When you start comparing her to the three heifers above her, you'd simply like to stouten her up from the ground up, but a nice class of females from top to bottom.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 24, January and February heifer calves is entry 64, BFJV Irish Fantasy 111D, shown by Cindy Mansfield, Harrison, Nebraska. Second, entry 54, CHBB Miss Delilah, showed by Cade Banner, Eaton, Indiana. Third, entry 200, shown by Harris Show Cattle, Castown, Ohio. And fourth, entry 68, shown by Randy Mason and family, Logansport, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 25, Maintainer Heifer Calves. Class 25. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion female. Following this class, we will be picking a division.
I'm gonna take this on back to the livestock home. Y'all need anything?
Can we get a call for 84?
Attention maintainer exhibitors, please be bringing Class 28, 29, 30, 33, and 36 to the makeup ring, please. These are a lot of single entries. We will fly through these. I need all entries for maintainer show to come to the makeup ring immediately. Classes 28, 29, 30, 33, and 36 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Limousine exhibitors. Limousine exhibitors, we will start your show in the East Ring in Freedom Hall at 4 p.m. Limousine exhibitors, we will start the limousine show promptly at 4 o'clock in the East Ring of Freedom Hall. Thank you.
Well, folks, in your maintainer side, first thing I told this young man who's winning this class, he better get really cute really fast, because the worst thing about judging is placing that young lady with that heifer in second. Really nice pair of females, folks, in your maintainer side. Heifer we're going to start with, very sound and very functional from the ground up. Beautifully designed. Here's a heifer that has that extra rib shape. She has that extra softness in her flank. When you get behind this female, you like her top, you like her hip. Very sound and functional on the ground up. Here's a heifer I really like the design of her shoulder, like the design of her hip. Young man does a nice job. And of course, we get the cutest thing we've ever seen all day in the ring, a young lady in second. Here's a heifer, folks, that's designed really nice. She's smooth in her top, she's smooth in her hip. She has some quality of balance about her when you view her from the side. You like her shoulder again. I think when you start comparing her to the heifer in first, you'd like to just widen her out just a touch. See her move around the ring with a little more width the base, width the design, but really a high quality, nice heifer in second. Really nice pair of folks, heifers. Let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing first in class 25, maintainer females, was entry 73, TSSC, Sweeter Than Honey, 606D, shown by Clint Main, Seymour, Indiana. And second was entry 74, HDLY, Daddy's Girl, 602D, shown by Hadley Dunklau, Wayne, Nebraska. We now will be selecting our Division II Junior Heifer Calf Champion. Folks in your maintainer show, really nice pair of class winners and nice pair of seconds alongside the black and white heifer that won the first class, folks. In terms of power and design, I really like this one. As I said in class, very sound from the ground up, very functional in the way she moves. She's big topped and she's big top shouldered. The shoulder you'd like to just tone down just a touch. She maybe gets a little coarser in that point of that shoulder forward, maybe add a little femininity, but the first rib back, she's really, really good. Really, really powerful in her top, really powerful in her hip, but very sound and functional on the move. The next heifer that won the second class, the young man has, here's a heifer again. Very good design from the ground up, the way she flexes all joints, the way she moves in her hip and her hind leg, the length of stride you really like. Here's a heifer that has some power and she has some top shape and some muscle shape as well. Nice design in her shoulder, nice outer front end. First heifers in this lineup, the
two first are very, very nice, kind of picked out of the same mold. The next two heifers, folks, that were both second in these classes are kind of the same type of females. You have heifers that are very nice design. They show some quality and balance. I think when you start comparing these two heifers to the two in front of them, they're maybe not as wide base, or maybe not as wide topped as the two heifers that won this class, but a really nice lineup of females, folks. Let's give the exhibitors out here a nice round of applause. We'll pick your two champions.
Turn these back in. I don't know if there's one in big pastures or big Texas. Can't help the big ranch family.
Selected as your division champion is entry 73, TSSC Sweeter Than Honey 606D, shown by Clinton, Maine, Seymour, Indiana. And your reserve is entry 64, BFJV Irish Fantasy 111D, shown by Cindy Mansfield, Harrison, Nebraska. Congratulations. We now need Class 28 maintainer females to the end of the ring, please. Class 28, please bring that class into the ring.
Just a single entry in your maintainer show, folks. Here's a heifer that's designed quite well when you get behind her. She's has some width and dimension down her top. She carries that muscle out her hip and her hind leg. She has some rib shape. I think when you start comparing her to the ideal, you'd like to see a little more body. You'd like to soften her up quite a bit. I think you'd like to pull them pin bones out just a touch, but a heifer that does have some muscle. She does have some shape when you get behind her. Nice heifer in this individual class.
Our single entry in Class 28 was entry 81, WLK Mercedes 36C, shown by Kayla Harrington, Greenbrier, Arkansas. Our next class is Class 29. Class 29 maintainer females. Another single entry, entry 84. Bring her into the ring, please. Maintainer females, we need Class 36 and 37 and 38. Let's be bringing classes 36, 37, and 38 to the makeup ring, please. We have a lot of single entries here. We're going to need those females ASAP.
Another single entry in your maintainer show, folks. Here's a heifer that's moderner size, but really well designed. A heifer that's extremely powerfully in, and when you get behind her, she has some body in that forerib. She has some depth in that flank. From the ground up, she's relatively sound on her feet and legs. Nice angle in her front 1/3 and her top and her hip. Young man's done a nice job. Just really a nice single entry.
Placing first entry in Class 29 is entry 84. NORB Whiskey Rose 11T, shown by Storm Show Cattle, Fresno, Ohio. Class 30, maintainer female, senior heifer calves. Class 30, another single entry. Following this class, we will be selecting our senior Division III championship. So we do have a division after this class. Once again, limousine breeders and limousine exhibitors. We will start the limousine show promptly at 4 p.m. in the East Ring of Freedom Hall. Limousine show will start at 4 o'clock in the East Ring of Freedom Hall. Tim?
Thanks, Kent. Another single entry in this your maintainer show, folks. Here's a September heifer calf that I think is awfully good. Very sound and functional the way she moves. Very good in her joints. She has that extra cushion in her pastern that I really like. Loose structured. Here's a heifer when you get off on her and look at her design. You like the quality about her top and hip and the length from her hooks to her pins and that extension out that front 1/3. Young man does a very nice job with her. Just really a nice single entry in your maintainer heifer show.
Entering the ring now is Class 31. This is our Senior Maintainer Heifer Calf Division III Championship. See you later, deplorable.
Well, folks, on your maintainer side, we haven't had a lot of numbers in this division, but I think when you look at these three heifers out here, I think you definitely see some quality, some balance, and some type and kind. I think everybody along ringside would definitely like. I think you see three heifers out here that are sound and functional from the ground up. They have some body. When you get behind these heifers, they definitely have some shape and some power in their top and their hip. Just really a nice trio of heifers in this senior calf division. Folks, let's give these three exhibitors out here a nice round of applause. We'll pick your two champions.
Selected as your senior heifer calf champion is entry 86, SHRL Princess, shown by John Stalvey, Ray City, Georgia. Congratulations, John. And your reserve champion in this division is entry 84, NORB Whiskey Rose 11T, shown by Storm Show Cattle, Fresno, Ohio. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. Now we'll need Class 33 early summer yearling females in the ring. Class 33 maintainer early summer yearling females. This is a single entry, and she will also be our summer yearling female champion. Maintainer exhibitors, let's bring Class 36 and 37 to the makeup ring.
Well, folks, just a single entry in this class plus division, so this will be your champion, summer yearling champion intermediate heifer in your maintainer show. Here's a heifer when you view her from the side. She has some power and she has some strength and design in her top and her hip. Definitely you like her at her shoulder and you like the freshness of appearance in her front 1/3. Here's a heifer that has some dimension when you get behind her as well. From the ground up, she has some substance, she has some power. Again, when you compare her to the ideal, you might want to just soften her up just a touch, maybe add a little quality to that lower 1/3, but really a nice summer yearling female.
Winning Class 33 is entry 92, BBTP Katie 502C, shown by Birch Farms, Connorsville, Indiana. This female will be our summer yearling female champion. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 36, maintainer females. These will be our late spring yearling females, Class 36. Maintainer exhibitors, let's bring Class 37, 38, and 39 to the makeup ring, please. Tingle family, congratulations. Thank you. You too, cowboy.
Folks, really nice class of females from top to bottom in your maintainer show. Worlds of quality and balance and power. The heifer we're going to start with, folks, I think she's awfully good in terms of soundness and design and mobility, and then you throw some cowiness and broodiness into the mix. I think she's pretty good. From the point of her shoulder back, she's a little softer middled, she's a little softer in that forerib, and that's pulled down in her flank when you compare her to the heifer in second. Beautifully designed in her shoulder and her neck, beautifully designed on the move. She moves around the ring really nice and fluid in her movement. All points go in one direction. Just really a nice female to start off with. The heifer in second, folks, I think she is really good as well. Very, very complete, very, very feminine, very fresh in her makeup. Here's a heifer that maybe doesn't have that extra body and that extra power the heifer in first has, but at the same time, you love the quality, you love the balance and the femininity about her front 1/3. You love the smoothness and design in her top and that levelness of hip. I think here's a heifer that doesn't maybe overpower you in parts. At the same time, I think when you're fitting a heifer like this, you know, she has so much quality. I think you hate to blow them legs up as big as they are. I think if you pull them down just a little bit, it'd just make her look a little sweeter at the same time. Really an awesome pair of heifers to start this class off with. The heifer in third, here's the performance, the high performance heifer in class folks. Here's a powerhouse from the point of her shoulder back, extremely big-bodied and big design, as much width and the dimension, I think, as you want in a female. I think where you like to change her just a touch, she gets a little coarser in that shoulder. She tends to toe out in that front end. She labors off that front end just a touch. Just loosen up that front end, loosen up that structure just a hair. A heifer that's awfully, awfully good. The next heifer, I think, just ran into three really, really good ones this afternoon. Here's a heifer that's sound and functional in her movement. She has some body, she has some mass when you get behind her. You could tweak the design in her shoulder. She pushes a little bit up front on the move, add a little quality and balance to her front 1/3, but folks, a really, really nice class of females from top to bottom.
Placing first in Class 36, Maintainer Late Spring Yearling Females is entry 99, JJBF Carla, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. Second, entry 101, Dunk Miss Lucy, FG 501C, shown by Esther Bridwell, Covington, Indiana. Third, entry 108, shown by Carly Berkheimer, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. And fourth, entry 104, shown by Stephanie Kirsten, Gretna, Nebraska. Entering the ring now is Class 37. Class 37, Maintainer Spring Yearling Females, Class 37.
Well, folks, I think we've been playing in a little puddle of water until we got to this class, and we definitely jumped right in the ocean. You know, as good as these females are, and I'm talking to the heifers that are at the bottom of this class, folks, I think these are really, really good ones, and I knew this breed was just playing with me all day, and maybe a little warm-up in the April heifers, and then, boy, we jumped right into it in this class of Marches. So good, and so functional, and so sound, and folks, this is the way I'd load them up in my trailer and haul them east, and you know, when you have heifers this good and this sound and this functional, depending on your preferences and priorities, I think you can go any different way on any given day, and boy, it just depends who's sorting them, but this is the way I see them today. Young man's heifer, and first we're going to start with, I think she is very, very complete. I think she is so sound and so functionally superior, and in the way she's designed, and point of her shoulder back and her top and her hip, she's got some width of base, she's got enough mass and muscle, she has enough rib shape for me. What I really like about this female is the smoothness of that shoulder and the angulation of that shoulder, the way that neck and head lay in there from the point of her shoulder back. I just really, really like this about this female. I think she is a very, very complete, sound, easy moving, easy feeding heifer, and I really, really like that one. The young lady's heifer in second, folks, in terms of soundness and flat putting them feet down on a very, very good angle. I really, really like this one. Maybe one of the sounder moving females of the class, the way she pounds them feet down, the size of her foot, the size of her substance in her bone structure. She has some extra power and muscle at the point of that shoulder back. When you start comparing her to the heifer in first, I think she maybe gets a little more shoulder, she maybe gets a little tighter in that forerib, but folks, that is an awfully good one. Very, very, very sound in her movement. These next pair of heifers, folks, I think they're really, really close. The first thing I'd like to do with the young man in third is just for as much power and size as she have. As an Angus breeder, I'd just like to just maybe see her hair softer, but folks, that's just my opinion, because in terms of soundness and power and the way she moves and the extension from the point of her shoulder back, the power in that hip and hind leg, when the young man gets her head up, she's beautiful shoulder, beautiful neck. For an Angus breeder that's judging today, I'd just like to just see her a little softer, but folks, she is really, really good. The next heifer behind him, sound and functional, big bodied, big bellied. Here's a heifer that has some mass and power. When you get behind this female, I think when you start comparing her to the three heifers in front, she has maybe just a touch shoulder. She's maybe a little shorter neck, a little plainer neck compared to the three heifers in front. But folks, that's an awfully good one as she leaves the ring. The problem heifer for me was this big stout powerhouse in fifth, and I think in terms of sheer performance and power and weight per day of age, and folks, if you want to make some serious bull power in this breed, this is one to breed to. She's so sound and so functional. From the point of that shoulder back, I just love this female, because I don't think you can put as much power and bone and mass and muscle in a female like this one. What I'd like to do is just pretty her up in that front 1/3 if she's going to run with that top end. But folks, this isn't saying on a guy that's in here that's really performance oriented, he's going to tie to this one. I think she's awfully, awfully good. The red and white heifer, folks, on the standstill, I think she is really good. She's so designed nice in that front 1/3, beautiful in that head and neck, from that point of that shoulder back. You know, she's as deep and as soft in that forerib and that flank as any of them. You like the quality and design about her top and hip. What I'd like to do is change her on her front 1/3 just a touch. I think she labors just a hair off her shoulder today, and that's holding her back to be in that top few. But on the standstill, I think that one, folks, is awfully, awfully good. The big heifer in behind her, if she's too big for you, I think she's got to go a little lower, and today I think she's a little tall for me. But at the same time, when you view her from the side, in terms of quality and balance and pattern, and the beautiful in her head and neck, she's beautiful in her top and hip. I think for her size, she gets just a touch big for me. She gets a little narrower base for her size. You might want to just widen out. But a picture perfect, beautiful pattern heifer in the big one that I'm talking about right now. The next pair of heifers, folks, I think we got two heifers that are big-time broody, big-time cowiness in both these females. They got that extra body, they got that extra fleshing ability. To me, I think when you compare these two heifers to the top end, you just like to pretty them up just a touch. The heifer in front's carrying a little extra condition for me. Prettier up just a touch. This heifer here gets just a little straighter, but they have body, they have power. Folks, an awesome class of maintainer females. Let's give them exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing first in Class 37, maintainer females, is entry 114, BPF Whiskey Lady 501C, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second, entry 111, GCC Miss Boston 5501C2, shown by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Third, entry 118, CARD Elba 939C, shown by Sydney Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Fourth, entry 116, TSSC Houdat Girl 533C, shown by Caitlin Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Fifth, entry 122, Cool Showtime, shown by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Sixth, entry 110, J Soul Rosemary's Rewards, shown by Corbin Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Seventh, entry 120, KBSC Layla 587C, shown by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. Eighth, entry 119, LMAN Fergie's Valentine, shown by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. And ninth, entry 121, MVH Miss Whiskey 012C, shown by Hunter Randall, Monterey, Louisiana. Class 38 maintainer females, junior yearling females are in the ring.
Well, folks, in your maintainer show, we definitely haven't slowed down in the quality. Really nice pair of heifers in this class. The red heifer we're going to start with, beautiful inner makeup, but design very, very nice in terms of quality and balance and the way she's made and the way she's moves. I think she's pretty good. You like the angulation off both ends. She has some mass at top when you get behind this female. She takes a nice, long, easy stride. Young lady's done a nice job. Just really a nice heifer to start this class off with. The black heifer behind her, folks, in terms of quality, you just like to increase that a little bit of this female. You like to add a little quality about her shoulder, head and neck, but at the same time, from the ground up, big-footed, big-boned, a heifer that has some width of base. She has some strength and power in her top and her hip. You just like to add a little quality, a little femininity to this heifer, but a nice pair of females.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 38, junior yearling females, is entry 128, J Soul Rosemary's Song, shown by Samantha Van Voorhees, Bowling Green, Ohio. Second, entry 130, FH5H Harper, shown by 5H Farms, Hinckley, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 39. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion female, followed by our selection of our grand and reserve grand champion maintainer female.
Just a single entry in this senior maintainer show, folks. January Junior Yearling heifer here. Nice designed female as she comes in. Very sound and fluid in her movement. Here's a heifer from the point of her shoulder back. She has some extra body. She has some extra flank. You like the durability. You like the fleshing ability of this female. Compared to the ideal, might just have just a touch of shoulder. She's pushing just a hair. But at the same time, from that first rib back, folks, tremendous cow power in this female. You like the broodiness. So you like the way she moves. Young lady does a nice job with her.
Our single entry in Class 39, entry 132, LCPR Miss Chanel, number 01C, shown by Danny Joe Stoltz, Mount Vernon, South Dakota. We now be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion female. Maintainer exhibitors, let's bring all of your division and reserve division females back up to the makeup ring, please. We will be selecting grand champion female following this division.
Well, folks, on your maintainer side, I apologize for taking a little extra time, but I think these last couple classes in this division, I think as good as these females are, I think they deserve a little extra thought process and a little extra visualization. And as picky as I am at picking out cattle, I think we got one awesome set of junior yearling females out here, and not only this division right here, but a couple classes before, and just it's amazing how these breeders get these cattle this good and this sound, and then they load them with as much power and muscle as you could possibly put in a female while keeping them relatively fresh and having some femininity at the same time. I think that's equally impressive. Folks, awesome set of junior yearling females out here. The April heifer that won the first class, folks, I think she's awfully good. She's as soft-middled and as soft-bellied as anything in this lineup. You love her from the point of her shoulder back in terms of depth of forerib and fleshing ability. Top and hip, very, very good. You like the angulation in her shoulder. You like the way she moves. Young lady does an outstanding job with her. Just really, really a nice female. The young man's heifer that won the second class, and I'd say that's easily the toughest class of the day from top to bottom. Folks, I really like this heifer. She's so sound and functional in her movement, but at the same time, she's very fresh designed in that shoulder and the way her shoulder connects to her neck. As up-headed as she is and as fresh in her makeup, you know, here's a heifer that has some mass and shape when you get behind this female. The thing I really like about this heifer is here's her mobility and her movement, the flex in her knee and the cushion and flex in her hock and that cushion and that pastern. I really, really like that. I think she has enough middle. She's big-topped and big-hipped as well, but just a very, very complete, sound, nice heifer to evaluate. The red heifer that won the third class, folks, in terms of power and kind of performance, you really like this one. Loaded with quality, loaded with balance. Again, here's one of them heifers that's very, very good. You love the design in this female. You love the way she moves. She has a little extra rib shape. She has a little extra mass when you get behind her. Nice in her shoulder, beautiful fronted as well. Young lady's heifer that won the fourth class in this lineup, folks. In terms of cowiness and broodiness and power, you really, really like this one. She has that extra fleshing ability and rib shape from the point of her shoulder back. She has that extra flank. I think a heifer, when you get off her in terms of cowiness, you just love this female, and you just couldn't wait to turn her out and take her home and introduce her to the real world, because you know she'll produce a pretty good one. Folks, outstanding lineup of females. I'll take another look at them. Let's give the exhibitors a nice round of applause. Awesome set of junior yearling females.
Over here on our limousine side, really a high quality class to start off the day. The red heifer that comes out, I think, is just tremendous in the way she's put together. A female that's extremely big bodied and thick ended. She's a good structured kind of a female that balances up well. Really a nice place to start off. The heifer in second has given us a little harder time to look at today, but I think one, if you evaluate her, she's real feminine in the way she's put together. She probably holds an advantage in terms of EPDs and on paper. She's a heifer, though, as we study her, just gets a little narrower from behind, wants to get in at her hock and not have quite the base width of the heifer that's going to win the class. But let's give these two exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Selected as your junior yearling champion female is entry 114. BPF Whiskey Lady 501C, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Congratulations, Mason.
I'll be right back.
Real quickly, while Tim is making his reserve selection in this division, in our first limousine class, Class 1 limousine heifer calves, first went to entry 2, LMCC Erica 306D, shown by Micah Ott, Danvers, Illinois. And second went to entry 1, Princess Peach, shown by Colin Shady, Louisville, Kentucky. Selected as your reserve junior champion female is entry 111.
Oh, you're fine.
GCC Miss Boston 5501C2, shown by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Congratulations to both Mason and to Stuart. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion maintainer females. While we are selecting our grand champion maintainer female, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge for our limousine show today. Our judge is Mr. Cody Sankey from Economy, Indiana. Cody currently serves as a beef sire procurement specialist for Gen X sires. Cody was raised on an Angus operation in the Flint Hills of Kansas, judged on the Oklahoma State University Livestock Judging Team and National Team, and graduated with a Bachelor of Science in 2000 from Oklahoma State, and then received his master's in 2004 before going on to Michigan State and serving as the herdsman up there before moving into the private sector. Cody and his wife Lindsay recently had a brand new baby girl, Caroline, and are raising Angus cattle of their own in Indiana. Folks, let's put our hands together for my dear good friend, Mr. Cody Sankey from Economy, Indiana, to evaluate your limousine cattle today.
Really a nice set of heifers here in this class. The set of these heifers, a lot of give and take and trade-off in their type and kind. Heifer I'm going to use to start with, in my mind, is kind of the combination heifer of the next two. I think one from the side is just really well balanced. She's attractive and feminine made. Up and through her front end, she's really got plenty of straightness of lines to her. You get in from behind her and she has enough shape and width to her pin. She has some body shape. A nice place to start off. The heifer that comes in second is probably the thick-ended, big-bodied one of the trio. She's a heifer, as you study her for me, maybe just gets a little plainer and a little rounder in her general makeup, but one I think does have a lot of depth and goodness to her in terms of internal dimension. Just really a stout, powerful kind of a female. Young man's heifer in third is one that gets a little flatter made for me as I view her from behind. She wants to come in her top line there just a bit, flatten down in her stifle, and I just like to widen her up all the way through in her pins. But I think really a nice, well-balanced female that's very attractive. The heifer that's going to come in fourth is the outlier in terms of genetic data on paper. Really a tremendous heifer in terms of spread and from birth to yearling. Heifer, as you study her out here, one that probably just gives up a little bit in terms of overall mass and power to the three heifers in front of her, but really a high-quality set of heifers. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Now comments on our grand champion maintainer female side from our judge, Mr. Tim Fitzgerald.
Well, folks, it's certainly been a pleasure of mine to judge your national maintainer and main Angie show this afternoon. You know, we started off a little slow with the bull show, but we still found some really, really good ones, and we jumped into the middle of these heifer calves that I think they're really good, and then we slowed up a little bit, and well, we jumped right in the middle of them junior yearling females, and just they were so good and so sound and such high quality cattle, and that's from the top to the bottom, a lot of them junior yearling classes. It's just amazing. You know, I think when you go through all the breeds in the barn to find a class that was that good, that deep, had 8 to 10 junior yearling heifers in it, I would put that class up against any breed, any color in the barn. That's how good these cattle are today. You know, folks, this is an outstanding lineup in my mind, and you know, any given day there'll be a different situation or a different priority or different preference a judge picks from, but folks, these are mine today, and I've done this my whole life, and I've placed these the way I'd load them up in my trailer and take them east, and this is the best I can do. But folks, these heifers are so good, and the quality. I commend the breeders and the exhibitors and mom and dad behind the scenes and grandpa and grandma for doing such a great job and presenting a great set of cattle to me. The heifer calf that won the first division, folks, I think she is awfully good, and she's going to have a pretty bright future, I think, down the road. So sound and so functional in her movement. She's big-bodied, she's big-hipped, she's nice in her angles off both ends, beautiful in her shoulder, nice in her front end, just a powerhouse with the worlds of performance. The heifer behind her is kind of the same type, folks. Here's a heifer calf that won the second division, sound and nice in her makeup, big-bodied, functional in the way she moves. She's long-spined and long-top. She has a little extra shape and power in her top when you get behind this female. The heifer that won the third division, folks, the September heifer, folks, I think she's about as good as the two heifers in front of her. Young man does an outstanding job presenting her. Here's a heifer again, sound and functional, awesome on her feet and legs. You like the looseness of structure in this female. She has some major top and some major muscle in her hip and hind leg. I love the angulation in her shoulder and the extension out that front 1/3. That's a really, really nice senior calf. The heifer that won the intermediate division, folks, here's a heifer. When you get behind her, she has some shape, she has some top in her, she has some hip and hind leg. I think when you start comparing her to both ends, folks, you just like to add a little performance to this female. And folks, as you heard, the heifer that won the last division in this class, I think this one is awfully good as well. She's so smooth designed and so fresh in her quality and the way she ties into the shoulder and her head and neck, the design in her top and hip, I think is really good. But fundamentally, from the ground up, awesome on her feet and legs, very sound and functional. She'll raise a good one down the road, folks. Folks, this is an awesome lineup of females out here, and we haven't had a big number turnout, but the quality is definitely here. I think they all came out of the woodwork. Let's give these exhibitors and the guys behind the scenes and mom and dad a nice round of applause, because awesome set of presented cattle, and I'll pick your two champions.
Selected as your national grand champion maintainer female is entry 114 BPF Whiskey Lady 501C, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Congratulations. Congratulations, Dad. And selected as your reserve national champion maintainer female, entry 111 GCC Miss Boston 5501C2, shown by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Congratulations, Stuart. Folks, let's get these pictures taken real quick of our maintainers, and we'll move right into our high main show. Now comments on our Class 3 limousine females from our judge, Mr. Cody Sankey.
I do in this class. Another real interesting set of heifers with some give and take and trade-off. The heifer I'm going to use to start with fights the lead out here a little bit, but I think a heifer, if you generally study her, I think she's got as much body shape and width of pin. She's a heifer that's got some base width, some foot and bone to her. A heifer that just looks like a real functional brood cow in the making. You study her on the paper and she looks good there. Just a nice place to start off. The red heifer that comes in second is one from the side I really like. She's deep in her chest and comes back with some sweep to her body. She's a heifer that's got some balance from the side. You get behind her for me, she flattens just ever so slightly into her quarter, gets narrow underneath, and compared to our heifer that precedes her, just not near the width of base that we see that's going to lead off the class. Heifer that comes in third, really an attractive, well-balanced female. She maybe just gets a little off in her hip and the way she handles her hind leg at the ground. I think a heifer that does have some pin width and some body shape. Just a nice heifer. We just like to change her in her structure just a bit.
2, 3, 4, 1.
The heifer that's going to come in fourth just gives up too much in terms of the way you see her visually, in terms of depth and width, and on paper she fades just a little, but really a sound structured heifer. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 3 of our limousine heifer calf division, Class 3. First is entry 14, ELCX Dynamic 607D, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Second, entry 11, BSTR Gold Digger ET, shown by Bellastar Limousine, Fulton, Missouri. Third, entry 12, shown by Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky. And fourth, entry 13, shown by Sarah Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. I failed to give you the results of Class 2. Let me go back and do that. First in Class 2 was entry 6, Windview Sweet, shown by Windview Cross Creek, Bulls Gap, Tennessee. Second was entry 7, AHFF Blackbird 610D, shown by Austin Miller, Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Third goes to entry 9, shown by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. And fourth, entry 4, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Entering the ring now is Class 4. Class 4, limousine females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 1 and champion and reserve champion female. Limousine exhibitors, we need Class 7, 10, 11, and 12 to be coming to the makeup ring, please. Limousine Class 7, 10, 11, and 12 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Attention limousine exhibitors. Class 4 limousine heifers are in the ring. We need classes 7, 10, 11, and 12 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Main on Jew exhibitors, we need your high main heifer calves. We need class 42, 43, and 44 to the makeup ring, please, if you're not already here. Main on Jew exhibitors, classes 42, 43, and 44 to the makeup ring, please. We have a few more pictures to take, and then we'll be starting our high main show.
It does. Okay.
Really a high-quality set of heifers at the top of this class. The heifer I'm going to use to lead off with for me today has just got enough more length and extension. A heifer that I think is a little longer and leveler from hooks to pins. I think when we get her out, heifer that really sits down and goes nice. She's a heifer that's got some body width and dimension. A nice place to lead off. Heifer in second's one that I think I love the body shape that she has in terms of shape of rib and width from her hooks to her pins. For me, she gets just a little rounder out from hooks to pins, a little shorter coupled compared to the one that's going to win. I do think she probably has a notch, maybe a little more base width advantage as you would expect with that kind of body type. And I think as they go on, those will be a pair of heifers that'll probably change some places on down the road. I think the heifer that comes in next, really a long extended maid heifer, has some length of side to her, maybe not quite the depth of rib that we see in the two that precede her. The young lady heifer that's going to come out in fourth is really a feminine, attractive maid female. I just like to change her in the way she comes together underneath. Just see her track with a little more width, the base there. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in class 4 is entry 16, TASF Desire 024D, shown by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second, entry 18, Shillings Dancing, shown by Michael Lee Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Third, entry 17, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. And fourth, entry 15, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Placings in that class for 4, 1, 3, and 2. We now will be selecting our Division I limousine champion and reserve champion. Limousine exhibitors, the next class will be our division champion, so we need classes 10, 11, and 12 to the makeup ring immediately. Classes 10, 11, and 12, we need those females to the makeup ring immediately. First call for class 15, 16, 19, and 20.
Out here in our first division on the limousine side, really 4 high-quality class winners that come back out here. Our red heifer out here in the first class, maybe fighting the lead a little bit out here, being the first one around, but I think a heifer, if you generally study her, has got a lot of shape, a lot of dimension. She's a big, powerful, made, broody kind of a heifer that I think is going to have a tremendous future in front of her, and I think as a heifer that goes on, you're going to continue to like to see the type and kind that she is. The heifer out of our second class is really the well-balanced eye catcher out here in the lineup. You just look at her, ultra smooth up through her front end. She's a heifer that really has some straightness of lines and has some body shape and width to her. You know, compared to some other heifers out here, maybe not the most powerful, but I think she has enough when you study her. But I think really a high-quality heifer. The one out of our third class, a heifer that just looks like a sound, functional brood cow in the making, one that has some depth to her. I think a female that you just like the way she puts her parts and pieces together. And then the one that comes out of our fourth class, really a performance kind of a female that's got some body to her. She's got some length. She's got some dimension. I think really a heifer that puts a lot of things together in terms of structure and bone and foot size. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go out here and select your division winner.
As long as it's not the big blue one.
Selected as your Division 1 limousine champion is entry 16, TASF Desire 024D, shown by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve Division 1 champion, entry 2, LMCC Erica 306D, shown by Micah Lee Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Congratulations. Limousine exhibitors, let's bring in Class 7. Class 7 Spring Heifer Calves, Class 7.
Well, folks, on your main Anjou side, a really nice pair of main Anjou females in this first calf class. Young ladies heifer we're going to start with. Here's a heifer that's designed a little bit nicer than the heifer in second today. Has a little more quality about her head and neck, has a little bit of power and strength in her top and her hip. You get behind her and she shows some mass and natural muscling in her top as well. I think she's a little sounder in her movement today compared to the heifer in second. She's a little nicer designed in that shoulder. She's a little nicer designed the way she moves around the ring. The heifer in second's the pound's heaviest heifer in this class. Definitely she shows a little more performance than the heifer in first. She's deep-bodied, she's deep-ended, she's thick-topped when you get behind this female. I think you like to change the structure of this heifer on the move just a touch, maybe add a little quality about her from the point of her shoulder forward, but at the same time she has some body, she has some mass, she has some shape when you get behind her. You just like to add a little sweetness to this female, but a really nice class of heifer calves to start your main Anjou show off with.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 42, main Anjou females is entry 1. BUT Devon 3, shown by Macy Banner, Eaton, Indiana. And second is entry 2, KGM Miss Dolly 48D, shown by Kyle and Gail Marshall. Kyle and Gail Marshall, Churubusco, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 43 Spring Heifer Calves, single entry.
Out in our limousine show, the red heifer that leads off this class is one that puts together a lot of good things, both visually and on paper. I think a very balanced traits on the paper. You study her visually. I think a female that's got a lot of shape, a lot of dimension, really broody in her appearance. She's sound in the way she goes. She's plenty functional in her skeleton and still balances up well. A nice place to lead off. Young man's heifer in second, probably a genetic outlier from an EPD standpoint to have that kind of spread from birth to yearling. Those numbers are fun to work with when you begin to mate this female down the road. It gives you a lot of mating versatility with other bulls, but her visually, she probably, compared to our class winner, just not as thick and dimensional all the way through, but one that still balances up well. She's sound, she's functional in her movement, just a real solid kind of a heifer for second. Heifer that comes in third probably fights us a little bit out here, not one to cooperate quite as well. I think a heifer, you have to appreciate her shape and her muscle that she has, maybe a little harder in her body. She's a heifer that maybe wants to cut that tail head up just a bit when we get her on the go, and just like to see her hold her structure just a bit better. But let's give them all a nice round of applause as they go out of the ring.
Go ahead, Tim.
Your main Anjou side, folks, a really nice individual entry here. A heifer that's sound and functional on her movement. Heifer that has some growth. She has some performance. She has some body shape. When you get behind this heifer, she has some width and dimension of muscle in her top, and that muscle carries low in her quarter. She's relatively wide base for the way she moves. I think if you were to compare her to the ideal, you might just soften her up just a touch, add a little more belly, a little more lower 1/3, but a nice red and white heifer in this individual class.
Placing first in Class 43 Spring Heifer Calves in our main Anjou show is entry 5, EBAD ECC Anya 550D, shown by Adelaide Ebersol, Kellerton, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 44. Class 44 main Anjou Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I main Anjou Heifer Champion. Results in Class 7 of our limousine show. And also selected as our Division II champion female is entry 21, ANKH Delilah, shown by Ann Catherine Hurt, Richmond, Kentucky. Second, and our reserve Division II champion is entry 19, PFL Dirty Bird, shown by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. Third, entry 24, shown by Sarah Ann Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. In our limousine ring now is Class 10. Class 10 is in the ring. Winter Heifer Calves. Class 10 Winter Heifer Calves.
on limousine scale.
Attention limousine exhibitors, we need class 12, 15, 16, 19, and 20 to the makeup ring, please. Limousine exhibitors, we need class 12, 15, 16, 19, and 20 to the makeup ring, please.
Your main Angie side, folks, a really nice trio of females to top to bottom. I think the heifer we're going to start with is kind of special. So good from the ground up, very mobile in her movement. I think when you analyze her foot size and that substance and power and the flexibility she has, I really, really like that. Extremely long-bodied and long spine, very fresh in her makeup, beautiful in her shoulders. She has some power when you get behind her. Young man does a nice job presenting her, just really a nice place to start off with. I think the next pair of heifers, there's a little give and take. The heifer in second's a little higher quality. She's a little smoother in her joint. She's a little smoother in her shoulder and her top and her hip. I think ideally you might want to just soften her up just a touch, but a heifer that shows a little more quality, she's a little nicer balanced than the heifer in third. The heifer in third from the ground up, big-footed, big bone. She has some power and shape when you get behind this female. Compared to the ideal or the two in front of her, she gets a little coarser in that shoulder. She gets a little coarser in that hip and hind leg. You just like that little quality, but a nice class of females from top to bottom.
Thank you, Tim. Now on our limousine side, our judge, Mr. Cody Sankey.
Out here in this class, the heifer that's going to lead off with, I think, does so from a structure standpoint compared to the next two heifers in line, the way she handles her hip and her hind leg and the way she sits down, that softness to her pastern, and she just got plenty of cushion and flex to her skeleton. Then you put in the fact that she's the best balanced heifer in the class, she's real attractive and feminine in her makeup, still has plenty of shape and muscle, makes her a solid candidate to lead off our class. Decision for me becomes between 2 and 3. Two's a heifer that I really like as we stop her here. I like the body mass, the shape, dimension that she has. She hits too hard off of her hind legs, and so you look at the heifer behind her and say maybe we have an option there, but she's a little different in her structure. She got a little too much set and kind of jabs into the ground too, so I think there's some give and take in structure between the pair and 2 and 3, and I sided with just a little more dimension of female there in our second slot. The heifer that's in third, really a nicely balanced heifer. She maybe gets a little rounder hipped and sets that tail head up just a little funny there, but I think really a high quality female that has some value. The young lady's heifer coming next, a heifer that really has a lot of balanced traits on paper, really an outstanding number profile when you study that. I think a female that's really sound and long compared to the heifers that precede her. Right here from behind, she just gets a little flat for me. We just like to open her up at the ground and have her see just a little more width. Young lady doing a good job out here, having a good time. Her heifer is just really complete and functional, but maybe doesn't give us a lot of the extras that the heifers in front of us give her. But let's give them all a nice round of applause as they go out of the ring.
I will not let you down. Placings in our Class 10 Limousine, Division 3. First goes to entry 29, ETGC Candy Apple, shown by Abigail Tipton, Greenback, Tennessee. Second, entry 30, BBPB Jamin 278C, shown by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third, entry 27, shown by Julia Weber, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 28, shown by Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky. And fifth, entry 31, shown by Sidley Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 11 Senior Heifer Calves. Class 11 Limousine Senior Heifer Calves. Placings in our Class 44 main undue females. First went to entry 9, TJSC Lucky Lady 85D, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Herod, Ohio. Second, entry 12, BUT Darissa 2, shown by Cade Banner, Eaton, Indiana. And third, entry 15, shown by 5H Farms, Hinckley, Ohio. Now we're selecting our Division 1 Junior Main Undue Heifer Champion.
Your folks in your main Andrews side, tremendous set of females in this first division. I think when you analyze these first place heifers in these 2 seconds, from the ground up, very good on their feet and legs. Structurally correct, they have some movement, they have some flex in their movement, they have some looseness of structure, they have some quality about their head and necks and their tops and hips. Definitely have some power in their tops and their hips when you get behind them as well. You like the design of these females. They're designed very, very nice. They're smooth in their top line. They're smooth in their shoulder. Really a nice division to start your main Andrew show off with, folks. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. We'll pick your 2 champions.
Attention Solera exhibitors. Solera exhibitors, we will begin your show at 5:30 in the West Ring of Freedom Hall. Solera exhibitors, 5:30 start time, West Ring, Freedom Hall. Selected as your Division 1 Main Undue Calf Champion is entry 9, TJSC Lucky Lady 85D, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Herod, Ohio. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve in this division is entry 12. Entry 12, BUT Darissa 2, shown by Cade Manor, Eaton, Indiana. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our main Anjou show is Class 47. Class 47 Junior Heifer Calves. Bring your Class 47 into the ring, please.
Another real high-quality class of females. The first two in this class, I think there's some trade-off and give and take. Everybody used to win. I think it's one that probably holds the advantage from behind in terms of just muscle shape down her top and out of her hip. A female that's got some base width to her. She's a heifer that's got plenty of rib shape to her. Heifer that as you watch her, she can get out and travel. She's a heifer that, as we study her, she balances up well. Is a nice heifer there. Heifer that comes in second, I think is one that I like her depth of side that she offers. I think she's really straight and true in her top line. Heifer that maybe gets a nickel flatter from behind compared to the one that precedes her. Just gets in a little narrow at the ground when we put her on the go. But I think two nice heifers there at the top end. Young lady doing a great job out here. That's a really good heifer that just gets in here in a tough class. I think a heifer that has some functionality to her, some width and some muscle. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 11. Class 11 winner limousine heifer calves is entry 33. Auto CYM 414C, shown by Dominic Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Second, entry 35, TASF Clarity, shown by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. And third, entry 34, shown by Liliana Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 12. Class 12, Senior Heifer Calves, Limousine Senior Calves, Class 12. Once again, Solaire Exhibitors. Attention in the barns, Solaire Exhibitors. We will begin your show at approximately 5:30. Please be bringing down those first classes to start your show at 5:30 in the West Ring and Freedom Hall.
In our limousine class here, just 2 entries the young ladies heifer are going to use to lead off is one that really love her depth and broodiness and cow look that she has about her. A female that looks like she's going to have a long time out in the pasture, a lot of future there. A female that has some muscle and dimension to go along with it. Heifer in second is well balanced. She's a heifer that has some quality about her. A little frailer in her overall makeup, a little flatter from behind. I'd just like to see her stouten her up just a notch to compete with the one that wins the class. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 12 is entry 36, TMCK Coastal 294C, shown by Liliana Portwood for Sales, Kentucky. And second, entry 37, HWCB Cinderella 308B, shown by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. Entering the ring in our limousine show now is Class 15. Oh, excuse me, we have a division. I apologize. Division 3 Limousine Female Championship.
Your main Anjou side, folks. Here's a trio of 3 really, really nice heifers. Heifer we're going to start with the young man has. Here's a heifer I think is pretty good. It's very sound and functional. Again, from the ground up, you love the way she moves. You love her foot size. You love the substance in this female. You get off and analyze her. She's a little deeper in that forerib compared to the heifers below her. She definitely has a little more inner capacity, a little more substance in body. You like her top and her hip. You like that angulation in her front one-third. Just really a nice one to start off with. I think the heifer in second, the young lady has the heifer that closely follows the heifer in first. She's high quality. She's big topped and big hip. When you get behind this heifer, she probably shows the most muscle shape in her top, most muscle shape in her hip. When you start comparing them, she's maybe not as soft as the heifer in first, a heifer that has worlds of quality, worlds of power when you get behind her. The next heifer the young man has here is a heifer that gets a little straighter off both ends, but at the same time, she does have some shape. She does have some power. She does have some length of body. You just like to soften her up just a touch, add a little angulation off both ends. Nice trio of females in your main Anjou show.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 47, main Anjou females is entry 20, BPF Miss Wisdom D6, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Second, entry 18, CFCC Gossip Girl 309D, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. And third, entry 19, shown by Ethan Paulin, Trafalgar, Indiana. Placings in this class, again, were 2, 3, and 1. Entering the ring now is Class 48, main Anjou females. These are main Anjou heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 2 champion and reserve champion female.
Out here for a division on our Lemmy side, 3 really nice class winners out here. I think heifers that maintain that look of quality and balance, still have the functional brood cow parts to go along with it. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll select your division winner and we'll move on.
Selected as your Division 3 champion limousine female is entry 29, ETGC Candy Apple, shown by Abigail Tipton, Greenback, Tennessee. Congratulations.
33 is your reserve.
And selected as our reserve division champion is entry 33, Auto CYM 414C, shown by Dominic Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our limousine show is Class 15 Summer Yearling Females, single entry.
Just a single entry out here. Our red female, though, is one that really got plenty of length and extension and levelness of lines. I think a heifer that's sound in her structure. Be interesting to see her back out here in division. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause.
Go ahead, Tim.
Your main Anjou side, folks, a really nice pair of females in this January class of heifer calves. Heifer we're going to start with, folks, I like this one really well. Sound and functional, loose in her structure, awesome in her movement, big-footed and really big-boned. And a heifer, when you get off and analyze her, you like the quality and balance in this female. She has plenty of depth in that forerib. It carries back, very soft, shows some fleshing ability to me. But at the same time, you get behind her, big topped and big hip, has plenty of width and dimension when you get behind her. Just really a nice made female. The heifer in second, I think in terms of quality and balance and type and kind, you like the way this heifer is made. Very smooth designed in her joints, very smooth designed in her front 1/3 and her top and her hip. When you start comparing her to the ideal or the heifer in front, you might want to just soften her up just a hair, but two really nice January heifer calves.
Just a single entry over here on our limousine side, but really a high-quality heifer that could stand a lot of competition. You study her in terms of her body and width. I think she excels there. A heifer that balances up very well. A heifer that you just like a lot of things about. It'll be neat to see her back out here in her division. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they go out of the ring.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 15 of our limousine Division 4 was entry 38, SRAJ Chantel 9042C, shown by Sarah Ann Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. And our class winner in our last class, Class 16, was entry 39, DHIL Lovely 5023C, shown by Kylie Kelly, Yukon, Oklahoma. We now will be selecting our Division 4 champion limousine female. In our main Anjou ring, placing first in Class 48, heifer January and February heifer calves is entry 25, HPF Shelby D016, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Terrytown, New York. And second was entry 24, TJSC Lucky Lady 211D, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. We now will be selecting our Division 2 Junior Main Anjou heifer calf.
Just two entries in our summer division over here. Two heifers that have a lot of good to them, a lot of function to them. But for me, the decision, I think, is pretty easy. The black heifer is going to win the division. Red heifer will be reserved. Let's give our exhibitors a nice round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations.
Selected.
Selected as our Division 4 limousine champion female is entry 39, DHIL Lovely 5023C, shown by Kylie Kelly, Yukon, Oklahoma. And selected as our reserve female is entry 38, SRAJ Chantel 9042C, shown by Sarah Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. Congratulations. In Entering the ring now in our limousine show is Class 19 Spring Yearling Females.
Your main Anjou show, folks, in your second division of your heifer calf show. Two tremendous class winners out here, folks, and boy, I think you could talk one and it'd just be like talking the other one. I think the body pattern and the shape and the quality and the way both these females move and the soundness and structure, I think, is very, very close. I think when you start comparing them, this is how I see them when you compare them. The heifer that won the first class is just a little wider based. I think when you look for true shape of muscle, when you get down her top and in that lower quarter and you watch her walk away, she has a little more shape of muscle in that top and that hip. She's a little wider base than the heifer that won the second class. Now, the heifer that won the second class, I think she is truly a little nicer in her neck, and she is a little softer in her pastern. She has a little more extra depth in that forerib, which carries back in that flank. When you start comparing the both of these heifers, folks, I think both these heifers are really, really good babies, and it's a shame that they're in this same division. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. Awesome set of babies, and I'll pick your two champions.
Over here on our limousine side, really a high-quality heifer to start off with. I think what you see here is just a real functional brood cow. She's a female that's got a lot of body, a lot of dimension. She's got some pin width and some base width. She still puts it together in a nice package out here from the side. Heifer that's starting to show some udder development there underneath. Looks like she's going to calve here, and first of the year, and I think just a real sound, functional, broody kind of a female, the kind that you like to have a lot of. The heifer that comes out in next, similar type and kind in terms of just body and dimension. Maybe doesn't put it together in quite as attractive a package of the female that's going to win the class. Maybe just gets a little plainer about her head up in through there. But really one that gets down to the basic fundamentals, the depth and width and shape, she has that. The heifer that comes out in third, one that's sound in her structure. She's got plenty of length of stride. She's a heifer for me that just gets a little frailer, a little flatter compared to the pair that beat her in this class. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Selected as your junior main Anjou heifer calf Division II champion is entry 25, HPF Shelby D016, shown by Hudson Pine Farms, Terrytown, New York. And your reserve Division II champion is entry 20, BPF Miss Wisdom D6, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 51. winter heifer calves. Class 51, Main Anjou winter heifer calves. Results in our limousine Class 19. Late spring yearling females, Class 19. First goes to entry 42, Auto Camellia 606C, shown by Dominic Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Second, entry 41, FBFL Princess Kate, shown by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. And third goes to entry 40, shown by Sarah Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 20. Class 20 limousine females are in the ring. Main Anjou exhibitors, Class 51 is in the ring. Please be bringing Class 52, 3, 56, and 59 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 52, 53, 56, and 59 to the makeup ring, please.
Oh my God.
In your Main Anjou show, folks, a really nice pair of senior heifer calves. We're going to start with a heifer that's a little more modern, her frame size, but I think she's a little more correct the way she sets her feet down, the design of the female, the quality about this female. Really nice design from the side profile. She has some body, she has some shape, she has some mass. Ideally, if you were to just add a little more performance to this female, that'd suit me just a little better, but at the same time, big-footed, big-boned, nice inner shoulder, nice angulation off both ends. The next heifer in second here is a heifer that shows me a little more performance. She shows me a little more weight per day of age. She's longer bodied. She shows a little more natural width and dimension compared to the heifer in first. But at the same time, I'd like to just see a little more quality about their head and shoulder and neck. I'd like to just drop her down, just soften her up for her size. But a heifer that's extremely thick-ended, really nice pair of senior calves.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 51 is entry 28, CMCC Can't Tell 5009, shown by Ladd Landgraf, Madill, Oklahoma. And placing second was entry 27, HOUN Miranda 117C, shown by Hoonshayen Livestock, Brookhaven, Mississippi. Entering the ring now is Class 52, Senior Heifer Calves. Main Anjou Senior Heifer Calves are in the ring.
really a high-quality set of females all the way down. 4 heifers out here that could win a class that we've had out here so far today. Unfortunate they all end up here. I think there's some trade-off in these heifers, and I'll tell you kind of what I see. The heifer I'm going to use to start with, I think is a heifer that is extremely deep in her body. She's a heifer that I like her structure a notch better than the heifer in second. The way she handles her hip and her hind leg when we ask her to travel out. She's a heifer that's probably getting up there on the outer edge there on the end of frame size, but I think I'll leave that up to someone else to decide what's right or wrong. I think a heifer, though, that still balances well. She's not the most powerful heifer in the class. The heifer that comes out in second is one that, as I view her, as we ask her to walk, she wants to kind of round out of her pins and kind of hammer on the hind leg just a little bit harder than what I like, and I just like to make her move just a nickel softer, maybe pushing a little extra condition, but I think a female that balances up, she sets that tail head in a little smoother, she holds that advantage. I think she's stronger in her top line, right in behind her shoulder blade. I think a nice pair of females that have a lot of quality to them. Young lady's red heifer, it's hard to fault a heifer that's got the basics, fundamentals here of body and shape and dimension. Just maybe doesn't come together as that extra eye-appealing package of the heifers that win the class. The heifer that comes out in next, the black heifer, I think is really a high-quality heifer compared. And we get out here and it just gets to be the little things that sort these. A heifer that maybe gets that tail head up just a little higher. I think a heifer, though, that you really appreciate the width and dimension and body mass that she has. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Folks, in your main Angiu show, a little give and take between this pair of heifers, but both pretty nice. Heifer we're going to start with in terms of movement and extension, that front end, I think she's a little fresher design. She's a little fresher from the point of that shoulder today than the heifer in second. Definitely a heifer that's very long-bodied and long top. She's well designed in her top and her hip, the way she moves off her hind leg. If you were to get critical on this female, I think she pushes out just a little bit in her shoulder and toes out just a touch, but a heifer that's a little fresher, a little longer neck than the heifer in second. Heifer in second in terms of the point of her shoulder back, big bodied and big top. She has some rib shape, she has some top shape. I think she gets a little straighter in that shoulder. She gets a little shorter neck compared to the heifer in second, but a nice pair of senior calves.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 52, Senior Heifer Calves, is entry 29, CMCC Cosmic 5027, shown by Grady Carter, Stratford, Oklahoma. And second, entry 30, BK Common Sense 5015, shown by Hunter Morton, Stratford, Oklahoma. Entering the ring now is Class 53, Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion main Angiu female. Results from Limousine Class 20. First goes to entry 45, COXD Cashmere, shown by Devin Cox, Coatesville, Indiana. Second, entry 43, ELCX Candy 330C, shown by Weiss Limousine, Edwards Land & Cattle, St. Charles, Missouri. Third, entry 44, shown by Anna Weber, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. And fourth, entry 46, shown by Devin Cox, Coatesville, Indiana. In our limousine show now is Class 21. Class 21 Spring Yearling Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 5 Limousine Champion Female.
Angiu show, folks. Just a single entry out here in your senior heifer calf division. Here's a heifer that's very sound and functional, very fresh in her makeup from the point of her shoulder forward. She's beautiful in her neck. She shows some femininity, very fresh in her top, very fresh in her hip, very sound on her feet and legs as she moves around the ring. She takes a big old long easy stride. All of her feet go in one direction. The young lady's done a really, really nice job with her. Just really a nice individual in this single entry class.
Placing first in Class 3 in our Senior Heifer Calves of our main Angiu show is entry 31, LLC BPF Miss Wessington, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. We now will be selecting our Division 3 champion, Maine Anjou, and reserve champion, Maine Anjou female.
I couldn't imagine doing
Bring all of our class winners and reserves in, please.
I think a real challenging class over here because there's a lot of difference in type and kind. The heifer I'm going to use to lead off with, I think, is probably a little more sensibly sized for me. I think a heifer, as we study her, you love her muscle shape and her power. I think she holds the advantage in composition in terms of just having more shape of muscle, having more width. I think a heifer that you like her. She does, for me, run downhill just a touch. I think she maybe just gets a notch course up in her front, but a big, stout, powerful female. Really, the heifer that you have to decide what to do with is here in 2. A heifer that's got a little more weight, a little more performance. I think a heifer that balances up very well. I think from a condition standpoint, maybe getting a little extra out there, maybe not quite the genuine shape in her lower quarter. I think, but 2 really nice heifers to lead off. The heifer that comes in 3rd is a heifer, as I study her, one that just gets a little shorter everywhere you measure up, maybe doesn't quite reach and flex as well. But let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 21 of our limousine. Class 21 results. First was entry 48, LMCC Scotch Cap 35C, shown by Micah Lee Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Second, entry 49, TASF Camaro 909C, shown by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. And third, entry 47, shown by Windview Cross Creek, Kingsport, Tennessee. We now will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion limousine female. Limousine exhibitors, let's bring all of our divisions and reserve divisions to the makeup ring. We soon will be picking our grand champion limousine female. Limousine exhibitors, we need all division and reserve division females to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Your Maine Anjou side, folks, really nice trio of class winners in your senior calf division in 2 seconds in this lineup. I think you see a set of females out here that have some quality and some balance about them. They definitely were well designed. They have some extra length at top and some length at hip. You really like them from the point of their shoulder forward. I think they show some femininity and some extra extension and some freshness of appearance. You view them from the side, I think you like that stoutness of that hip and the hind leg. They have some mass and muscle shape when you get behind them and some width and dimension. Nice lineup of senior calves, folks. Let's give the exhibitors out here a round of applause, and I'll pick your 2 champions.
Selected as your Division 3 Senior Maine Anjou Calf Champion is entry 31, LLC BPF Miss Wessington, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Congratulations, Abby.
In our junior yearling division, really 3 nice females that come back out here. I think there's some trade-off in type and kind. I think heifers that still have the structure and the balance and those things put together in a nice package. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go out here and select your division winner.
And selected as your reserve Division 3 champion in our Maine Anjou ring is entry 29, CMCC Cosmic 5027, shown by Grady Carter, Stratford, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Maine Anjou exhibitors, let's bring in Class 56, Early Summer Yearling Females. This is the only class in this division. We will be selecting these as our summer and reserve summer champion. Let's bring in Class 56.
We picked 42 for the division over here.
Selected as our Division 5 Limousine Champion Female is entry 42. Otto Camellia 606C, shown by Dominic Grouper, Witt, Illinois.
Reserve is
And your reserve is entry 48, LMCC Scotch Cap 35C, shown by Micah Lee Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Congratulations to both of you exhibitors. Single entry in our limousine show, Class 24. This will also be our division champion.
I wanted to do it as soon as I got out, and they wanted me to work it.
Just a single entry here in our senior yearling division. A cow that's in production. She got the coupon and signed, doing what she needs to. Really a long-built kind of a female that's got a lot of substance and mass to her. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause as they exit the arena.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first and selected as our Division 6 champion limousine female is entry 51, COLS Bellagio, shown by Colin Shady, Louisville, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion limousine female at our Medal of Excellence National Limousine Show.
So I guess it'll need to be 26B. But I'll borrow your sheet. We didn't have a class sheet for that one.
Limousine exhibitors, we will break and take pictures of our limousine females after we select our champion female. But we need classes 53, 54, class 29, 32, 33, and 36 to the makeup ring when you can, please. Once again, while our limousine judge is picking our grand champion female, let's put our hands together for our judge, Mr. Cody Sankey, Economy, Indiana.
Well, it certainly has been an honor and a pleasure to get to come here and evaluate the limousine cattle at the North American. Something you don't take lightly. I think we didn't have a lot of numbers in our show, but a lot of quality in these females from one end to the other, starting from our first calf down here all the way up to our senior pair there. I think a lot of heifers, and we're just trying to stick to the basics of soundness and body and mass and just that brood cow look, and then still put it together in a functional package with some balanced eye appeal and still have them strong on paper. I think that's we're not here just to judge them there, but I think it's important to still maintain some strength and keep that in check as you begin to breed these cattle. I think, go back here, I think there's 3 or 4 of these heifers that are in contention out here. I'm going to take one last look. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause for all their hard work and efforts today to bring these cattle out and present it the way they have. So.
Selected as your grand champion limousine female, entry 42, Otto Camellia 606C, shown by Dominic Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Congratulations, Dominic. And your reserve grand champion female is entry 29, ETGC Candy Apple, shown by Abigail Tipton, Greenback, Tennessee. Congratulations. Guys, let's get pictures. Tim, thank you for your waiting.
Your main Andrew show, folks. A little give and take in this trio of females, but all 3 I think are pretty good. If we're going to start with, folks, the first thing I'd like to do is just freshen her up. I think she's carrying a little too much condition for me. I think she's just about ready to push out that shoulder just a touch, but she just needs to be freshened up just a touch. But at the same time, when you start analyzing in terms of stoutness and power and rib shape and body mass and broodiness and cowiness, I really like this one. Big-footed, big bone. She's as wide as any of them when you get behind her, just kind of pushing off that front end. And I think it's her attitude a little bit, giving the young lady a tough time, but just like to freshen her up a touch. But I think she has enough goodness in her to start the class. I think the next pair of heifers, it's relatively close. The heifer in second's really nice and fresh designed in her front 1/3. Here's a heifer that's well designed in her top and her hip. When you start comparing her to the heifer in first, she just gets a little frailer when you get behind her from the ground up. But at the same time, she takes a big old long easy stride. You like the structure in this female. You like that extension from the point of her shoulder back. The next heifer the young man has, here's a heifer, sound and functional on her feet and legs. Designed wise, you really like the quality of balance about her top and her hip when you view her from the side. I think she gets a little outperformed by the top 2. You just like to stouten her up. She gets a little flatter in that lower quarter as well. But a really nice trio of intermediate females.
Thank you, Tim. Selected as your summer champion female in Division 4 and winning class 56 is entry 40, AHFF KELL Fantasy Girl, shown by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Emily. Second, and your reserve Division 4 champion is entry 37, MINN Cheerleaders 71C, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. Third, entry 38, shown by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Entering the ring now is class 59, late spring yearling females.
Your main Angiu show, folks. A really nice trio of April Junior Yearling females out here. After we're going to start with, folks, I think she comes to the top relatively easy in my mind. So sound and functional from the ground up, and she has so much cowiness and broodiness from the point of that shoulder back. You just love the depth of forerib, and carries that back in her depth in her flank. Designed very, very nice in her top and her hip and her shoulder. Just really a heifer that's designed really, really nice with that extra cowiness and broodiness, but still staying relatively nice in that shoulder and that neck. Young lady does a nice job with her. Just really a nice place to start off with. I think the heifer in second's a close thing to her in terms of performance and body mass and rib shape and with the dimension of muscle in her top and her hip. Here's a heifer that does have some depth of side. She has some depth of flank. Very sound in her structure. I think when you compare her to the ideal, she gets a little shorter necked. You'd like to add a little more femininity to the point of her neck forward, but from her first rib back, you really, really like this one. Nice sound moving female. The next heifer in third, here's a heifer in terms of design-wise and the way she's made from the side profile. You like her. She's long-bodied, she's smooth top, she's smooth-hipped. When you start comparing her to the top two, she gets a little flatter, she gets a little narrower base. Just like to see a little more muscle shape, a little more muscle power in that lower 1/3, but a heifer that patterns and profiles quite well. Nice trio of April Junior yearlings.
Thank you, Tim. Placing first in Class 59 late spring yearling females is entry 46, BWES Esmeralda 5C, shown by Addison Nice, Shelby, Ohio. Second, entry 43, ML Miss Woe 11C, shown by Isaac Carter, Trafalgar, Indiana. And third, entry 45, shown by Annie Rathman, Hebron, Connecticut. Entering the ring now is Class 60. Class 60, spring yearling females.
There was one thing No, it's not. It don't get any worse. No, it's been the same. I've had it ever since I shook this.
Boy, folks, in your main and juice show, I apologize for taking a little extra time, but both these females I think are really, really good. They're just a little different in types, and just tweaking each one of them, I think, depending on what kind of cattle maybe you look for, I think you could easily go either way of these females. The heifer we're going to start with, folks, from the ground up, just extremely sound. And what I like about this female is I think she has a correct angulation in her shoulder and her hip. Very, very sound. I like the way she flexes in them joints. She has a little extra cushion in that pastern, and I guess that's why I like her a little better than the heifer in second, because that hip and that hind leg maybe has a little more turn to that hock and that pastern compared to the heifer in first. Heifer that's really soft-ended, soft-sided. Here's a heifer that has some broodiness and fleshing ability for me. Ideally, she's pushing just a touch of condition in the front of that shoulder. You could definitely clean that up and freshen her up, but I think she's awfully, awfully good, awfully sound. You love the way she moves around the ring. The heifer in second, folks, here's a heifer on the standstill. You really, really like this female. Here's a heifer that's designed really nicely. You love her top, you love her hip. She's very fresh in that front 1/3 compared to the heifers behind her. Here's a heifer that I would like as a breeder, an Angus breeder, I would like just to add a little more angulation to her shoulder and a little more angulation to that hock, but at the same time, she is so powerfully ended and so nice in her design of her forerib and her flank. Beautiful out her neck. Young lady does a really good job. That's a nice pair of heifers. The heifer in third, folks, here's a heifer from the ground up. Very productive in her stoutness of her foot, of her bone, of her substance. It's a heifer, when you get behind her, has a big top and big hip. When you start comparing her to the heifers in front of her, you just maybe like to soften her up in that forerib just a hair, but a heifer that's designed and as powerfully ended as any of them. The next pair of heifers, I think it's relatively close. The heifer in fourth, designed really nice in terms of quality and balance about her top and her hip. You like. She's a little shorter necked. She's pushing a little extra condition. You definitely like to extend that and freshen that up just a hair. The next heifer behind her, here's a heifer that's big old stout and powerfully ended. A heifer for her size, you just like to soften her, see just a touch more rib underneath her. But folks, a really nice class of junior yearling females.
Single entry over here in our Lemmy Bull show. One that certainly is a high-quality individual with a lot of shape and expression of muscle. He's good in his structure. We'll look forward to sending him back out here later. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause.
Single entry in our limousine class 29, also our Division I champion bull, entry 53, TAYS 181D, shown by Windview Farm, Bulls Gap, Tennessee. In the ring now is class 32 limousine bull calves. Placings in our Main on Jew show class 60. First goes to entry 55, MTF Cold Chills 501, shown by Rebecca Moore, Medill, Oklahoma. Second, entry 50, CRLL Miss Crystal 1C, shown by Megan Crawl, Albia, Iowa. Third, entry 49, shown by Walker McDermott, Wyoda, Iowa. Fourth, entry 56, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. And fifth, entry 51, shown by Hunter Randall, Monterey, Louisiana. In a ring now is class 61 junior yearling Main on Jew females. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion female in Division 5, and then our grand and reserve grand champion high Main on Jew female.
In our main Andrew show, folks, a really nice pair of early junior yearlings out here. Young man's heifer that's going to win this class, the black heifer, folks, I think this is a really good one. So sound and so functional from the ground up. Long design, you love her top, you love her hip. Here's a heifer that's extremely nice in her shoulder, the freshness she possesses, the femininity she has. But then when you analyze her from that first rib back, big topped and big hipped, maybe when the young man comes in he can get her set up, but really, really a nice female to start this class off with. I think the red heifer in second. Here's a heifer that shows some body. She shows some mass and performance when you get behind her. Big topped and big hip. Here's a heifer that has worlds of mass and muscle shape in her top and her hip as well. I think compared to the heifer in first, she needs a little more quality about her front one third. Maybe just soften her up, but a nice pair of females.
Over on our Lemmy side, really a high-quality bull to lead off. Bull that's sound at the ground. He's got some bone and foot to him, some body shape. He balances well. Really a high-quality individual that's going to have a bright future in front of him. Young lady's bull in second. He is a tremendous outlier in terms of his paperwork and the spread that he puts down. Really a herd bull prospect in the making. Compared to our bull that wins out here visually, probably just doesn't have quite the mass and dimension, maybe not the substance that we see of the bull that wins, but I think two really high-quality individuals in their own right. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 32 in our limousine bull show is entry 55, ELCX Kings Landing 599, shown by Weiss Limousine and Edwards Landing Cattle, St. Charles, Missouri. Second, entry 54, PFL Design, shown by Lillian Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 33 limousine bull calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion bull.
You're wearing your body out on the road.
Placings from Class 61, junior yearling Maine-Anjou females. First goes to entry 57, TJSC Miss Harmony 58C, shown by Caitlin Schaub, Wapakoneta, Ohio. And second entry 61, DMCC Cherry Bomb 18C, shown by Jolene Ebersol, Kellerton, Iowa. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion, Division 5 Maine-Anjou females. Following this division, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Maine-Anjou female. Maine-Anjou exhibitors, let's bring all of our division and reserve divisions to the makeup ring, please.
Tim.
Interesting class of bulls here in the Lemmy side, a little give and take here. The red bull that I'm going to use to lead off with, I'm going to be the first to admit I give up a little bit in terms of performance here, but I think a calf that generally probably fits a little more of the type and kind that I like in terms of just being genuine in his muscle shape right out behind his shoulder blade. He's got a lot of shape down his top and out of his hips, some base width to him. A bull that holds himself together very well. I think he's level from his shoulder back to his hip and just have plenty of substance and mass to him. Our black bull that comes in second, really a long performance-oriented calf. He probably gets a little flatter for me in comparison to the bull that wins as we study him right underneath and down to the ground. Wants to narrow up. I think a calf, though, that you can't deny the length and performance he has. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing first in Class 33 is entry 57, Legacy's Dodgers, shown by Dominic Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Second, entry 58, Dominator, shown by Devin Cox, Coatesville, Indiana. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion, limousine bull calf in Division 2. Please bring in our entries from Class 32.
Well, folks, in your main Anjou show in your junior yearling division, extremely good set of females, as in the maintainer show earlier this afternoon. I think we have 3 class winners and 3 seconds that are so sound and cowy and good looking, but at the same time, they got some power and some type and kind and some quality about them that I think anyone along ringside would definitely enjoy to evaluate them. The heifer that won the first class, folks, here's a heifer that's as soft as we've seen all day or all afternoon. Really nice from the point of her shoulder back in terms of depth of forerib and depth of flank. She shows worlds of fleshing ability to me. You like the design of this female. She's nice in her top, nice in her hip. I really like the angulation off both ends, especially in her shoulder and that front foot and that front leg. I really, really like that. Compared to the ideal, as I said in class, she's carrying a little extra condition for me today. You'd just like to freshen her up just a touch in that point of that shoulder forward, but a heifer that's really, really nice. The next heifer that won the second class the young man has, here's a heifer again, really sound in her makeup. She shows some cowiness to me. I love the angulation in her hip and her hind leg. You like the shoulder of this female. She has some body. She has some width of base when you get behind her. You just really like the design of this female. Very, very sound on her feet and legs as she moves around the ring. The next heifer the young man has that won the third class, here's a heifer that's, when you analyze her in her profile and her quality, just picture perfect. Beautiful in her design and her top and her hip. You love that hip and hind leg. You love that belly sweep. You love the depth of that forerib which carries back. She has plenty of mass to me. You love the fleshing ability. You get off and view her from the side. Here's a heifer that has extra quality about her shoulder, extra extension out that front 1/3. Beautiful in her makeup. When you get behind her, extremely wide base and wide design. Folks, these are 3 heifers that are very, very good, and I think depending on your preferences and priorities, I think there's a few different ways you could go. I'm going to show you my way, folks. Let's give the exhibitors a nice round of applause. That's an awesome set of junior yearling females.
Selected as your junior yearling Division 5 champion is entry 57, TJSC Miss Harmony 58C, shown by Caitlin Schaub, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Congratulations, Caitlin.
Back over here on our Lemmy side, catch up 2 really good bulls that just came out of that last division. I'm excited to see them come out. Out here, the young man's bull, the single entry in our fall division, a bull that's just got the basic fundamentals. He's a muscular bull that's got some shape and power to him. I'm anxious to see him back out here in our lineup. Let's give him a nice round of applause. He exits the ring.
And selected as your reserve Division 5 female is entry 55, MTF Cold Chills 501, shown by Rebecca Ray Moore, Medill, Oklahoma. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, High Main Anjou female. Single entry, division champion for Division 2 in our limousine show. Our champion went to entry 57, Legacy's Dodger, shown by Dominic Rupert, Witt, Illinois. And our reserve went to entry 55, ELCX King's Landing 599, shown by Weiss Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, St. Charles, Missouri, and White Valley Ranch, Adair, Oklahoma. Class 36, we have a single entry, 59. This calf will also be our Division 3 champion bull. It is PFL Combine, shown by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. Congratulations, Alex. In the ring now is Class 39. Class 39. Summer Yearling Bulls. Single entry.
Another single entry out here in our Lemmy show, a bull that has some performance to him for this age, a bull that you like his shape and turn to his top, his width out of his hip, bull that balances up well, a good testicled bull, a good bull here in his own right. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause as they exit out of the ring.
59 was the champion. And 50...
Nope. Placing first in Class 39 was entry 60, Agra Chairman 1C, shown by Agra Exposure and Edwards Land and Cattle, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. In our ring now is Class 40, single entry. We now will be, after this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion bull.
Another single entry in our Lemmy show, a bull that really is presented out here nicely, a really well-balanced bull, gives us a good look from the side, a muscular bull that's got some power to him. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause as they go out of the ring.
Again, single entry in Class 40. Entry 61, WLR Coldplay ET, shown by Weiss Limousine, St. Charles, Missouri. We now will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion limousine bull.
See, Kelly, I'm gonna ask you to mind yesterday and check your already.
As our judge is making his final selections for our Grand Champion Drive in our High Main on Jew show, our National Main on Jew show, let's put our hands together once again for Mr. Tim Fitzgerald from West Grove, Pennsylvania, for evaluating your Main on Jew cattle today. Thank you, Tim.
Well, folks, on your Main Anjou side, it's certainly been a pleasure and quite an honor of mine to judge your National Main Anjou and Maintainer show this afternoon in Louisville. You know, there's not a better place in the country to evaluate a great set of cattle than other on the Green Shavens in Louisville, Kentucky, and it's been a pleasure of mine to do this show. You know, earlier in the day, and I thought when we did the Maintainers that, boy, that's going to be the breed, and we're going to have a lot of fun with that, and we did. But tell you what, I think these high mains, boy, are they ever good. And I think the top end of this heifers, I think, can run with the top end of the Maintainer female division. I think this division out here is that good. I think these cattle are so sound and so functional in their movement, but at the same time, they have a little extra power and a little extra hip when you get behind them. Beautiful made, beautiful structured, nice in their makeup. The baby that won the first division, folks, I think she's awfully nice, and I think her days are quite bright ahead of her. She's very lean and very skinny in her makeup, but at the same time, I think she has the quality and the balance that'll make a really, really good one. She has that extra bone and that extra hip and that extra extension in her makeup that I think she'll be awfully good. The next heifer that won the second class, folks, and usually I don't say this for a baby, but I think she's good enough to compete with the older heifers in this lineup. Here's a baby that's so sound, and she's so fundamentally sound in her movement and the flex in her joints and the cushion in her knee and pastern. She has that extra depth of forerib, that extra depth of flank. When you get behind her, she's got a nice top to her. You view her from the side, you just love the balance about her shoulder, her head and neck, and the way that shoulder ties into that rib shape and that sweep to her belly. That's an awfully, awfully good one. The senior calf that won the third division here, a heifer that won that division simply on structure alone. I think she was a little fresher than the heifers in that division. She was a little nicer moving, really long-bodied and long spine. Here's a heifer that's really nice in her shoulder, extended out her front 1/3. Compared to the ideal, you might want to soften her up, but I think when you put a baby in this one, I think that will come. The heifer that won the summer yearling division, the intermediate division, here's a heifer from the ground up, is extremely powerfully ended. Here's one of the thicker made, the thicker top heifers of the lineup. Definitely a heifer from the point of her shoulder back. She has much body and as much rib and as much power as I think you'd want in one. As I said before in class and division, I said I like to freshen this one up just a touch, but at the same time, you just love the power in this female. The heifer that won the fifth division in this lineup, folks, the junior yearling division, I think this one is awfully special. Special in her design and her movement, special in the way she stands on them feet and legs. You get back and analyze her, and she has so much length to her top and length to her hip, but she has that depth of rib as well that's pretty special. She has some flessionability. She shows that extra flessionability in that flank and rib shape. You get behind her, she's got a big old top and a big old hip. You view her from the side, beautiful in her makeup, as much high quality and as much design as I think you could paint one in a picture. This one's awfully good, folks. Folks, I've had a lot of fun. I'm going to show you the way I'd load them up in my trailer and take them home. I'm sure along ringside, y'all would have different decisions based on your priorities and preferences. Folks, I appreciate being asked by the Maine Angio Association. This has been a nice honor for me. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. We'll pick your 2 champion females.
Cody, hold on.
Oh, so that's fine. Go ahead. Because I don't know what to say.
Selected as your national champion, Maine Anjou female is entry 57, TJSC Miss Harmony 58C, shown by Caitlin Schaub, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Congratulations, Caitlin.
Over here on our limousine side, really a nice single entry. A bull that just got substance and bone and foot, got muscle and shape. He's got testicular size. I think a calf that you have to appreciate a lot of good in this guy and what he can bring from a terminal sire, and you just evaluate him, a balanced bull. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause as they go out of the ring.
And selected as your reserve national champion, Maine Anjou female, entry 55, MTF Cold Chills 501, shown by Rebecca Ray Moore, Medill, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Maine Anjou breeders, your premier breeder this year for our national show is Bushy Park Farm, Mitchell, South Dakota. And your premier exhibitor is Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Please come up to the front and receive your awards. Now to get caught back up in our limousine bull show, Division 4 champion bull was entry 61, WLR Coldplay ET, shown by Weiss Limousine, St. Charles, Missouri. And your reserve was entry 60, Agra Chairman 1C, shown by Agra Exposure and Edwards Land and Cattle, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Your single entry in Class 43 was entry 62, TASF Crown Royal 960C, shown by JCL Land and Cattle and Thomas and Son Farms, Welch, Oklahoma. In the ring now is Class 44 Spring Yearling Bulls, Class 44. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion limousine bull. Once again, folks, this completes our Maine Anjou show this year. Premier breeder again was Bushy Park Farm, Mitchell, South Dakota, and exhibitor was Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Congratulations to Bushy Park and to Mason.
Three nice bulls out here on the Lemmy side. I think as we look at these guys, a bull that's going to lead off here, really just a stout, powerfully constructed bull that's got a lot of dimension to him, a bull that balances up well. He's just a functional kind of a beef bull to lead off with here in our class. The bull that comes in second probably handles his structure just a notch better than the bull in third. He's a long bull. He doesn't have quite the shape and power of the bull that's going to lead off, but one that's still good in his own right, and the way he comes together. He's sound, he's fluid in the way he moves. The bull that comes in third, I liked him. I like his shape. I like his muscle. He doesn't quite handle his hind legs quite right for me. I just like to see move a notch sounder there. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Two really nice class winners to come back out here for division, and I think bulls that maintain the look of a breeding bull and having muscle and shape and balance and structure. I think the decision gets close between our two class winners. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll go out here and select your champion and your reserve. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Selected as your Division 5 Limousine Champion Bull is entry 62, TASF Crown Royal 960C, shown by JCL Land and Cattle and Thomas & Son Farms, Welch, Oklahoma. And your reserve division is entry 64, PFL Commander N, shown by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky.
Not have a weak moment. Okay. Bye. Be careful.
Hold on just a second.
Oh my gosh. Shut that idiot.
You're entering the ring now in our limousine show is Class 47. This is our final class of the day. These two bulls will represent our Division 6 champion and reserve champion, and we will move right into our grand and reserve grand champion limousine bull show. Solaire exhibitors, let's bring in those Optimizer heifers. Class 61A, Optimizer heifer calves. Let's bring those into the ring, please.
Can I see that again? Shouldn't give it back to you.
All right, let's bring them in how they are. 1, 2. Really a nice pair of older bulls here in our limousine show, and commend these exhibitors for bringing 2 really good old bulls. It's not the easiest venture in the world, and to see this quality out here is certainly commendable. The bull I chose to lead off with, I think, is a little softer middled kind of a calf. I think he handles the structure a little better. When we ask him to go, I think he reaches and strides just a notch better out of his front end. He plants down good with set to his hock and kind of flexes and goes. I think just a little smoother all the way through compared to the bull in second. The bull in second's a tremendously powerfully made bull with a big hip and a big top in him, lots of shape to him. I think really a high quality individual. For me, maybe pushes a little more up in through his shoulders. We ask him to lead. He wants to open up just a more there, get a little coarser up through his front 1/3. I think a bull, though, that certainly has a lot of value from a muscle and shape standpoint. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Winning Class 47 and selected as our Division 6 Limousine Champion Bull is entry 66, ELCX Draft Day 395, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle, Beulahville, North Carolina, and Weiss Limousine, St. Charles, Missouri. Second, and our reserve division champion is entry 67, AHFF Drifter 431B, shown by Hartfelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Limousine exhibitors, let's bring in our division and reserve division champions as we select our grand and reserve grand champion bull for our Medal of Excellence National Limousine Show. Attention Solaire exhibitors, we need all entries for Class 61A and B and C and D to the Optimizer for the Optimizer Heifer Show. Let's bring Class 61A, B, C, and D to the makeup ring, please. Class 61, A, B, C, and D to the makeup ring. We are beginning your Optimizer Solaire Show, please. Well, folks, before our judge makes his final comments here, before our Grand Champion Limousine Drive, let's put our hands together for Mr. Cody Sankey, Economy, Indiana, for evaluating your limousine cattle today. Thank you, Cody.
Well, it certainly has been an honor and a pleasure to get to be a part of this and say thank you to the North American and the Limousine folks for allowing me to come out here and evaluate your cattle. Been a really high quality show. We didn't strong in numbers, but a lot of quality from the heifer calves all the way in here to our big bulls that we've seen today. You know, I think a lot of cattle that have a lot of good to offer the beef industry. And out here in our champion lineup, I think we've got bulls that have some value from either a seed stock perspective or if you utilize them as terminal sires. They've got plenty of muscle and shape, plenty of power to them. They're still sound and they have good testicles underneath them. They're good in their feet and legs. And we still put it together in a balanced package, both on data and visually. And I think that's kind of the important name of the game for me anyway, to try and balance it out all the way across the board. Like I said, it certainly has been an honor and a pleasure. I say thank you. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause, and we'll go out here and get your champion in reserve.
Selected as your grand champion limousine bull, entry 62, TASF Crown Royal 960C, shown by JCL Land and Cattle Company and Thomas & Son Farms, Welch, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion limousine bull is entry 55, ELCK Kings Landing.
Yes, sir.
$5.99, shown by Weiss Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, St. Charles, Missouri, and White Valley Ranch, Adair, Oklahoma. And once again, our reserve national champion female, or national champion bull in our limousine show was entry 55, ELCX Kings Landing 599, shown by Weiss Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, St. Charles, Missouri, and White Valley Ranch, Adair, Oklahoma. Congratulations. As we start our Optimizer show in our West Ring here. It's Class 61A Optimizer Summer Heifer Calves. It's my pleasure to introduce our judge tonight for our Solaire show is Mr. Lydell Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Lydell, along with his wife Holly and their 3 children, own and operate 3 Aces Cattle Company, raising Angus and Red Angus cattle and selling those cattle throughout the country. Lydell, I've had the pleasure of working with Lydell on several different shows. Lydell has judged the Shorthorn Junior National, and recently judged the Hereford Junior National this last summer. He's judged shows from Denver, in Louisville, and throughout the United States. One of the truly great cattlemen in this business. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Lydell Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee, to evaluate our Solaire cattle tonight.
Well, folks, really nice pair of Optimizer May heifer calves to get our show going this evening. That young lady's heifer that's going to lead off suits me as far as my type and kind. And from a skeleton design, I think is where she excels. A little bit more powerful heifer that goes to. I like that shoulder way it lays nice and tight into that body cavity. The way right down her top line, she's smoother and truer in her loin edge and out from her hooks to her pins. To me, just from the ground up in her skeleton design, I prefer her very smooth and elegant about the front 1/3 of her body. In relation to her age, I think there's more than enough power. Now, the powerhouse heifer comes in second. Heifer that gets a little more expanded in that shoulder, a little more concave in that heart. She wants to elevate a little bit more in that loin when you set her into motion, a little more elevated in that tail head set. For me, I prefer the young lady's heifer that goes 1 as far as just that skeleton design and her smoothness and the general build. 2 excellent females to get our show going this evening.
Thank you, Lydell. Placing first in Class 61A is entry 53, TTG Delaney, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. And second, entry 54, MAZ She's a Daisy, shown by Shaylee Lingle from Dungala, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 61B. Class 61B, early spring heifer calves.
Just another outstanding class here. A March Optimizers. A really nice pair here on the top. And the heifer that puts a lot of good things together is our class winner. From the ground up, foot size and bone, I think is also where she excels. But that balance and symmetry, and we talk about that skeleton design and that shoulder and her top line and out through her hip, really good and fluid on the movement. But for me, with all of that, then you start to her expansion down her top and up out of her hip and that rib shape and her depth of body. There's a heifer that puts a lot of good things together. Heifer that comes in second, maybe not as expanded in her skeletal width as our class winner, but she too, so fluid in her movement, so good up out of her top line and her hip, still flat in that shoulder and still feminine about her head and her neck, maybe just not quite as powerfully constructed as our class winner, but a heifer that's elegant, yet sound, and still puts a lot of good things together. The closer decision is 3 and 4 for me. I prefer the young lady's heifer that comes in third just from that skeleton design. I like her shoulder blade and way it lays nice and tight in the body cavity, her levelness up out of her hip, and also down in her top line. I think she's a little more relaxed in the way she handles her top line, especially when you set her into motion. Yes, she gives it up a little bit of power and bone to the heifer that's behind her. I just prefer her from a skeleton design standpoint. Young man's heifer that comes in for a tremendous amount of shape and turned down to that top and all the way up out of that hip. Neck comes high up out of those shoulder blades. To me, she's just not as quite as fluid in her movement as the 3 heifers that lead the class. She gets a little lower in those pin sets, but folks, that's an awfully good heifer, tremendously long body, tremendous amount of power, a high quality set from top to bottom.
Thank you, Lydell. Placing first in Class 61B, Optimizer Early Spring Heifer Calves is entry 56, Miss Billie Jean, shown by Mason Love, Baltimore, Ohio. Second, entry 58, JB Daisy 6D, shown by Jace Belts, Galva, Kansas. Third, entry 5, shown by Courtney Cox, Ripley, Mississippi. And fourth, entry 57, shown by Fraser's Farm, Fredericktown, Ohio.
Sorry, thank you.
In the ring now is Class 61C Optimizer Junior Heifer Calves. It is my pleasure to announce that our premier breeder of our National Limousine Show was Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. And your premier exhibitor is the Portwood Family Limousine Farm, Versailles, Kentucky. Congratulations. Hey.
Another really nice trio. February heifers, a little bit more moderate female to lead off the class, but as far as that skeleton design and overall quality, I think she excels the trio. Her balance and symmetry, I think, is where she really excels. Good about the front 1/3 of her body and her shoulder, levelness in her lines, the depth and spring to that lower rib, and the amount of mass when you get behind her. Yes, she gives up a little bit of length and grow maybe to the two heifers behind her, but to me, she's just, as far as that quality and that balance and symmetry and completeness, logical place to start. A little closer decision between 2 and 3. Young man's heifer that comes in second, I think, is just sounder from the ground up. She has more reach off of both ends. She's truer in how that front leg comes up out of her body cavity and way it hits the ground, a little more parallel. Really good. And as far as her symmetry, she wants to narrow up a little bit more out of her pins and dropping those pins ever so slightly compared to the class winner, but I like her length of body and smoothness, and her structural correctness and soundness is what gets her. Young man's really long-bodied, high-performing female that comes in third. Tremendous length of body, tremendous length of hip and extension. For me, she just wants to come up out of herself and doesn't try to handle her hind legs when you set her into motion quite as well as the two that go 1 and 2, but a high-quality female with a tremendous amount of performance.
Placing first in Class 61C, Optimizer Junior Heifer Calves is entry 59, TTG Daphne, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. Second, entry 11, JPK Daisy 001D, shown by James Kilner, Jonesboro, Tennessee. And third, entry 60, shown by Austin Frazier, Fredericktown, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 61D, Optimizer Winter Heifer Calves.
Another really nice pair of fall heifers here at Young Lady's heifer that leads the pair off. Tremendous amount of shape. You know, here's the heifer that you want to start talking about having that three-dimensional look as far as that turn down of her top and that turn to that rib cage. Carries that muscle extremely good all the way down into that lower stifle with that tremendous amount of balance and symmetry and power. Still, when you set her into motion, she's got more than enough flex off of both ends. To me, there's a heifer that starts to put a lot of good things together as far as that muscle shape, that natural softness and athleticism, and still, to me, gives you a good look from the side. High quality female. Well, here's the heifer coming in second, tremendously long bodied, tremendous amount of length of hip. To me, you know, with that extra length of body and smoothness that she possesses, she doesn't have quite that turn to that muscle shape down her top and up out of her hip and turn to that lower rib cage that our class winner, but a heifer that you got to appreciate that extra length and smoothness and her elegance in the way she's designed. Two high quality females.
Placing first in Class 61D Optimizer Winter Heifer Calves is entry 62, J.L. Shirley Temple, 405C, shown by Jim Ligon, Cookeville, Tennessee, and second entry 17. That's Connie, 392C, shown by Courtney Cox, Ripley, Mississippi. Next in the ring is Class 61E, single entry summer yearling heifers.
Really nice single entry. The young lady brings us within this class. Well, once again, here's a heifer that's got that three-dimensional look, some shape down to that top and that turn to that rib cage, and still flat in her shoulder and good about her chest, really good and symmetrical in her lines. Still has enough shape when you get down low. To me, what I really like is that width of her hip when you get right in behind her. She carries that from her hook bones back to her pin. She's got some skeletal width. Still good from the ground up. Foot size matches her bone and has some freedom of movement off of both ends. High quality female that puts a lot of good things together.
Placing first in Class 61E or Optimizer Summer Yearling Females is entry 18, KKCC Cambria 520C, shown by Danielle Henning, Everest, Kansas. Entering the ring now is Class 61F, Optimizer Early Spring Yearling Females. This is entry 63, another single entry. Congratulations, Portwood family. Portwood family. Congratulations.
Once again, just a really, really nice single entry here. March Junior Yearling, the young man brings this. Boy, you talk about a heifer that's got some depth of body and some spring of rib and just that natural softness and that good brood cow look that we all like. Still good about that base of that shoulder. She's carrying more than enough condition for me. I don't want to say that she's too fat or anything like that, because here's a female that with that natural depth of body and natural softness, you know that's a female that is a good converter and has a good conversion ratio. But boy, your balance and symmetry, still flexible off of both ends. I think a high quality individual.
Placing first in Class 61F is entry 63, SSS-MS, classified 368 PC, shown by Ashley Sawyers, Billings, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 61G, Junior Yearling Optimizer Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Optimizer Heifer.
Two really nice junior yearlings, January, February heifers we have here. Young man's red heifer that leads off the class, tremendous amount of power with the skeleton, tremendous rib shape, power when you get in behind her, foot size and bone matches, still has enough reach off of both ends. Yes, I mean, she probably gives up just a little bit as far as that little extra condition that she has about of her chest and her neck. Maybe comes up a little more splayed at the top of that shoulder and pushes that lower base of that shoulder ever so slightly. But boy, there's a female that's getting awfully critical and a female that's got a tremendous amount of power and still gives you a good look from the side. Really smooth made black heifer young lady, brings us that shoulder lays so nice and tight into that body cavity. Good about of her lines in her hip, has a tremendous amount of reach off of both ends. The young man's red heifer that leads the class just excels this young lady's black heifer as far as her depth of body and spring to that lower rib. Just gives us a little more turn to her muscle shape and a little more turn overall in her rib shape and carries it down low. To me, a really, really nice pair. Just a heifer that leads off the class. Just gives us that little more of that three-dimensional look and a little more shape from top to bottom.
Placing first in Class 61G, Optimizer Junior Yearling Females is entry 64. CSC Miss Addie 506C, shown by Jared Collier, Dongala, Illinois. Second entry 29, MAZ Sierra, shown by Cheyenne Lingle, Dongala, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Optimizer heifers. Let's bring all of our class winners and seconds back into the ring, please.
folks, as we get ready to select our champion optimizer female here at the North American, not a tremendous amount of numbers, but as we get our class winners back out here, boy, here's a set of females that, do what the North American does, and it brings out the best across the country. The heifer that wins the first class, there was a really nice duo of male females in there, and I chose to go with a female that, from a skeleton design standpoint, I read a lot of future, and so good in the right of her top line, in her hip and her shoulder, and the elegance about her front 1/3 of her body. Love the way she gets out and moves when she relaxes and leads for the young man. And there's a female that I read a tremendous amount of future in. Really unique female wins that second class. Here's a female from the ground up, has that little extra foot size, has that little extra circumference of bone. Get behind her and she's got some width of skeleton, her strength at top. Still, it's so good about the front 1/3 of her body. And still, even with that extra width and dimension and style, boy, she still has some turn to that rib and some natural softness. I think a true contender out here, even as a calf. Good balanced female that wins that third class. A little bit more moderate female that puts a lot of the good things as cattlemen we all like. That natural softness, the elegance in the way she handles herself on the move. Still good enough about the front 1/3 of her body. Maybe gives up a little bit of length of body from nose to tail compared to the two heifers on either side. But I think an extremely high quality female that puts a lot of good things together. Really intriguing heifer comes out of our fall division. A heifer that's got a nice shape down her top. She's got some turn to that lower quarter and turn to that rib shape. To me too, just like she's really good as far as her foot size and her bone, very extremely well balanced. To me, gives you an awfully good look. You could tighten her up ever so slightly right up underneath her jaw, but I think that's getting ultra critical on a female that puts so many good things together in a very smooth, attractive, yet sound package. A heifer that comes out of that, I do believe our intermediate class, a heifer that's really long-bodied, long hips, still fresh in her condition, smooth and balanced about the base of that shoulder and the way it ties into her forerib, into her lower chest. I love the balance of this female, and her foot size and her bone matches and her freshness of her condition is also intriguing. You set her into motion, and I think she gets out and goes extremely well. Maybe on the stand, so she gets just a little bit perpendicular in the way that shoulder lays into her, but that heifer that still has enough shape and turn and still so fresh and gives you a good look. Heifer that comes out of that next class, we commented just ever so slightly, we maybe would like to freshen her up, but I think that's also an advantage this female has. It's just as far as her natural conversion. She's a soft-made, deep-bodied, easy-doing type of a female. Now, when you compare her to the heifer right behind her, she gets a little flatter in her overall muscle shape, a little flatter in that rib shape, even though it's extremely deep. So balanced in her symmetrical lines, her top and her underline, so smooth at the base of that shoulder. Maybe for me, we could just see a little more turn to that muscle shape, down low and up top, up under her loin. But boy, you got to really appreciate the smoothness and natural softness of that female. Intriguing heifer wins that last class. Here's a powerful made female that still, I think, got so much mass and skeletal width and turn to that rib cage. And to me, this heifer gets a little out of structure when you set her into motion, but yet when a young man gets her pulled together, that's a stout, powerful female that still gives you a good look. I'd like to take those shoulders and bring them right back into her body a little bit more. She gets a little bit splayed and open at the top of that shoulder, getting a little ultra critical on her, because I think that heifer is so massive yet powerful, but still gives you a good enough look. To me, I just like to bring her together just a little bit better when we set her into motion, but the young man's done a tremendous job with her, and when he gets her stuck, she gives you a good look. I think it's awfully close out here between several heifers. I'm going to give them another good look before I pick your champion in reserve. Folks of you that are still in the stands, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll pick you a pair of champions.
Selected as your grand champion optimizer heifer is entry 62, JL Shirley Temple 405C, shown by Jim Ligon, Cookeville, Tennessee. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve Grand Champion Optimizer Female, entry 56, Miss Billie Jean, shown by Mason Love, Baltimore, Ohio. Congratulations. Selected as your junior champion Optimizer Heifer is entry 18, KKCC Cambria, 520C, shown by Danielle Henning, Everest, Kansas. And selected as your reserve junior champion Optimizer Female is entry 64, CSC Miss Addie, 506C, shown by Jared Collier, Dongola, Illinois. Congratulations. Optimizer exhibitors, we will take pictures after the bull show. Entering the ring now is Class 61G Optimizer Cow-Calf Pairs.
Well, folks, just one cow-calf entry in our optimizing show, and here's a cow that could sure withstand some competition. The cow herself, tremendous amount of shape and turn down her top and up all the way, carries it down low into that stifle. Still good enough about the front 1/3 of her body. Yeah, we might just relax her ever so slightly in her loin, just from a skeleton design standpoint, but yet has a tremendous amount of reach off of both ends. Tremendously a powerful bull calf at her side, tremendous amount of length of body, and grow in that particular individual. A high quality pair that puts a lot of good things together. My congratulations to those two young ladies.
Selected as our grand champion optimizer cow-calf pair is entry 65, MCC Lily Mae 201Z, shown by Maddie Craig, Baghdad, Kentucky. Congratulations. Moving into our optimizer bull show, Class 60A Summer Bull Calves.
Just a single entry made to get our optimizer bull show going. Well, here's a good made individual in relation to his age. Tremendous growth, tremendous smoothness. Combine that with some muscle shape when you get behind him. Still, you know, we maybe like to clean him up in his sheath ever so slightly. Turn that lower rib cage a little bit more. But boy, you talk about length of body and length of hip and smoothness about the base of that shoulder. Still with enough muscle shape from front to rear for me, for just a May bull, I think is impressive. High quality individual.
Placing first in Class 60A Optimizer Summer Bull Calves is entry 34, JPK Dexter 002, shown by James Kellner, Jonesboro, Tennessee. In the ring now is Class 60B Optimizer Early Spring Bull Calves. Solaire exhibitors, let's be bringing down our Solaire heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Start bringing your Solaire heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
Boy, another just really nice single entry made bull that come off of our champion cow-calf. And boy, very smooth in the way he's built, levelness in his lines and up out of his hip. From a skeleton design standpoint, I think you got to like him. Tremendous amount of reach and athleticism off of both ends. Still has enough shape. We might broaden him out as far as his width of skeleton when we get right up on top of him and behind him and turn and expand that rib cage. But boy, he's a long-bodied, still heavily structured bull that has a tremendous amount of athleticism.
Class 60B Optimizer Early Spring Bull Calves. Single entry 48, TMC Jack Black 61D, shown by Maddie Craig, Baghdad, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 60C Optimizer Junior Bull Calves.
close decision in this pair. But for me, it gets a little more simple when you put structure as your high priority, and that's where our class winner just excels from the ground up. Yes, it's obvious that he gives up some growth and some muscle and pounds to the bull that goes 2, but for me, the angle of the pasterns and when you set him into motion, the way he's so fluid in his movement and the way all 4 of them hit the ground, I think that's where he excels the duo. Still with that, his skeleton design, his levelness out of his top, his balance and base of that shoulder, and smoothness, correctness about his head and his chest. Yes, he gives up some width in pounds to the bull that goes 2, but from a skeleton design, athleticism, and completeness standpoint, I think he's a logical place to start. Now, guys, this is an awfully good bull, and I just had to get a little ultra critical because I think both of these bulls have some really good. I'd like to soften that angle of that pastern a little bit on this guy, and then I think it's a little different ball game. He has so much muscle, and he's still so good built and still soft, and that tremendous amount of performance, and you got to commend him for it. I just give it a little bit more concern when you set him into motion. He's a little straighter in that knee, doesn't have quite as much natural flex to that rear pastern as the bull that goes 1, but that's getting awfully critical in 2 high-quality individuals.
Placing first in Class 60C Optimizer Junior Bull calves is entry 39, LCS Velvet's Alpha 221D, shown by Langley Cattle, Everest, Kansas, and second entry 49, LFF Power Blitz 1D, shown by Fraser's Farm, Fredericktown, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 60D Optimizer Winter Bull calves.
Boy, a really nice pair of bulls here. That boldness of structure and muscle shape and gives you that three-dimensional look. The bull that's going to win, I think, has several advantages as far as length and pounds and shape, but he's also a lot better from the ground up. When you set him in motion, he has a truer and better reach off of both ends. The angulation of his shoulder and the relaxation in his knee as compared to the bull that goes second. A tremendous amount of shape and turn and muscle shape and still naturally soft and some turn to that lower rib cage. I think a bull that puts a lot of good things together. The bull that comes in second, boy, he's sharp and good out of his top and up out of his hip. He too, in relation to his frame and length of body, has a tremendous amount of shape. He just gets a little straighter in that knee and that shoulder blade placement. You just want to relax him there ever so slightly and just give him a little bit more flex in that knee when you set him into motion. But on the standstill, he gives you an extremely good look. Nice pair of bulls, really nice individual to lead off the pair.
Selected as our class winner in Class 60D Optimizer Winter Bull Calves is entry 50, JL Jack Daniels 415C, shown by Jim Ligon, Cookeville, Tennessee, and second entry 51, JL George Dickel 395C, also shown by Jim Ligon, Cookeville, Tennessee. In the ring now is Class 52 or Class 60D 2-year-old bulls.
really nice single entry 2-year-old bull. A bull from a skeleton design standpoint, you really got to like him. He's extremely athletic off of both ends, still good enough about in his lines, and as far as tremendously good as far as his shoulder and ways it blends into him. I'd maybe like to just see a little more natural softness and turn to that lower rib, but the more you study this bull, I think you got to realize the qualities that he possesses from a soundness standpoint and athleticism standpoint, and still has enough shape and turn. It still gives you a good look when the young lady gets implanted and stop, a high quality individual.
Class 60D, first is entry 52, TSB Bourbon 25B, shown by Willis Farms, Frankfort, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Optimizer Bull. Let's bring all of our class winners and seconds back into the ring, folks. Solera exhibitors, let's bring in Class 1 summer heifer calves into the ring, please. Entering the ring now is Class 1 summer heifer calves. Class 1 summer heifer calves.
Folks, really nice class to get our Solera female show going. Really nice April heifer here that combines a lot of good things as far as muscle shape and width of skeleton, attractiveness and smoothness of design. Heifer that's good from the ground up, gets out and goes extremely good. She excels young ladies' May heifer that ends up second in this class. Just a little more width of skeleton and true natural muscle shape. Young man's heifer that leads the class puts a lot of good things together. Balance and symmetry and smoothness and skeletal correctness is what elevates this May heifer calf up into this second hole. Yes, she gives up some muscle shape and a little bit of width of skeleton to her third place, but her levelness in her lines, flatness in that shoulder, still to me just so good and correct from the ground up. I think a very beautifully made and very nicely constructed female from a skeleton design standpoint. A lot of length of body, performance, and muscle shape comes in her third place female. She gets a little tighter in that rib cage, a little tighter in that forerib. She gets pushing a little more chest, a little waistier about the, her front 1/3 of her body. You get behind her, tremendous amount of power. Young lady's heifer that rounds the class, I think is a heifer that just needs simply more time. She gets a little more, to me, just gets too narrow as far as at her pins, just doesn't have enough true natural skeleton width at this point in her life to get up any higher, but a heifer that still is very good in her overall design and levelness in her lines.
Thank you, Lydell. Placing first in Class 1, Summer Heifer Calves is entry 4, LFF Hope, shown by Frazier's Farm, Fredericktown, Ohio. Second, entry 1, MAZ Daiquiri, shown by Mays Farms, Goreville, Illinois. Third, entry 2, shown by Jeriah Privet, Somerset, Kentucky, and fourth, entry 3, shown by Willis Farms, Frankfort, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 2 Early Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Heifer Calf Champion. Attention Solaire exhibitors, if you would bring all of your bulls down to the makeup ring, we'd like to get those bulls weighed as soon as possible. Solaire exhibitors, if you could please bring your bulls down to the makeup ring, we'd appreciate it so we can get them weighed, please.